Well, hello everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I'm broadcasting from the darkness. Yes, yes, I'm turning on the subtitles now. Crikey. Hello everybody. Thank you so much for being here, joining me for some Spirit Island. We're gonna have chat chooses 2. The way it's gonna work is the first each of you could nominate one spirit. Let's see if this works. Each of you can nominate one spirit. The first 2 spirits to receive 2 separate nominations from 2 separate people will be what we play with today. How about that? Okay, and it's going to put some arbitrary message in chat, starting now. So, right, let's catch up with chat. Blues the redeemed a flap. Thank you, Blues. Thanks for keeping my hands in tip-top condition. Got a Bodan. Okay, so that's halfway to having a bringer. Thanks for the flap, redeem. And Blues also getting a joke. Okay, let's see what we've got in here. Yeah, I'm sitting in darkness because I managed to stress myself out trying to make videos earlier. I'm proper crap. Okay. Okay, here's one for all the people that like jokes. Where are most fish found? Between the head and the tail. There you go, Blues. That's a quality joke for you on this quality day. Okay, we've got a green. Okay, Bodan has their second. Okay, looks like bring a green is what's happening. Spread of rampant butts. Okay, let me just quickly check I haven't missed anything in chat while I was making myself a lemon bomb tea because I am proper crab today. Proper crab. So Germeister, welcome in. Good luck. Keeper England 2. England is pretty scary when you first start playing Spirit Island, so you got to admire the bravery. And Blues there coming in first. Congratulations, Blues. Blues could not win the tournament, the Hovel Tourney Championship, but they could come first here. Bacon made it on time. Buttspot on fire already. Buttspot's always on fire. They are the literal eternal flame of this place. Margaret P offering advice in investing in stonks. Hello, Spacehawk. Okay. No kidding. England 3 kicked my ass, so I toned it down. Yeah. It's like, what? They just keep building. It's like half the things that you hoped you could do could no longer do. Okay, let's without too much further ado, let's put out some boards, shall we? And so bring a green, and I'll have to update the title because democracy is over now. You get another. Now it's 4 years. Just bring a green for 4 years. Bodan and green. Okay. Lovely jubbly. And also mention of time zones. Horrifying. I might need to check that. Does that mean that your stream is now changed time where I am as well? Margaret P. Missed the vote. Big sad. It was over very quickly. It wasn't even a proper vote. Okay, so I was trying to record some stuff earlier, so I did have this disabled. All right, so I think I'm only just getting into streaming multiple spirits again. I think we're going to go straight in with some Sweden. Maybe we the old Sweden 6. Let's place a vote. No confidence. I might bring it down below 4 years. Last time it was 11 a.m. start here. Now it's noon. Just trying to think because I've got my plan on Saturdays to raid into you after like a slightly shorter stream. I need to make sure that I'm still arriving in your stream roughly when I expect to, i.e. roughly when it starts. It's 4 hours off again versus 3 hours. Okay, 4 hours is actually probably a bit more convenient. I will double check that maths. I sprung forward away from us. I'm sorry, America. England, oh my god, I actually did stop a build. Yeah, it's a bit like that. Especially when you get used to the joy of preventing builds and you realise how powerful it is. Okay. And Canada. Just springing away from everyone here in lovely Europe. So drinking my lemon balm tea. Very good. If you ever get a severe attack of crabbiness, lemon balm tea is your friend. Okay, so this is one of the Sweden things. They're adding a town to the jungle with the fewest invaders. Partly I'm picking Sweden because this is the next adversary video I'm working on. And I'd realised when I was starting to make some notes that I just haven't played against Sweden much lately. Preventing a build is representing England switching to summertime, getting confused for a week. Exactly. Might appease Canada. England's now my favourite adversary, actually. They are interesting, but they are quite a cruncher. Thanks for the follow, Alex. Oh, also, thanks for the follow and sub, the good doctor, TGD. I really appreciate the support. I've been getting some support lately, and it's wild. Look what it's doing to my self-esteem. Okay, that's enough jibber jab. We've got to do some serious strategizing here. You're intimidated to play them forever. Yeah, they are. Well, they are intimidating. Though Sweden's a really interesting adversary, because although in theory their top difficulty is 8, it can go south really quickly. Like, really quickly. As we may have demonstrated on Spirit Island Saturday. Was it last week? Do I have a sense of time? Or was it the week before? I don't know. It was in the past sometime. But yeah, so Sweden. What's the deal with Sweden? It was last week. Yeah. When I say that I don't really have a sense of time, I'm not joking. I said to a friend, I said, oh, it's nice to see you the other day. I think I sent her a message, and she said, what? I'd seen her about 7 months ago. I thought of it as like last week. Hey. Sweden's the hardest for me, says King Jobo. Yeah, they're tricky. They're tricky. They're not as easy as you'd think, considering they top out at 8. Those thematic mountains were BS. Yeah. The thematic boards, I hadn't really noticed that about thematic boards before. I'm not going to say favourite, but I've been fighting the French a lot recently, mainly trying to drown them in the Thames. Well, okay, they are tricky. Like, so let's just go through it, because I'm still kind of getting back into playing against Sweden. So you've got their flirting effect, their escalation, which, if you can't... This is really a big deal. You've got to pay attention to this. So after invaders explore into land, if that land has at least as many invaders as Dahan, replace the Dahan with the town. So a lone Dahan is at risk, no matter what the situation, unless you've already seen that stage 2 escalation card. Sweden's swingy, yeah. So that's a big deal, because everything else is tied into the Ravage. Okay, you've got a bit of setup guff as well. But heavy mining, double blight in Ravages. Extra damage in Ravage. Bit more setup guff. Adding a town in Ravage. So green in theory is pretty good against Sweden. But spirits that can just hit them before they Ravage are very good as well, like Fangs. If Beast stonks are Dahan bonds. Oh god, you're getting very getting a bit economical. Can you tone that down? Don't know what the hell you're talking about. I can't moderate this. Sweden's a cultural assimilation. Every escalation stings a bit. Yeah, I bet. You don't play around the Dahan conversion enough. Yeah, this is a big deal, because if you can deal with if you've got a way of preventing the Ravages, whatever way, so big defense, remember they do need to be big defense, or like Ravage prevention, or more likely destruction before the Ravage happens, or even just build prevention, preventing the whole cycle, then this is the only way that they're really expanding. And so it can, but the thing is, if you can't prevent that, then it really does get horrible very quickly. Dahan are a wad of pounds stuffed onto the mattress. Exactly it. Bringer is good against Sweden 6 solo, smallish fear deck. Yeah, relatively small. Okay, so what are they doing? If they do 6 damage during the Ravage, they do add additional Blight, which does not destroy... The second Blight doesn't destroy Principal Cause Cascades. We start with some extra stuff on the board, which doesn't really matter for these spirits. I don't care if there's Blight in places particularly. Extra damage, extra setup. We know that was a jungle card. And then when we add a Blight from a Ravage, we add a town to an adjacent land. So at this point, the Ravage order matters a little bit more than usual. And then a bit more setup stuff, which we don't care about as these spirits that much, apart from when we do. Extra 3 damage towns that build 5 damage cities. The extra damage breaks defend cards like England's +1 health breaks damage cards. Well, not exactly, because even a partial defend is valuable because it stops a whole blight going down. Because if you can reduce this 6 damage to 5 damage, for example, then you get a single blight instead of 2. But yeah, it also does. It's yeah. Defend cards are very, very, very powerful. Alright, so what are the specifics of this? This is the trouble with getting democracy involved. I can't just study beforehand. Okay, so what have we got? Opening Wetland Explore. Sweden's Invader deck is only slightly accelerated, so it's like a standard deck, but just a little bit faster. It's quite nice. Wetland builds. So this is possibly something to let go. This is very, very stem trickable. And if, by the way, I say anything you wonder what the hell I'm talking about, feel free to ask. It's quite tricky to know where to pitch my jibber jabber. Defend 2, nej gonna kuta mustard, says Glamour. Glamour, the Scottish pronunciation of glimmer. Time to dig out hoist by their own petard major. I think lovely against Sweden. Yeah, hilarious against Sweden. Where is it? This one here. Instruments of their own ruin. This is hilarious. Each invader with strife deals damage to other invaders and target land. And you're of course adding a strife. And of course, because of the extra damage, it's just redonkulous. Very, very good against Sweden. And it will still kind of work with Fabringer as well, because they will of course be getting a major soon. It's nothing is land thrashes. You know, a lot of things want to be land thrashes, but they don't succeed. They really don't. It's sad, really. Going around wanting to be land thrashes. I am actually thinking about a position while I'm doing this inane, and I mean it, inane jibber jabber. Do we have a good Predatory Nightmares? We've got an okay Predatory Nightmares. Actually, we do have we've got a rock solid Predatory Nightmares. One of the best possible Predatory Nightmares. Why? Because we'll push a town that gets built, and we'll push the 2 Dahan. And that means if we were to push them, say, in here, and if we were to maybe use Dreams of the Dahan, we could have a massive Call on Midnight Streams. That's not necessarily that good, but it's okay. Thrash is good with those accidental double blights. Yes, that is true. That is true. I think it's worth like really thinking about the start of a game. I know that not a lot's happening. Just so that you don't kind of... Because, you know, it's like small advantages build up over time, you know. It's gorgeous. Wow, Butsy is very talkative today. So yeah, pretty good Predatory Nightmares. Of course, green is going to be accelerating. So standard start would be probably the stem trick. I think that's probably the right thing to do with proliferation. Something to always mildly consider with green is, are you going to really go heavy onto just reclaiming proliferation and spamming it? I actually don't think this is generally that good. Feel free to correct me if you disagree on that. I don't feel I've tested the hypothesis that much. But like a little bit of acceleration goes a long way, but sacrificing green's own game just to use Grift of Proliferation over and over again, I don't think it works that well. Maybe it would work on Serpent, but even then, Serpent's got their own stuff going on, you know? They don't need all the help. So maybe the Nightmares... Hey, Best Bard! You've joined me at a wonderful time for a raid. We are at the very beginning of a game of Spirit Island. Pog, I love this game. Do you? What the hell? How's your backpack? I noticed that's like the 3rd backpack stream. Hey there, Cat. Template. Hey there, Hey Z. Hey, Gluins. Welcome all. I'm playing Spirit Island. This is like my favorite game. I've even got a whole YouTube channel about it. That's how ridiculous I am about this. Very happy to answer any questions, any raiders. If you're like, what the hell is this game? Hey, Rinthera. Yeah, my bot's ridiculous. Just ignore it. Ergot bot is not human. Backpack's a pretty freaking fun game. Yeah, very impressive for a free, like an itch.io freebie. So yeah, if you like, it's I basically just watched some Bard. I've not played it myself, but basically you're playing everything out of your backpack, and you are using that to fight through dungeons. It looks really good. I want to play it, but I've just not got around to it. My brother has this game. I've played it a number of times. Yeah, this is incredible. So this looks like Catan, but it's actually reverse Catan. We're playing as these spirits. So I'm actually playing as two spirits. So this is Bringer of Dreams and Nightmares and Green. And we are trying to repel the colonial invaders. So it's like in Catan, you just arrive at this island that's just magically empty despite having all these resources on it. This is like, actually, no. What if we were like, actually, no, we don't want these guys. Hey there. BG. I love co-op games. This game's complex enough to actually feel like a challenge when with friends, so I love Spirit Island. Yeah, this is incredibly tailorable as well. You can make this as hard or as easy as you like. One early proliferation, one mid-game is usually enough to overpower another spirit. Matters more with spirits that access to plays. True enough. Yeah, so reverse Catan is really what you're looking at. So all these buildings here are kind of the invaders. It's quite a hard game to just completely explain. We're right at the start, so I'm trying to figure out what to do. We're playing on a fairly high difficulty, so I'm going to have to think about what I'm doing. I'm always really pleased and surprised when people say, oh, I love Spirit Island, because board games are funny because they're like a tiny industry really compared to video games. So I'm always a bit surprised, happily surprised, when like someone that's like part of the Noita world also likes Spirit Island, because that's pretty much my niche. I'm like on the edge of the Noita world, but also Spirit Island. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, so I stream Spirit Island every Friday, and I've started streaming it every Saturday as well. Max also loves Spirit Island. Yeah, I stream it every Friday, and I've started streaming it every Saturday. A slightly shorter stream to raid the devs of this. Hey, thanks for the follow. I can't read. Spirit Island reminds me a lot of Sentinels and Multiverse, despite them being completely different. Interestingly, the same devs have made the digital version. I watch a little bit of Sentinel's streams and go, I have no idea what's going on. So I've already got Spirit Island. I've already got a game to be completely obsessed with. Which time zone I'm in? I'm in UK time zone. So my stream's only 15 minutes old. In a 4-way game or game with Downpour Fractioned, where you can spam repeats, becomes OP to repeat on purpose, not with Rocky needing very specifically to repeat it, yeah. We're talking a little bit about Green's proliferation here. I see. Hey there from Australia. Yeah, I'm in the cursed island. Hey, thanks, BG. Yeah, so Friday, Saturday. That's my Spirit Island. I mean, maybe eventually I'll just only stream Spirit Island. So much to do in this game. It's kind of ridiculous. Right, okay. I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing here. So I think a good start for Green would be to stem trick in here. We've got this build here. I am happy to answer any questions, though, especially right this early on, before I'm trying to remember everything. So no Jungle Explorers. This has been discarded by raw backing. Yeah, I really appreciate the raid, Bard. And I'm not surprised that you know and like this, actually, thinking about it now. Okay. So I think we stem trick in here. Or do we have a better push? So typically you want to open as Green with proliferation in one of these two. I think the stem trick is right. Though we could try and set up for a mega call of midnight streams, but I think that's probably just silly. But yeah, so the commentary is going to get incredibly it's going to get very, very specific very rapidly once this game actually fires off. I favor going double call. So a call where we don't forget this for energy, and then a second call as a way of kind of grabbing a couple of major powers. Going to get some acceleration from Green, which means we might get to third moon quicker, which means we get this ability sooner. Green's element game isn't that important, but it might mean we get a bigger defend, which is useful against Sweden. Best support card in the game. Keep assess the line. I'll give you an energy and a card. You can grow again easier. Green laughs. Yeah, keeper, what you doing? Okay, so now the opening for green is pretty specific. You get a bonus play off this growth option, but this presence here can go anywhere. You always get a presence in jungle and wetland as green. So it's worth trying to, if you've got sands and mountains you want to put presence in, then this is the time. You also need this energy pip, otherwise you have a very sad game. Very sad. I wonder if this is a good spot. Thinking long term. This is our only starting sand mountains city. Could be good for some stem action. Yeah, let's go. Oh no. Yeah. We make a sacred site in one of these two lands. Let's make it in here just... Yeah, because this is now kind of... Actually, no. Let's make it here and make a sacred site up here at some point in the future. We might just prevent this ravage next time. That's probably the right thing to do. So we'll place a presence in and then use Overgrown at night to place an additional presence. We take from the bottom track. Okay, and we do stem trick things. So we're going to be proliferating on Bringer. See, normally you'd want to make sure that you had any card choices up front, but typically I play this move turn 1, so we don't look at any cards with Bringer turn 1. Well, except once we're into the actual fast phase. So, in order to use our innate, we need to actually be in with invaders. We are already in with invaders. That's kind of good then. Do we want to go Predatory Nightmares here? I think we do. That also means we don't need to Dreams of the Dahan to get a good amount of power. Now, we actually can't, we could range to here to defend this next turn. If we go Dread Apparitions next turn. We'd only have a defend of 3. That should be enough. But there's no counterattack. No Dahan in there just yet. That might be just one to let go. Except remember, we're against Sweden. So I think we do have more of an onus to prevent it. And never go bottom track with Bringer. Just don't do it. It's like going top track with Ocean. Only do it if you hate yourself or your teammates. So, we're almost certainly not going to forget this power itself, because we're just probably going to look at a major power. There's a chance that we will play it, but it's low. I did bottom bring on a Lark once, and it was fun. Ugh, fun? The hell's wrong with you? Oh. So yeah, we'll proliferate. But we'll wait until we've revealed our major, just on the small chance that we actually play it. So and it's also good to do your Night Terrors first, because if I do choose to forget Call of Midnight Stream, then I will lose the elements, potentially. Bottom Bring was fun, harder to beat high difficulty. Okay, maybe I'll try it one day. So, what have we been given here? Well. We've got Glimmer's favourite card. Infinite Vitality seems useful against Sweden. Really missed that air and moon. Yeah, does make a big difference. All these useful things to do with the air and the moon. So we didn't get... So the cost is very important, I'd say, for Bringer generally. Now this is going to be slightly boosted Bringer because green is in the game. We're going to have a little bit more energy to play with because we're going to be a little bit further along these tracks. That said, these are quite possibly still too expensive. Or are they? Twisted Flowers is also going to do Jack Diddley for us. Well, it'll do something for us, but really you need to wait till Terra 2 for it to become really good. But it does have moon air on it, and those are kind of our elements. Those are our thang. Interestingly, Vitality has the animal element on, which is a critical element that we don't necessarily have much of in our deck, because we'll often forget Predatory Nightmares early. I've just realised the problem with this plan as well, which is that I'd normally forget Predatory Nightmares early. Bring out to forget Dreams of the Dahan. Already a mistake. Manifest Incarnation is just a very strong card, and it gets around Bringers not doing actual damage because these are removes rather than damage. Also Moony as well, and has the animal element on. I wonder if it's a good thing to use against Sweden. Poultry Speaker will be pleased, seeing that little sunshine. A non-obvious decision to be made. Let's just spend 5 minutes on it. Okay, so we're scaring this town. Next turn we defend in here. We grab... So we're going to use Reclaim and add a presence at 0 to grab this back. My instinct's telling me to go Vitality. So I'm going to trust my instinct on that, but I'm not sure I could justify it. Manifest could be thresholded pretty easily when you have the any. True. It's just so expensive. It's just so incredibly expensive. I feel like even with the extra energy, we're just going to be a bit broke. And this is supplying a tricky element here. Now, we're not likely to get this threshold, but I think preventing double blight placement with this is kind of redonkulous. Because that also, because it's preventing the blight, it means that we won't get Mining Rush, we won't get extra blight. Pretty nice. And we've already got Sacred Site adjacency on this board everywhere. Well, we will have next turn. Actually, we'll have it now if we want it. We need to be delicate with that extra Ravage on Manifest. Oh yeah, also true. Because yeah, this does create a Ravage as well. I think it's this. I think this is probably also viable, but I don't think I'd trust that I'll be able to budget effectively. I like Floods. You can combo with Stem. You like Floods? Horrible. I mean, we could combo with Stem. That's true. That is one of the combos at our disposal with this. I'm not even sure I've ever played this pairing. So when Bringer destroys something, if it's already taken damage, we can pseudo-destroy things using less damage. So Floods would become better. But I just don't like anything that's this expensive. These are just too expensive. Ooh, flat redeem already. And a top tip from Viz. Crikey. Just flooding the world with redeems today. Let's all learn a top tip. Here's one from GT in Newcastle. Save money by taking the stitching out of old clothing and using it again. So there's a helpful tip. Thanks, Blues. Spending your peaso so we all become a little bit wiser. For other damage to combo with Stem. These are just, I mean, I think the expense is enough of a reason to shun these cards. Okay. I wonder... We probably want to think... We've got a 0 range presence incoming. We'll put it down here. So next up, we're just thinking about targeting. We can only place at range 1 with this. So we'll just extend as far over as we can, which is actually here is better. The wisdom gained from investing my peasos in knowledge truly enriches my life. Well, that's the point. That's why I do this. Sharing the great wisdom of this comic / magazine. Okay, so we've got our nightmares up here, and we've got stem trick action in here. Yeah, nothing. There's nothing fancy to do. It's just let's just do the things. And we do the predatory nightmares in here. We pretend to destroy this. So where do we want to push this? I think we want to push it into a jungle, because green's more likely to be able to just prevent it if it's in a jungle. And we'll push these Dahan into here for a future Caught Up in Night streams. Enriching the life of all chat. Of chats everywhere. Okay, so we kind of know what we're doing here. So because of green's acceleration, we're already moonier than we would normally be. So this is the proposed bringer turn. We'll just leave that like that for now and then think about what green's doing. What was the royal backing card? It was jungle. It was jungle. I probably should have been factoring that in, but I didn't. So we're into stage 2 now. So at this point, it could be anything. We're back into the could be anything situation. So we've got this ravage here, this ravage here. We could place in here and then overgrow in here to prevent this ravage. That's probably the correct thing. We are against Sweden after all. So I think that's the right thing to do. Yeah. So, and we will look. Do we look at a minor or a major here? It's going to be it's a minor power for now. What do we get? Oh, wow. Nature's Brazilians. Incredibly good. Just the top card. Even against Sweden. We actually can't just make a sacred site, so we do still need to overgrow. But that's fine. This could be useful, for example, here. We could just defend. This is going to be a bigger ravage. Let's quickly consider the others. Call of Dahan Ways is intriguing. As we have access, we already start with water cards, so the fast Blight Yoink is also pretty valuable. So I think this is the pick. Yeah, I'm not going to burn too many brain cells on that pick. So yeah, we'll go with the plan. We could be unlucky in here, but we should be able to grab a little extra defend. If we overgrow with this plant here, we'll get a 2 defend, which should mean we're safe in here. We've got a sacred site here for targeting. The sacred site targeting with green can be a headache. I'll hopefully not mess it up too many times today. Let's add a presence. And we'll add it from plant. This is very safety first, but it's okay. So that means that if the event buffs this damage, then we just kind of go meh, 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 like that. Interdasting. Very interdasting. We can give ourselves more elephants. I probably should just not talk obscurely in my own secret Spirit Island language. I'm talking about elements. So I'm curious as to whether it's better to know what the fear card is when we pick the major power. We'll almost certainly be forgetting this turn. Not guaranteed, but highly likely. So forgetting it to gain a major power and play it immediately. Is it better to have potentially not have that bonus element? Green has no benefit from that element. Extra element green for innate creepers. Oh, you are completely correct. Do we have a creeper to do? We do have a creeper to do. Good call. Well made, thank you. Good spot, chat. So there's me saying that... Ooh, that is a scapegoat. We're not going to get to Terra 3. Good spot, chat. Good job. So, we've got our Defend 4 in here. And we're going to call on Midnight Stream here. Space beat me. Space beats everyone in the end. That's just its nature. Okay, what have we got? These are definitely cards. Vigor, 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 vigor. So, Pen is kind of interesting. Power Storm's interesting. So remember, these are bringer mages, so they're not doing real damage. They're doing pretend damage. Blazing Renewal comboed with what, Peasant? What do you want about? No, that doesn't work, because this is fast damage. Blazing in green. Yeah, that's a tempting prospect, isn't it? It's a bit expensive though. Bit pricey. It's also a very nice way for us to just get presents wherever we like, and we very much value throwing our presents around as green. If we could get some other fast damage, could be pretty strong. Wildfire greed. Something like that. That's a fun combo. That's a fun combo. This is the dream of which fear farms are made. And it's more sunny Bodan action. I know you all find very hard to resist. Dropping disease and strife isn't bad either. Yeah. There's actually... We've got options. We've certainly got... I mean, here, we can actually just prevent 2 builds, which is also kind of interesting. Oh, no, we can't. We can't get the push and hit. We can prevent a city build here, which we don't always want to do. But if we're planning on playing it this turn, and then we don't have to... play it this turn. We could forget something else, but I'm not sure what I'd want to forget. Oh, actually I do know what I'd forget. Probably Predatory Nightmares now. There's some good options, yeah. Pen solves Sand 7. Yeah, it does. But Vigor solves it better, more effectively, I think. The thing with Pen is that we don't have any token placement just yet. Though it is a moon card, which is attractive. Pretty much down to threshold, says the Hawk. I mean, the fact that this is a moon card does make quite a big difference. Makes me want to keep Predatory Nightmares, though. Though, if we're playing it this turn... The threshold's pretty ridiculous. Real potential for serious fear farming. Blazing Renewal is so good on green, though. Oh, God. We don't have a use for it this turn. Do we just hang on? Do we just forget Predatory Nightmares and then call next turn as well? Power Storm is also a pretty good one. Not that we have anything particularly to Power Storm apart from Gift of Proliferation. And the P-Brain is crunched to a hawk already. They're good cards, Brent. They're great. They're great. They're some of the best cards ever printed. Vigor is so nice. We've forgotten our best Dahan movement card that we start with. Green still has some Dahan movement that they will be squeaking in. They will be choking those fields with growth. Doesn't help with your decision, but I had Pen and Ruins the other day against Sweden, which was quite good. Yeah, thanks for the help, Jobo. We appreciate it. Just being about as helpful as your average king. Can you threshold blazing with predatory? Oh, that's interesting. Nearly. Nearly-ish. Nearly. I mean, God, this is... I sometimes like it when the game gives me difficult decisions. And sometimes I just want an easy life. Okay, what's going to do a lot for me this turn? We could prevent a city build here this turn with Vigor right now. We could Power Stomp Overgrow in a night, which is kind of pointless. We could, which would mean that green would become a bit more powerful more quickly, but that's not really a problem. Hey, Chris. I hear you have a difficult decision to make. It's true. Which major for Bringer? What a decision. Pen Up Calamity is so easy to threshold. With the threshold, we can kind of, over the course of a couple of turns, we can really do a lot of pretend damage. And it is Strife, which is also good against Sweden. Hey, thanks for the claim, Gluns. I think Blazing is out with the other two on the table. I mean, the fact that this is Moon is a big deal. Moon enables this. It also is Animal as well, which I know I've already got an Animal Major, but it's very easy to end up in a situation where you don't have any Animal cards because typically you forget your Animal cards. Or / just don't want to play them. If we pen right now, we could just gain 5 fear in here. And if we play Pen with Predatory Nightmares... Okay, here we go. So what I need to be doing is, if I'm playing with Predatory Nightmares and green, we need to be doing some Creeper's Tear damage and then finishing cities with Predatory Nightmares for some fear farming. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the tank. Your left window Vigor, your right window Pent. We'll circle a landing zone at an altitude of 40 kp for the next hour. Yeah. Well, if that's how you feel, I'll just make the decision. I'll just make it look easy. See, look at that. Easy. Tempting just to yoink, just to grab the 5 fear. So we're going to prevent this ravage with green's ability. And we don't really care about Sweden building. So I think we just turn this disease into 5 fear. Seems reasonable, right? Blazing would be better for green, I guess. Give it to green if you get in 20 power. Perhaps it's a bit too far-fetched. It's a problem of energy, in my experience as Bringer. We are getting a bit accelerated, but we're still poor. Say how to get out of the tank, send the trolls. God, I don't encourage trollery in here. So this is just 5 fear, which is pretty nice. Sweden does not have a particularly big fear deck. Pen does a lot of work in various sands. Potentially. I think it's actually as much that it's so thresholdable. And it gets us our moon and our animal. I think that's what makes it particularly appealing. And once we've got the threshold, we can set for huge fear farming opportunities. A lot of pent-up demand for calamities, exactly. Cultural assimilation, damn it. Well, at least we don't need to play around cultural assimilation anymore. We are going to get some beasts attacking, though. And do we have reckless offensive things? No, we don't. Okay, that's a relief. Let's just make this into a fear farm, shall we? Fine, have a town. I don't care. Actually, don't think I really do care. So we've got a beast damage down here. We actually don't have a counterattack. But this is defended. It's a new fear card. It's a scapegoat's fear card. Does that do anything for us? It doesn't do a lot for us, Jim. I think I'd rather keep the beast on the board. Especially in a wetland. Especially with pent-up calamity in the game. Yeah, I'm going to keep the beast on the board. Never know what to do for these early beast attacks. I mean, yeah, like, especially this early. I think if I didn't have pen, I'd be tempted just to cash it in. Cash in that stonk. What a peasant surprise, says blah 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 blah. Well, indeed. So we're adding some strife. Okay, so strife is more fuel for the calamity. Beast, disease, or Dahan. Well, we don't have an opportunity to place it in with a actual city, but they are building an actual city in here this turn. So this could just be a fear farming opportunity. Each pet adds a strife in a land. Okay, we could actually add multiple strife in here. So let's do that. Let the fear farming commence. Though I will need to reclaim both to get pen with threshold. That's okay though. Your bot created a rhyme, by the way. Very smart bot. Very smart. Okay, it's giving me an order for ravages. That's probably because of this. So let's prevent that ravage. This is defended. It's also defended. And that's defended. Lovely stuff. Okay. So, flirtation. I haven't done a lot about the flirtation. We're going to lose. Gonna lose a town up here. Oh, God. No one redeemed what's today's excuse, but I do have a good one. Spent far too long trying to make videos this morning. Foolishly. Okay, so we've got some fields choked with growth. Do we care about Dahan pushes? I mean, we probably would like to play around the escalation a little bit if we can. Don't have a good place to push this that's safe apart from pushing it into this jungle. Because that's already been explored. Doesn't feel like a good use of the time. If we pen up Calamity in here... Oh, interestingly, because this doesn't have Strife on it. When we replace these... I don't think we'll be able to yoink them onto the city. My greed may well have cost me. Bring back excuses. Surely excuses are still there. I do just routinely switch them around for the sake of variety, but I will make sure they come back. We've also got this ravage here, which is a somewhat unfortunate ravage. I've just got distracted by all the excitement, haven't I? All the pent-up Calamity excitement. entirely possible. So if we do hit here with pent up, I think you can place them as you choose, but I'm not sure. You might be able to place them on the 6. I think you can. I suspect I can, but I guess we'll find out, and I'll find out in such a tragic way that I will remember. That's the benefit of that. We gain loads of fear doing that. Okay, actually, I think just pushing this town out is a good thing to do. If we use pent up and remove these two, that is 6 bringer damage. So I'd love to push in another town, but then actually we could kill it on the ravage. So that's kind of tempting. We'll save this spot, and then we will pseudo destroy the city and a town. We'll push one of the towns out and we'll strife the other one. Then they'll die in the counterattack. Lovely jubbly. With Pent, you can add strife to cities. Yes, or was the question slightly different? The question was something different. The question was, if you have removed tokens, return up to 2 of them. So because strife are played on individual buildings, then am I able to return them to a different place? Who knows? So we probably want to try and plonk a presence in there. How the hell do I do that? We will have the energy to overgrow gift next turn. So we could overgrow into here to prevent this ravage. And we've got this one, which we might just let go. These guys are going to build a second city in here, which is lovely. Really nice of them to do that. The town will get pushed out. Not sure how that interacts. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think because it removes it first, then it damages, and then it returns them. We'll find out together. One day I'll learn the rules to my favourite board game. But not this day. I'm doing silly things. I'm thinking too far into the future now. I'm thinking about predatory nightmares and creeper's tear opportunities in the future. That's going to require sacred site adjacency and jungle presence. This is going to have 2 cities in. This might be, and also this is going to be dropping vast. This is going to be a place where we want green presence in the future. But we're actually kind of a long way away. It might be a pipe dream for now. Don't think you'd be able to add it to the pushed out town. I don't want to add it to the pushed out town. We'll find out. The idea is that the city will not get pushed. I think you can return to any invader in the targeted land. Okay. Okay, let's do this. So we'll just destroy one of these towns. So we've got scapegoats at tier 1 there. Tier 2 is actually not that much better. Doesn't really make that much difference. So to threshold pent up, which is definitely worthwhile, we need to actually reclaim. But we don't feel as bad about it as usual because we've already got some green acceleration. So do we want a minor power for support, or do we want to look at another major? Dread Apparitions is rarely going to provide enough defend for us to really care. Yeah, my sister. Yeah, I think Bacon is right. I think that it's just one of those things where I don't trust it. I don't trust my own grasp of the rules. So a minor power would mean we'd have a hand of 5 cards, which is easier to delay reclaims on. Which means it's easier to get more progress on this track. Which means we can pick this option more often for more energy. So I think it is a minor power. And if we were to pick up another Moonfire card, it means we can get our Pent Threshold again if we reclaim that with this option. So I think that's a pretty good thing to do. Or even, yeah, I think that's right. Drent plus defend is a lot of defend, not for this turn, but later. True, true. But we don't need to defend, right? We've got green on our team. We're just strifing around the place. Need some cheaper cards around for reclaiming one. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're just over budget right now. We're over budget. So we like moon fire cards, and we've only been offered 2 moon fire cards. Game hates me. So this is Quicken. Quicken is so good that it almost defends in here. In fact, it does defend because of the excess strife in here. But this changes things quite a lot, because this is actually a viable defend card against Sweden, and it has the right elements to get these thresholds. And I'm just going to keep saying "and" if I don't just nip it in the bud now. Let's just take it. So we could play that instead of Predatory Nightmares, but I think probably I'll still play Predatory Nightmares, but I'll be thinking about pushing Dahan for a counterattack, maybe. Animal! It's got everything! It's got everything we could want, apart from air, I suppose. Could have had air. Okay, so over on this board, we could get unlucky and have a Ravage here that drops Blight. This is definitely a problem. This is definitely a double Blight drop plus a town. We'll stick the town in this Hell land. I really want to just prevent this Ravage with green. Is that actually happening? Because this will be a double Blighter, but so will this by the time it happens. If I place a presence in here, we can actually pseudo-destroy the city with Predatory Nightmares if we play it with Pent this turn. There's no Dahan to push, which makes that slightly less appealing. It has a Beast too if Pent takes the day off. That is true. Actually not very airy these days. Just not very airy. Crikey, my stress tea has gone right through me. I'm going to have a quick bio BRB. I'm just going to leave it there because I think my BRB screen is actually not very helpful. Oh no, it is helpful. They've returned. Full of strategies. Right. So, God, this is such a nice bit of fear farming. And we've got 2 options of ways to do it. We have no viable defense, so it's almost certainly this. Though, remember, this does have the extra damage ability. I don't think we've necessarily got a good use for it this turn. It is fast damage rather than slow damage. Someday I'll learn the rules to my favourite game. Today's not that day. Hey, Doc. Thanks so much for the sub earlier. You sneaked one in. Snuck one in when no one was looking. I noticed. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, so I think that's probably our turn. We've got this Ravage, which I want to prevent. This one I'm probably letting go. I want to put a presence in here as well. How do I do all those things? By reclaiming, I think. And maybe we go Overgrow Gift. But this is not a very familiar... This is interesting. I did just leave it to chat to come up with this combo. So I don't have an understanding of this combo. So I could just be doing it wrong. Or we could put the second presence in with this option here. Trouble with that is that then we've just got nature's resilience, which we could use to... We can't use to defend over here. We'd still get our presence here though, but we wouldn't get any Creeper's Tear to use in conjunction with Nightmares on this city that's building this turn. That's today's excuse. I must just let that excuse out by accident. I didn't even notice. You know, like when you get surprised, you're like, oh. Now, my excuse is trying to make openings videos and being unsatisfied with what I've created. This is a weird turn. It's funny how we can get kind of the same result. If we go with this, we just place a presence in here. We just place a presence in here. The trouble is we don't get any of our thresholds if we do that. If we reclaim, we can spend a load of our energy. We don't have a great energy income to achieve the same thing, but we will at least get that 1 pip of Creeper's Tear damage that will translate into 5 fear. So I think we do that, even though it looks terrible. We also gain a minor power. That's pretty useful. Do we look at a major here? No, I don't think so. Very impressed that your stream has closed caption extension. Thanks. I don't think many people use it, and I think the caption extension struggles to understand my jibber jabber a lot of the time. So, you know, there is jibber jabber. I'll be gibbering, I'll be jabbering. Well, these have potential. What do you think of going with last growth option with green, gain a major playing with resilience? I like that least of all. Least of all, because I had 3 options this turn, and I was thinking about this one, and I did this one. Why don't I like this? Because at that point, the only card in my hand was resilience. Let me just think about this. We could have made a sacred site and defended here. That's true. That's true. We also would have had the energy, which is also good, and a major would have been good. And we'd had the energy for a major. I wouldn't have been able to do the thing I want to do, which is turning Predatory Nightmares into a 5 fear card by partially damaging the city that's going to be built here this turn. I don't know whether what I'm doing is good. Too late now anyway. It is too late. How does the closed captions translate tooth? Who knows? Struggles a lot, especially with most names and game terms. It helps a lot if I'm unable to turn on the volume. Oh, good. I'm glad it's helpful. Just like butt spot. Helpful. So, I mean, I think you could go that way. I favour building up a bigger hand with green. We'll soon be at 3 or 4 plays. So I'd say that's the one thing that works against it. I don't think against Sweden we need majors that much. It's an unfamiliar matchup, honestly. It's not like England 6 Ocean that I've played enough that I just know. I just kind of go, oh yeah, this is a good thing, this is a bad thing. It translates as tooth. Well done, CC. Yeah, well done. Good job. Can I actually prevent anything much here? There are no builds that I can prevent with Lure of the Unknown. Call to Isolation is such a powerful card though. Let's full screen it. Wow. This push per Dahan can be absolutely redonkulous. Interested to see which you choose since I have no idea. But Beneath looks good. Rack Root is free, works with Pen. Well, this is a green pick. But yeah, you're right. I had not thought of that. The nice... Okay, so what? Let's look at this. What's going on here? The moon plant is tempting because that gets us this. And as green, we start with a couple of moon plant cards, but they quite rapidly become not so useful. So that's an attractive feature of these cards. Water is kind of useful for our defense innate. Hey, nice third claim there, Mr. P. Good job. Pretty damn punctual. My Dahan have been flirted. It's true. It's true. So I'm thinking it's going to be one of these. Lure of the Unknown is often very, very strong. I could see how it might be very useful against Sweden because we can prevent their builds. Was talk of England earlier has kind of... We could even use it for making a... No, we can't really use it for making a fear farm. The dream. Water, moon, and damage for pull beneath. It's true. It is water, moon, and damage. You're not wrong. I don't like that it costs energy, though. That's a big downside. And defend is not really, I don't know. It's it's useful, but against Sweden in particular, especially as I've gone with this option here where I spend all my energy on overgrowing in here. I could have just placed it in there. Wonder about this rack root idea for the sake of future calamities. Lure is pretty cramped at this time. Yeah, I've not done well at keeping lots of empty spaces. I think it probably is rack root. Because we actually got an imminent fear farm in here. As in, what do I mean by a fear farm? A land with more than one city. Have we had Years of Little Rain yet? I don't think so. If we get Years of Little Rain, we've already got a little bit of water. I don't think picking an actively bad card is worth the Years of Little Rain. We can always sacrifice these two. Damn it. I mean, this is kind of it's forgetful. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that option there. I'm gonna ride roughshod over chat's demands. Okay, so we want to be building our plays. So go in here for the planned Predatory Nightmare City destroy, and we overgrow in here to prevent this double blight ravage and extra town place. Does Bringer want the acceleration? We probably do. If this is our kind of fairly standard turn, costing 4 and we've only got an income of 3, we want that. So I think we do value the acceleration, especially as it's also creepers damage. If we do... Actually, the creepers damage doesn't make that much difference. Wait a second, we might have better than this. We might... Do we have better than this? We might be better off actually just hitting this city in here with Predatory Nightmares post some creeping by using stem rather than accelerating. Because stem will deal damage to every single one in here. It'll also give us a bit of safety defense in here. Gee, I'm not sure it makes that much difference. I'm not sure it makes that much difference, or maybe I'm just not competent enough to see it right now. That's possible. Man, it'd be good to add some more fast tokens, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Yeah, we actually only need the single Creeper's Tear for this, if you go with that option. And this, but this on its own doesn't do a lot. Let's just go with the simple Accelerate. I don't think the stem actually offers that much, though the bonus here is significant against Sweden. Oh god, such a flippy flopper peasant. Pool Beneath combos with loads of stuff here. It's not bad. I like taking Rack Boot more, though. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't have a good feeling, a good understanding of this. Of this team. Just yet. So we'll have a safety defend in here. Oh, and we've got these things. So we actually do have the ability to give green a little bit more, give green another moon. Do we have the ability to give ourselves more fear? We do. If we give ourselves an air, we can either have one more damage or one more fear. We've already got a single creep. Are we in with any cities? We will be in with a city here, but we won't be adjacent to a sacred site by the time that comes around. This is the trickiest thing about green. So maybe we just take the fear rather than the damage. I think we take the fear rather than the damage. So we'll give ourselves another air, which gives us another night terrors. Oh. That's why. Oh yeah. Wait a second. We have to Spirits May Yet Dream on ourselves for fire. That's it. That already was. I already needed to do that. Okay. So we do this in here. We remove these two strife. Thank you for the pointer. I would have been just a bit confused there. Yeah, Alex saw it as well. Only old Muggins here didn't see it. So. This is pseudo damage. There's literally no point in partially damaging anything with this unless you deliberately don't want to push it. So we will clear this Explorer out, I think, just for safety. And that's 7 fear. Wow. So the town. Where do we put you, town? Do we just push it in here? We are building up great big stacks of future problems. Okay, so we will strife these two. Yeah, okay, this is acceptable. It's acceptable. I don't think I'm necessarily playing the best game today. Okay, we've got ourselves some sacred sites under threat. How fiery are we? We have got 3 fire elements already. Maybe time to... Maybe it's... No, we've got... This is going to grant us lots of fear. We don't want to forget Predatory Nightmares. Beast Stonks are going to come in. Oh, and... Thunderspeaker. Bringer is going to get a free minor power. Which is pretty interesting. Maybe we actually forget this to pay for more... sacred sites under threat. We really don't like... This is horrible most of the time. How many sacred sites have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, and if we lose the presence here, we don't get to prevent this ravage. This is critical. Let's make a fear factory on 14 of the 16 lands. How dare you? Forget Rakru. Actually, that's a use for Rakru. Bacon. Bacon's been over fried. A little bit too crispy today. All right. So we have a kind of irrelevant sacred site. So we've got 4 sacred sites. We need 12 fire. We could forget 12 energy or pseudo energy. We could forget Rackroot, take the 7. It's a bit unfortunate, honestly. We could forget Quicken the Earth Struggle. If we forget one of these, we'll lose the in-play fire. Actually, we don't need this sacred site here. Oh, we do need it for the predatory city destruction. Could we do that somewhere else? No. No, we can't do that somewhere else. Unless we use stem, we can't use that over here. Discard 2, pay 2. We've currently got 3. Oh, we could also just choose to destroy presence in places, couldn't we? For example, we don't need this sacred site here. Discard 2, pay 2 would be giving us an additional... Mumble, mumble, mumble. Okay, this is non-negotiable. We could lose this, but it's a shame because we're gonna want to prevent this ravage. So I think we want 9 fire. I think we maybe discard Quicken and forget animated Rackroot. Quicken's too good to completely get rid of. And there's no way I'm spending Bringer's precious energy. No way. Okay, so we've got up to a total of 9, so we're going to lose our sacred site in here. I wince every time I get sites under threat when I'm playing Vital Strength. It always happens. I've just spent all my energy. Yeah, it's brutal. It's also one of those events that always just boggles me a little bit. Old Muggins comes up with the overall plans while chat just focuses on the small details. Author versus room of editors. I know, right? Who'd be old Muggins here? What's the deal? Okay, so we are going to pay for 3 of these. Oh, wait a second. We don't care about this. Oh, we do care about that sacred site. Okay, this one, we are destroying a presence. That's fine, but the rest we're doing damage. So, same here. We've actually got a couple of fear cards. We may as well damage the city in case we get to keep our presence there. Yeah, the scapegoats is going to kill that explorer anyway. Okay, and in here, again, we're just preserving our sacred site rather than being thrilled about this extra damage. Beast donks. So this beast is going to move somewhere. Bringer is probably not going to gain any new mages for a while. Neither is green. I think when you're thinking about your beast placement, you always want to put them in with invaders. But you also think about the kind of powers you might be playing with them. Sea monsters being the big one. Yeah, let's keep them coastal. And this is we got because Bringer has 4 friends. Terra 1 scapegoats. Oh. Oh, it's towns destroying explorers. Cities don't do anything. Okay. Eee. Okay, so what do we got here? More fire earth cards, amazingly. Fire's the thing we're short of. Now, fire moon would be great. But we're actually okay for the moon. So maybe we prioritize one of these. Rouse, remember, and this is a bringer power, so it's a pretend damage. But this is another opportunity to generate lots of fear. Scour the land, says Mega Chris. So that's potentially 6 fear. And 3 town pushes and pushing all explorers, but adding a blight. Probably it'll be fast sometimes. Terra 1, those goats hardly take any blame at all. I know, right? Barely call themselves goats. So Scour the Land is interesting. That is a lot of fear for one energy. Especially as we are in the business of pushing towns around a little bit. Because we've got Bringer, aside from anything else, but we also have green that does that. And the third air is not going to be super unusual, because we've already got an air. I think it's definitely one of these fire ones. Dahan moving cards can also be useful combining with Quicken. True, true, true. True. Yeah. This is also 0 cost. This is the blight restriction is kind of awkward, potentially, especially against Sweden. Might be the places we want to hit might already be blighted. How are we doing for fear? Okay, so we're pretty much guaranteed to get to Terra 2 next turn. Well, we are guaranteed to get to Terra 2 next turn. And they just throw tomatoes instead of laying them in the public square. Flaying them. So, Scour, huh? If we could do it quick, fast, more reliably, I'd be more tempted. Though, interestingly, if we Scour with Dread Apparitions, that's potentially generating quite a lot of defend. And because we've got the air on our track, we'd actually get to do this fast. Is that a turn? Is that a turn I'd be proud of? Well, probably not. The frugal part of me likes the fact this is a 0 cost fire earth card. Why earth? Because maybe we'll get to do this if green keeps accelerating Bringer. We get to the any. No, that's a long way off. This one's going to blight. This is going to push a town. So actually, they'll put a town in here from the Sweden effect. We do have the big defend. Is that useful next turn? We can drag a couple of Dahan in here for counter here next turn. 0 cost. Oh, we discarded our other fire card, didn't we? Because we needed to pay for Sacred Sites under threat. That makes this more tempting. Interesting. And now I'm thinking about maybe predatory nominizing the town so that we can just defend this next turn instead of preventing. Scrooge Peasant says it's cheap. Perhaps if you combine Scout with Vitality, then no blight gets placed. Yes, that's how I would rule it on the field. Yeah, that's the point. I've got Vitality. It might be a good idea to use it at some point. Yeah, let's not go Rouse. It's one of these then. I think it's called Ferocity. I mean, we may never use it. Here's that disappointing scapegoat that doesn't destroy this Explorer. Fire won't get thresholded without the moon. That's how it plays. We'll soon have our any, right? Vitality and Scout are a great combo. I don't think we can go back now. What? Oh, God. Okay, we've got Good News Ravage here. Let's just quickly do the Good News Ravage before anyone notices all the mistakes. We're at Terror level 2 now. Great. This we prevent. And this is a double blight. So we get an additional town in here. But this is fine. We allow this build because we're generous like that. Oh, that's how it plays was for Scout of Vitality. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Jim. So we've got our predatory nightmares left. Next turn, we've got a ravage here. Oh, the fear card prevented the fear farm being made. Yeah, thanks, mate. Cheers, fear card. You're doing a great job there. Does the card exist to move a fear card further down the stack? Maybe the Jagged Earth Spirit. If you know Scapegoats is coming, it could be useful to resolve it much later. You can mess with the event deck a little bit, but I don't know if you can do that with the fear card. Like Days can move, put an event deck back on, an event card back on top. I'm regretting not taking Scour now. I hope everyone's happy. Hope you're happy now. I'm certainly thrilled. Oh god, this is actually going quite badly. Does a card faction can do it with events? Yeah. Just rereading chat. Sometimes some stuff you say in chat is so good I have to read it twice. We can take this down to a 5 damage ravage next turn. Oh no, we can't. We've only got one Creeper's Tear because we needed that third fire. Okay, I think we go with the original plan to just milk the fear out of this fear adder that's just hanging here. Sands for Creeper's Tear. Does that actually kill that? Oh, it does actually kill it. 2 fear versus 5 fear. I suppose we can make this into a 1 blight ravage instead of a 2 blight ravage with nightmares. Oh, we'd get 4 fear versus 5 fear. Okay, yeah, the P brain is not firing on all cylinders. It's just not. Oh, we can still stem in here to get the fear. You could do stem there too. Okay, well at least we're cranking some fear. Does feel like this is a bit of a bad turn though, coming up. It's a bit bad. We do have infinite vitality. We could use it this turn. What a bold idea. Finally we'll get our fear farm over here. All we need to do is make a sacred site, and there we go. That's our vitality that we've always wanted. Vitality with Dread Apparitions. Dread Apparitions I don't think is going to do a lot for us. No. So, what other vitality options are there? Yeah, we could vitality in any number of these. Any number. You do have Gift of Proliferation just sat there, looking enticing. We could get our any this turn. If we were to use the Reclaim 1, which is generally how I roll with this spirit, we could grab one of these puppies. Just scoop it back up. This here is actually an 11 damage ravage, so in theory we could scoop up our 10 defend, but I don't like it. Too risky. Reclaim Quicken, you can make 2 sacred sites. Yeah, I don't trust it though for an 11 damage ravage. It's like we're spending too much effort to do something that's not guaranteed to pay off. This we could just prevent. This we can just prevent by placing a presence there. This is more of a problem. This is a double blight with a town extension. Hey, Jesper. Swedish adversary. Yeah, we're against the Swedes today. I'm you know, trying to branch out from Prussia as I get more used to streaming multi-spirit. Chuck a defend 2 on top of it. That's true. You're not wrong. Don't care what they say. I think this is a good turn to actually just push for 4 plays and another minor power. Though, while we're on the subject, we're not on that subject. Sad to say, I have to root for the Swedes then. No, you don't. This is the Swedes at their worst, not their Swedes at their meatball making best. This is Swedes being mean. They're flirting with the locals. They're destroying everything. When they could be making department stores and speaking English very, very well. Take away their Allen wrenches so they can't build the furniture. Yeah. The Achilles heel of the Swedes. I'm just way too clean for a peasant game. Thanks. I'll take that backhanded compliment and I'll enjoy it. Okay, I think we're preventing both of these ravages. Probably letting this one go, depending on what this is. We might be able to actually make it a single blight ravage. No, I don't think we can. Oh, we might be able to, if we get a bit lucky. This one, I think Bringer does Bringer things with vitality in here. We reclaim one of these 2 cards to use next turn. We're going to have an extra element because we've, yeah. So I think that's the plan. Seems absolutely reasonable to me. Go Swedes! What? Take a strong stance against colonialism here. Don't care how much I like my boxy shelves. Okay, green has been offered some of these little puppies. So we've got coastal. We've actually got a preventable build, and it's adding strife because this is a mountain. Oh, on the Allen wrenches. Oh yeah. By the way, everybody, I'm gonna give it. I'm very random about shout-outs I give, but if you like watching Spirit Island, D-Walls also streams Spirit Island. There's a little shout-out. Not all the time, but sometimes. Okay. What am I doing? See, the moon gives us more Creeper's Tear, which is pretty valuable. We don't have to reclaim one of these. We could. One of these 2, we could reclaim this. We are actually, yeah, this is looking pretty ropey once we get to the coastal lands turn. This jungle turn we can actually address mostly. Then it gets really bad. Constantly gorgeous, yeah, I know. Beautiful. It would be pretty good here as well. Bringer, as usual, is worried about energy. And this would enable us to use our Reclaim 1. Green could just constancy that on themselves over and over. Bringer could take the energy. We'd be able to afford to do this every turn, potentially, or this or similar. These two or something. Intriguing. Thanks. I'll be streaming today at 3 PM EST, which would be 8 PM British time. I don't know what it's called. Well, I don't know what it's called. I don't even know what time is. I tried reading that Stephen Hawking's book, and I got about page 3, maybe page 4, and my brain exploded. You can type it in Google, it will convert it for you. It is a construct. Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit. That's what it is. It's not real, like Spirit Island. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, so there is more to this. Gift of Constancy is Gift of Constancy. It's just a wonderful card. Look, beautiful. However, both of these cards are adding tokens to the board that I can then use to create vast amounts of fear with Pen of Calamity. Swedish furniture, also a construct. Feels so real, though, when you stub your toe on it. The fact it's got Moon is pretty valuable too. The Fen 4 is also not necessarily completely irrelevant. Wow, that's a ringing endorsement. It's not completely irrelevant, just mostly irrelevant. Largely irrelevant. This is pretty flexible. This is not so flexible. This is only Mountain Jungle. Because these are fast, the flexibility is kind of relevant. I think Serpent's for pen support, but maybe Disoriented. Yeah, we can straight up prevent a build, which is... It's always nice to prevent a build. But then you're sat with a Wild Seer that's doing nothing. That's the downside of that. If we combo Serpents with Nature's Resilience, that's 10 defend, which is kind of getting a bit more relevant now. Serpents or Constancy, says Glimmer. I feel like Constancy is pretty good. Pretty damn good. The trouble we have now is that our Pen Up Calamity just isn't going to be doing a lot. So that's the... Whereas Serpents or maybe Landscape are a way of changing that. The extra potential for Creeper's Tear damage from this is also relevant. This is so cheap, though. This enables Bringer to maybe even forget about the top track once we get our any. And go bottom track. I'm joking. Could never go bottom track. Megachris thinks Constancy because of the low energy income of green. What, you think to play it on yourself? Heresy! Could play it on yourself. Our energy income won't be that long for long. Won't be that low for long. I'm gonna try and learn to talk. New strategy for life. Okay, so we've got this coastal build as well. Is this Serpent actually relevant? Not sure it is, Jim. Landscape has a good target now, unlikely to have any good targets later. 2 cards do one thing, Peasant, not exactly principles. True, true, true. Yeah, horrible. Yeah, truly disgusting. In my day, people had principles. Not anymore, apparently. See, maybe I just spend another few hours on this decision. People won't see me when I lose. They'll all have just drifted away. Peace also interact with the fear cards. It's true. You don't have to be teaching me about the stonks. I know, but I was born in the stonk market. Knee deep in beasts and profit. Make pen a corker. God, that'd be good, wouldn't it? The thing is, though, that this preventing this build is actually not as it's actually pretty valuable. It also gets us an extra Creeper's Tear this turn. It also would potentially be forget fodder. And what is Constancy really doing for us apart from everything? Do we have a good pent this turn? We were about to unlock another energy. So we could pent Vitality this turn, except we wouldn't have Threshold with pent. But we could do a destructive pen for 5 fear. 5 fast fear even. But that's not that much fear. If we grab serpents, we could reclaim it. We could plonk another beast in here and gain 7 fast fear. But without threshold, it's a bit of a sad way to throw beasts away. Pain drift down into slumber on the street audience. Interesting tactic, yeah. Wow, Peasant never loses, but I just never get through a whole game. Just never makes any decisions. It's truly horrifying. Okay, we're just going to take constancy because it was just looking at me. Don't look at me. Okay, so we are going to reclaim 1. Do we have a good quicken soon, TM? Quicken here actually is good next turn. I think we'll grab the quicken this turn. So we can... Actually, what else is in the bin? Do we have a good predatory nightmares? All we need is 1 damage from green, and then that's 5 fear for 2 energy. Would Guardian Serpents get an extra creepers? It would, Bacon. The first card, Landscape, has good elements for green and for Jungle Hungers, but the effect for the card itself not too great in this game. Yeah, it's just such a rip-off. This Predatory Nightmares. But 5 fear for 2 energy with only a little bit of shenanigans is pretty good. Especially as we've only got 1 creeper's damage. We can't destroy a town with it. If I grab this now, am I... Oh no, we've got Reconstancing. It's fine. It's fine. So, green makes a sacred site here. We value playing all of these over the energy. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I just had a realization there. If we'd grabbed a water card, what do we just discard? I'm not going to undo this now. Okay, no water was on offer. Okay. He was coming right at me, says Jasper. Don't know what that means. I'm just going to read it out. P-brain's crunching away in the background. Okay, so here's our vitality. Do you have some night terror to do? It was a South Park reference. Okay, God, I've not watched South Park since for a long time. Actually, no, I have watched it since it was first released. I promise you, I definitely have. Oh, we've got an any. Quickly, let's undo that. Undo this night terrors before anyone notices. So we are going to proliferate somewhere. So... Okay, we could grab Quicken. If we proliferate somewhere, we can make a sacred site for this coastal defend. This here is just too much, but this is viable. People with your cultural references. How am I going to keep up with all this cultural production? So if we get a third moon, we could give green an extra creeper's tear damage. Wow. Well. We can't buff night terrors because we need both an air and a moon. Oh, we could. If we give ourselves the moon, we could then give ourselves the air for an extra fear. Or we could give green an extra damage. Giving green an extra damage. Or we could give green a defend 4. It's not enough for this business here. I just realised we're going to have some overflow and lose a presence over here. Sad. We've actually already got a place to go here for our coastal ravage, so maybe this one is being let go. Where's it going to overflow to? Oh no, it's not going to overflow. Moon for air. It's the truth. Is the truth. And maybe we actually don't even need to play this. Just playing it for the sake of it. Okay, so maybe we're actually thinking about defending in this card, whatever this is, because we've already got an allocated defend for Quicken on a future turn. So I guess that's more about what can we defend that we want to defend. Probably one of these blighted lands, and probably a blighted mountain or sand. So that's these options here. If there's an explore and a build in here, this goes up from 8 to 12 damage, which is beyond our scope. So I think we'll expand into this central mountain here. And now we've got our any. So we can grant ourselves the moon to give ourselves another air. To create another fear with night terrors. Resilient saves your presence when combined with the defend too. Oh, that's true. That is true. Because we could just opt to not lose a presence. That's pretty worthwhile. Crikey. Chat's doing all the thinking today. And we've always got the backup plan as well, that we can just lose presence. So this here is a 8 damage ravage and an 8 defend. Okay, when exploring, place a town and send an explorer. Beasts provoked. Okay, 3 beasts. I'm up for that. Canny defense. Okay, so where do we want beasts? We want beasts where we can do big calamity business. This is our best hope for big calamity business. It really is. I WhatsApped Rack did good work to wife because I was multitasking. She was very confused in South Africa. Yeah, who wouldn't be? I went to South Africa once and I was pretty confused while I was there. Very confusing. So I think we stack here. I think we put a beast in here. And maybe we stack here as well? We don't have counterattacks here. And we don't even have adjacent to harm. We're not likely to have counterattacks anytime soon. So maybe we stack in here as well. Because these invaders aren't going anywhere soon. It's also coastal. And it will have a city with it. Yeah, we'll do that. Rat Root Carry. Greatly forgotten for sacred sites under threat. It's the real hero here. Explore doesn't affect coastal lands. That's it's going to make all the difference. Each player moves an explorer or town from land with beast disease or at least 2 to harm. Trying to make fear farms here, guys. Can you stop removing stuff I want to pretend to destroy? A2 for pen. Says Space Hawk, what's the targeting on pen? It's only 2 range, but we can fix that. It's also sea monsters. I think generally with beasts, if you don't have a really great place to put them, you put them in wetlands or coasts. Because sea monsters wins games, hard games. Games you shouldn't really win. Okay, well, this is our only option. Fine, we lose that then. Fine. Have it your way, game. So much for my beloved fear farms. Okay, jungle ravages. This one here doesn't put blight, so we don't get any Sweden shenanigans. This one here should be fine. Yeah, no buff damage. We allow that ravage. This one here, just say no. This one here, yeah, not so great. So that puts an extra town in here, and it's a double blight ravage. Sacred sites under threat is brutal for river. So many sacred sites, so little energy and fire. Removing one presence is the whole sacred usually. Yeah. Unless you've taken the trouble to go super sacred, which is a trouble I like to go to. Actually, I might turn this little light on here. Apologies for the slightly weird lighting. It's because I just burned all my energy trying to make YouTube videos this morning. Just burned it. Squandered it. So I think we are exploring with towns initially, which is why it's giving us this option. Sand. It's tempting to just make a horrible land. Oh, flat redeem. Thanks, Jobo. It's tempting to make a horrible land where the cursor currently is, right next to my face. Here. Because we could maybe prevent that ravage with green. And we could also potentially use stem the flow of fresh water and do a lot of damage in there. Besides sea monsters, Tsunami could also generate a lot of fear in the hand of Bringer. I think once had over 20 fear when playing that card as Bringer. Yeah, you can generate insane amounts of fear with Bringer. And sea monsters. It's hard to get the threshold unless you've got element support. But you don't even need it. Well, it's still good. Okay, where do we put this extra town? I think we probably put it in here. These are small enough that they are much more readily defendable. This could just be an infinite vitality thing, actually. We've got the adjacent sacred site. Yeah, we put it in here. We're also going to have to make the same decision on this board. I think this one's already got a green presence in, so we'll go with that idea. I need to remember we don't have an adjacent sacred site here, so if I want to just defend this with green, I need to make one. Green's going to have to do a lot next turn on a reclaim turn. Good thing they aren't broke. Yeah. They're doing pretty well for themselves as our green. Okay, now I think we're just trying to... We are just going to try and cheese some fear with a bit of creeping. Predatory creeping. We do have fields choked with growth. Where the hell are all our Dahan? They're not having a good time. They've all become Swedish. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not much of an exaggeration. A3 is an issue. Yeah, it is an issue. It really is an issue, isn't it? It's actually relatively solvable, though. We can just overgrow in there. But then the other lands are a problem as well. Okay, so yeah, the fear. What about fields choked? Can we push in for this counterattack? No. Can we push a town to make this, to make something better? If we, as we're pseudo destroying a town, it really doesn't matter where we do it because we're not in this circumstance anyway. So let's not allocate any brain power to that. Push A1. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable. Probably, yeah, pushing to this wetland is actually good. Yeah, that's just a good call. Thank you, chat. I'm still getting used to streaming multiple spirits. Yes, I am. Okay, so we almost certainly, do we really want, I guess we want the vitality back. Very passive though, that's the trouble. But not losing is kind of good. Some would say it's very good. Yeah, I think we need this back. We don't have a way of solving it with those. Okay, and what do we reclaim with green? I don't think it matters because I think we will be going full reclaim with green. The thing we really want is overgrow, and that's in the bin. to prevent this from being a triple blight place. So let's just click anything. Even Buttspot is like, A1, peasant. So, this might be a time to start looking at a major. Not that we'll be able to afford it this turn. There's a small chance we'll draw a solution for in here that we'll be able to afford, like Indomitable, for example, being one of the solutions. Even Paralyzing Fright might be nice. The reason that you might want to look at a major now is actually we've got Constancy too. But our hand's a little bit sparse for looking at majors. Maybe I've changed my mind there. You're doing great! Thanks, Bacon. Thanks for believing in me. Oh, I don't believe in you. Just said you were doing great. Just words, peasant. Another fear farm is forming down here. This is fine. I'm making that face because I've started thinking about letting this go. and just not vitalitying here. But I don't think that's a good strategy. So I'm not going to do it. A minor since Constancy is in the mix. I mean, nothing here is actually that great to forget. Maybe Field's choked. I mean, I know it's done something useful last turn. The thing is that a major could mean that we're being a bit more proactive here. We're generating a lot of fear, but basically Bringer's just generating fear and green is just keeping us alive. We need to do a bit more than that. Once we've got past this Coastal Ravage, we'll be in much better shape. I mean, for example, if we just got something that would work in here, what is this? A 5, 8, 9 damage Ravage. Okay, we could use Resilience with Innate. So that would be a turn like Overgrow, Resilience, Stem, Constancy. I think we do want at least one more minor power. Yes. You probably exist like most things I believe in. Hey, thanks. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Ooh, we've got some swarming wasps. How lovely. We could crank some fear out over here, just saying. Except we don't have the cards in hand that we need or the ranging to get over there. This is a ridiculous amount of damage. This is what, a 17 damage Ravage over here. Sap would mean we could defend in there, and that's worthwhile. We're already losing a presence. It would be a double blight. I think this is probably the pick. It's also a water card, which is good for us. Swimming Wasp is tempting, and I know everyone's going to be excited about more beasts. Glimmer there, yeah, predictably enough. There's Drift Down for you. You can use it on yourself to drift away. Might just do that. Okay, so our Coastal Ravage plans. This is only a 4 damage Ravage. This is complete overkill to use Quicken in here. Where are we on our tracks? We were at our any. I'm wondering whether to actually just reclaim instead of trying to really push the presence placement. Fed 5 and Wetland might not be enough. Oh, yeah. I'm talking, there will be multiple defends to cover this, Chris. I've already, okay, the reason I said it like that is because I've already got plans to maybe be stacking Resilience and all-enveloping green in there. I've already got these plans. So if we make the Sacred Site in here to prevent the Ravage, we will get our Innate Defend in here. This is a 9 damage Ravage. So this turn we'll have 4 energy to play with. We definitely want to play Overgrown Knight, and we want to put in here. Bringer is Vitality in here. That's a 4 damage Ravage. Wondering whether we could be cheesing reclaim ones with constancy to be building our pent turn for next turn, maybe. More beast plus planetary 6 fear. The most value more beasts you've ever seen. Do we have the extra damage? The extra animal element? No, we don't. Swarming wasps, though, in this newly minted fear farm over here, we'd actually have the range for that placement, unfortunately. This has got 2 cities in. If we just stick another couple of beasts in here, 10 fast sphere for €3. Does Pent Threshold only place 2 strife if you remove? Let's have a little gander at it. Yeah. Well, no. Actually, always. If you don't remove, then it adds strife. So yeah, if we were to use it in here with threshold. Oh, wait a second. Then it would, if we were to remove those 2 beasts, it would then return those 2 beasts. But it wouldn't add the strife. If you, yeah, I don't know how you can add disease and 3 strife. Yeah, that's the one. Wow, that's the one. But if you remove, you get to put them back if you've got threshold. But if you don't remove, then you're adding strife. So yeah, it's either basically 3 strife and a disease, or a load of fear, and you get 2 of them back. I think I might sit on this green decision. I mean, sap is just very good. Wasp might be the right pick. Okay, so my original plan was to reclaim Quicken to defend in here, and now I'm thinking that's silly. And that I could be building a better turn next turn. But possibly just maybe I shouldn't be being so... Yeah, it seems stupid. The key card that I need to play this turn, I've got in my hand. I think I've removed before and put strife instead of the thing I removed before as well. I wasn't sure what happened if you only placed in the first plot. 0 cost stonks, always nice, yeah. Yeah. Especially with this shenanigans. We have a bit of a targeting issue right now, because we're not over here, but as long as this particular turn we have to do business over here, but it's very easy for us to get targeting. And this will, if we go with vitality this turn, this is going to be blight free anyway. So this is, if we're lucky, this is still only a 1 blight ravage. Turn out every other pen support guide. Guess we're waiting for Fire in the Sky. Oh, I took Rack Root. What are you talking about? What are you chatting about? So 9 damage ravage in here is kind of... If we play our kind of planned turn, we'll have 2 energy income. We'll have a total of 5 energy. We'll spend 2 of it on this. 1 for 6 defend. If we just then play our 2 water cards, we'll actually have 10 defend in here, which is pretty good. It's quite a passive turn, but it does take care of this triple blight placement and defends this. So I feel like we don't need sap. Sap is pretty good though. We'll also be able to potentially switch. We'd be able to use pen in here maybe, but that's nowhere near as good as this because there's only 1 city in there. Okay, how many cards we got in hand? 6. Oh, and that turn didn't include a constancy. Wait a second. Constancy is critical for keeping Bringer performing at this high level. Critical. Yeah, right now we can't get over here. Yeah, no great pen targets this turn anyway. The other decision was about whether to use Dread Apparitions for defending instead of using Quicken. Thing is, if we grab Quicken, we can then keep it with Constancy. But what about the Ravages next turn? We don't have a relevant Sacred Site apart from in this land here. So we might want a Constancy to get it back, but then we definitely want Vitality back anyway for this. So possibly we're reclaiming next turn anyway, which gives us even more reason not to try and cheese too hard to... Oh god, I'm getting a bit circular here. Okay. Dread Apparitions is only a ropey solution in here, so I think I will... Wonder whether I'm being too greedy on these presence placements. The benefit of the reclaiming gain is I could potentially grab another good major. Though we've got about as good majors as we're going to get. Okay, and then looking forward, we don't have any air cards to buff our sap range, and these are sand ravages. This will be a 12 damage sand ravage. So probably our constancy target this turn is Overgrown and Night to actually prevent this ravage, which you can't do anything about. Which means that we potentially could use Growth 2, which I very rarely do, to place in this land here and sap with counter. That would mean that these sands are dealt with, leaving this sands that should be Dread Apparitionsable, and this, which again is Vitality. Talons would be 10 fear. So I think given that this is a good sap with a counter, I think we go sap instead of wasps. Wasps is currently very conditional. And actually we might be better off using Pen with Threshold and just doing a place 4 tokens turn with Pen, and then removing 4 tokens, doing 12 damage, doing all that nonsense in here. So I think we take sap. After all that. Morbus is a 0 cost fear card, just saying. You say just saying, actually you're just trolling. You're trolling. Poor old peaso. Want to become famous? I already am famous. My household name. Goodbye, little one. All the bots are like, hey, fellow bot. They do like to say hello. Okay. This is going very well. Oh yeah, so where's our next sacred site? This mountain. Although it's not an immediate problem, this is much more problematic for green to solve than jungles. Our reclaim one is this safe defend in here, rather than a ropey Dread Apparitions defend. And rather than milking for presence, I think we just need to get... I think we might be able to do a bit of side damage here. Pen's a great defense card at Threshold. Yes, it is, because Strife doesn't care about Sweden being all Swede, you know? This is such a horrible Threshold for Bringer. Poor Bringer. We can give ourselves more Night Terrors, though. We could give ourselves Fear Deck knowledge. But I don't know how much we value that. Okay, back over here. It's so nice to be playing Sweden again as well. It's nice. What a lovely time to be playing against Sweden. All right, so we've got our plan in here to defend this with the 6. So remember, this is a 5, 8, 9 damage ravage. So if we play a water card, I'm just doing some quiet crunching in the corner here. I'm not telling you about it because it's not that interesting. So these little peasant subroutines going on at any given moment. I'd only tell you the most interesting and entertaining ones. It could be at 3 plays soon. 3 plays 5 energy bringers. Redonk. Redonk, I tell you. Especially with Gift of Constancy support. Wow, what a time to be a bringer. Is what you're trying to tell me that I should just use sap this turn instead of using... No, that's not what you're trying to tell me at all. Nature's Resilience is not enough defend on its own. We need to play one of our water cards to get the extra defend. Why not just play sap? For a very safe defend? For an 11 defend and all-enveloping green. For... We don't have adjacent Sacred Site in here. So we wouldn't be able to make this a safe defend. Oh, and this is just blighting quietly in the corner. So the 9 damage ravage, we could have a risky defend on 8, or we could have a safe if we go with a non-sap card, but then we're denying ourselves the very safe defend next turn. Constantly the Proliferation, not sure that's a smart play, but it's a fun one. I was thinking of Constancying the Overgrow to deal with this horrible big ravage here. That was my idea. That is fun. Spoons! Can you over-explain that joke for me, peasant? There's a spoon joke. Well, spoons are a term people use who have problems with their energy levels. And so I have problems with my energy levels. So I joke about spoons. It's very funny. So yeah, any kind of spoon reference is to do with energy levels. I don't know if I'm over-explained the correct joke. And it's like used by a lot of people with disabilities to describe, subnormal levels of energy. And I've got a spoon holding what is a kind of fork that's a bit like a pitchfork. And I don't know why I commissioned Cesrat to make that, but I did. Seemed like a good use of my Twitch money. Come on, P-Brain. I value the Gift of Proliferation, not because it's just really good. I know it's really good, but what it will mean... That's so crabby. I know it's really good, all right. But what it will mean is that I can place a presence over here with Bringer, and then I can target in here for some big fear generation, potentially. But we're probably full reclaiming next turn. Or are we? Oh, God. This is one of the things I've been enjoying about playing the same 2-spirit pairing a little bit. It's something I've been doing off stream. Is you just get a real feel for it. It can be a bit draining sometimes. But yeah, so it's like so it's a disability thing. It's a disability thing. We got our terms. Yeah, the P-Brain. That's not enough to fend, though. That's the trouble with this. Yeah, that's not enough. So we don't proliferate. No. I think if I'm... Maybe we just reclaim next turn. That's okay. We can reclaim. We're green. But actually, this is a pretty good turn if I pay these 3 next turn. Because we'll have defend 4 if we play these 3 plus a random card. Could even look at a major. Trouble is we might not be able to afford a plant major if we get... I know we would be able to... We didn't be able to afford flowers, but I think we've already seen flowers. We've seen flowers. Experience is an energy level parable for invisible conditions that affect energy level, like lupus, for example, for any condition that are not noticeable by looking at someone. Spoonful of tin hot dogs makes the energy go up. Energy go up! Exactly. So I think we're possibly reclaiming next turn. I think I can't crunch that anymore successfully. Okay, so we're not really milking fear this turn. All we're doing is desperately trying to stay alive. We don't even have any good counters this turn. Okay, I'm just going to do the things I've already committed to. So, safe defense for everyone. Mary Poppins. Yeah, when she was talking about, was it a spoonful of sugar? Makes sense. She was actually talking about crushed, pasted tinned hot dogs. There's a useful fact for you. Yeah, we vitality in here. Yeah, we just do the thing. We just do the plan, I think. There might be a better way of doing all this. We can give ourselves an extra fear. We can give ourselves extra all-enveloping green. Oh, God. Okay, that might be worth rewinding for. Why, I hear you cry. Because we can take this up to a 10 defend just using our innate. If we use Night Terrors by giving ourselves 3 moons, giving green... Oh no, because we need the plant and the water. But if we don't play sap, then we won't have the plant. Yeah, okay, I don't think it works. Fine. Phew, I'm kind of relieved. A spoonful of sugar was in bed too, wasn't it? Goodbye, teeth. Yeah, who needs teeth? Pointless things. I'd love to have more teeth. It'd be great. You wouldn't be able to stop me. I'd just be running around chewing things. And you wouldn't want to stop me, but wow, look at those teeth. I know I kind of have that feeling like if I sat here with a cup of tea for an hour, I could come up with a better set of moves here. We could look at the fear card. I don't think we've got enough agency on this board this turn for that to be worthwhile. So I think we do grab either an extra damage to destroy a town for a fear, which is pathetic, but it's better than just gaining an additional fear on Night Terrors, because we're at least doing something on the board. So I think we'll do that. We'll give green another moon. We might be able to combo this creeper damage with event damage, though. We've got beasts in here. We might be able to do some stuff. Was the medicine a sedative so they would conk out? There's a good, well-made horror trailer for Mary Poppins. It's a good YouTube find. Oh. That does sound like a good YouTube find. I think it's all going to come down to what our Blighted Island card is. Okay, we get the extra defend in here. This is actually 9. That could make a difference, actually. Festering Pits of horrible card, but we don't get it because our island is somehow still healthy. Plus 2 damage on the city. So actually, I think that 2 damage, 2 defend might have made a difference. Okay, disease somewhere, but we ignore it. Now, okay, this is good news. We can use this disease thinking about fear farming. Jaws love story, hilarious. That does sound good. Feel free to link it in the old Discord. Or even here, except I might forget. Trying to solve this position here, guys. Yeah? All my brain energy's going there. You're just slinging out Mary Poppins. It's no 7-hour uncut peasant video. It's okay 3 minutes. They couldn't even be bothered to make it 7 hours. Lazy. Okay, so... This is a very natural candidate because it's got the 2 cities in. But we could also be thinking about the disease from the point of view of where do we really not want builds. Here is good as well, except there's not a lot of building going on here. Currently, we could do 9 damage in there, and it just isn't enough to justify that. We're not really pushing invaders around that much. I guess Bringer could push stuff from the adjacent, except Bringer's not really doing that. We've already had coastal lands, so unless this is wetlands explore, which is 50-50 odds, we're not going to get an extra city in here. You're going to need a bigger wooden boat. Just loop it 140 times. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, I bet when they were making their super nice 3-minute video, they weren't being heckled by chat. Yeah. Playing life on easy mode, you're not being heckled by chat. I think we put the disease in there, and we put disease. I want to put it in here, but it's out of range of Bringer. No, there is a city being built this turn, and this is not out of range of Bringer. The disease will not disappear. It won't prevent builds this turn. And it's not in with Dahan. And we're not proliferating this turn. However, we can proliferate next turn. Scary Poppins, you're welcome. Okay, I'm just going to copy that. Put it in a little notepad file. Save it for later. Just flexing my computer skills there, by the way. Effortless. If we do get the wetland explore here, then there'll be 9 damage we can do. So we'll be able to gain 9 pseudo fear for 3 energy. Pretty good. Pretty decent. I think that might be the right call. I'm not sure. Not sure. And inevitably it will show up in stage 3. Everything shows up in stage 3. Each player moves up to 3 health invaders from a land with disease. Explore from the land. My fear farms. Can you guys just leave my fear farms alone? Wow, we can actually just prevent these 2 builds. That's probably just a good thing to do. Yeah, I think that's just a simple good thing to do. I want coffee, but I have a cat sleeping on me, a beautiful black cat. There are life's hard choices when the wife is out of the country. Yeah, I was very much like, oh, my cat's on me. I cannot move. I have duties, important duties to this little cat. Yeah, we just prevent those builds. I think that's okay. Incidentally, that... No, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got a Ravage here that the Infinite Vitality laughs at. We've got a defended Ravage here. We've got a Ravage here that's defended. Despite the fact that actually this was a 7 damage city because of the event. So 7, 10, 11. Okay, we would have been okay without the extra 2. Not that she would get me coffee, just that she would give me harder choices. So we'll prevent that Ravage because that's bad, and we'll allow that Ravage. And this is just a regular little Ravage. So again, lucky for it only to be a 1 blighter. Disintegrating Stonk system. No, my beasts. So we're adding some blight and destroying a beast on each board. These are sad times. So we lose a beast here, and where can we comfortably have a blight? Oh, the Ravage added a town here anyway. So that was a miscalculation. That was just a mistake. I should have seen that coming because I knew that was happening. So I would have been better off maybe just removing some health of invaders from somewhere rather than trying to prevent this build. So where are we adding blight? Probably here. We can recreate the sacred site fairly easily. Except that actually if we reclaim next turn. No, we don't need to reclaim next turn. Actually, this is good for us. Yeah, this is good. They can build there. That's fine. Happy for them. You've vitality D2. Yeah, we have done that. But it needs to be inland, I think. Wait. Good point. Oh my god, you're so correct. Sorry about that. Good spot. Wow. Yeah, good call. That's just better. I'll take your advice and just do the thing that's better than what I was doing. Okay, so in here we've got a blight to add. We've got plans to prevent this ravage, so we don't want to lose this presence here. Eek. So, not nice choices. Not good at all. And I don't think we've got a way of cheesing around it with gift next turn. Oh, well done coming in there from Poultry Speaker. Giving the reward that Feed Me Some needed to carry on with these helpful pointers. I mean, this actually is probably better, right? Actually, this is just better. It's not a cascade for one. It's also easy to replace and not imminently going to do something, though it might just show up right now. Yeah, that's better. And obviously sea monsters damage. Ideal. So this is just free fear that the Swedes are giving us. Okay, so we did get the Wildland Explore. Calculate. This is all calculated out. This is not all calculated out. Okay, we've got a little bit of creeping to do. Okay, next turn we've got a Ravage. This is a 8 damage Ravage, and we can get our Quicken back from Constancy. Great. This is just vitality business. So I wonder if we just reclaim all anyway. Where are we with our actual fear decks? God, this is a weird one. We didn't get one of the Blighted Island cards I was hoping for. I was hoping for one that would give us a bit more firepower. Like help from the little friends. That one. Okay, so towns. Where is a relevant town to get rid of? Preventing this city build could be okay. We've got plenty of fear farms now. We don't need to cultivate them anymore. We've already got lovely fear farm here, another potential one here. So I think maybe this one is good. Keep that as a kind of lower damage kind of deal. Okay, so we've got uses for both of these. It's so passive, but at least there's a counterattack. Yeah, this is beyond our defend. Maybe green looks at a major this turn. Because actually, the nice thing about this turn is that as long as green reclaims Overgrow, this is solved, this is empty. Bringer's dealing with these and getting a bit of a counter. So green will be in a position where if we do grab a major next turn, we might be able to use it with... Yeah. Good. Good. I was going to say good a few times. So I think we reclaim Overgrow. Prevent this double blight. Though, we've got a big blight pool now. Still, it's going to be putting towns here, which turns this into a city build, or this into a... Yeah, we don't want any more of that. And for now, Bringer is kind of happy with their energy levels. Let's just... Okay, so if we reclaim one... Okay, this is a turn without constancy, right? Maybe we just accept that we full reclaim next turn. So if we are full reclaiming next turn, then that's more justification for not... Yeah, for this idea of looking at a major power this turn. Yeah, okay, so we're going to hopefully edge some presence over here, so maybe we can use this sphere farm here. If I call it a fear farm, it's a positive, you see. But yeah, we've just been a bit passive. Okay, let's look at green's major. Even if we get absolute garbage, we've actually got an okay turn. Anyway, even if we just look at the major and ignore it. I actually need another bio break. Too much excitement. So, ooh, jungle hungers. So I'll be right back. So, well, interesting selection for green. We've already committed to getting the threshold for jungle hungers this turn. And it's also very affordable. We can play it this turn. Let's quickly check that we're not throwing away, that we're not just... I mean, this is almost certainly the correct pick. 5 iron is pen support, says Bacon. I concur. We do actually have some sand presence. Jungle hungers can do some pretty serious work though, even this turn. Like this turn, it could just clear this coastal wetland. We just don't have to worry about it. Even if the build doesn't prevent, even if the disease doesn't prevent the build, we clear this. We almost guaranteed to have the threshold. Mr. Threshold actually crushes lands for green. I don't think we've got any air though, have we? Have we got any air? I feel like Jungle Hungers is a no-brainer for us. Yeah, it does a lot. Yeah, it solves this land, leaving us a very easy defend here. Even for the fact that it makes next turn's ravages, very acceptable. Pretty good. Also, we could potentially just push extra towns in there for the hungers. Better if the disease doesn't prevent that build. Yeah, that would be nicer. But I think we take the hungers. I'm going to preserve P-brain energy, keep our defense, keep our constancy. We're almost to the point where Gift of Proliferation is no longer that useful. The misery of Bringer's bottom track. Stem is so useful for cheesing some extra fear from Bringer, though. Yeah, I've just been mentioning about pushing in with fields choked. It does get us our extra little nubs of defend, which would be good, say, in here next turn, if we had a Sacred Site. For a 5 damage. We need the 2 water for that. Oh, the other thing to think about is that the moon plant cards are even more keep aroundable than they were before. Don't think you can threshold mists. Jungle is a game winner, yeah. It's just it's an unlikely threshold for green. Do we want to be stemming it? Stem does require Sacred Sites, which is sometimes really awkward. I'm going to get rid of it. Any cheese that we do from now on is going to be based on Creeper's Tear cheese. Okay, so we could place in this other jungle here, but this I kind of want to just leave this land alone and then hopefully one day hit it with damage. One more Prolif on Bringer is still nice. Yeah, I mean, it's useful. It will give us ranging in here. Potentially, but now we've just got a jungle hunger solution for that. But there are other lands to attend to. The reason I'm interested in this one... Oh, actually, this is a good one. We could go in this land and then use that to target here. Green's been wanting to be over here forever. It's been one of their lifelong ambitions. So yeah, we could still leave this as something for Bringer to hit. Feels like a lot of messing around for not much fear, really, in the big scheme of things. But I still think it's better than what we're doing. It's just better than what we're doing. So here we go. Okay. Hungle Jungers. Yeah, we get to play everything. Wow. Okay. So we've got our planned Quicken in here. And we grab our silly You Don't Blight Anymore card. Oh. Yeah, that's right. And then we full reclaim next turn. So let's make a Sacred Site somewhere. Or do we have a presence we're about to lose? Don't think we do. 3 players can be a lot of fear. Maybe one more fear miner for Bringer. Yeah. It can be. So passive, though. So very, very passive. Okay, and now we've got to think about the extra element for... I mean, we might go with the classic 3-2-1. So giving ourselves an extra fear generation. Oh, we're at full Creeper's Tear. Interesting. We could give ourselves Defend 4, but we don't care about that this turn. So actually, let's just give ourselves the extra fear. Unless we wanted to destroy 2 towns instead of a city. No, we're pretty sure we don't want to do that. So let's just grab the extra fear. So that's a 3 into a 2 into a 2. Team Sum never gets green to full threshold. Never go full threshold. Oh, the jokes we have here. So we'll just do this to get the extra air. We'll miss out on seeing what the fear card is, but that's fine. I'm not playing well enough to account for the extra fear card. Okay, we overgrow into here to deal with this potentially horrible ravage. And wow, we've got so much energy now. How wonderful. We defend in here. We vitality in this awkward land. It's weird. I keep thinking that we've nearly got the 4 Earth for blight cleanup, but that's just not. That just doesn't happen without one particular card. I guess memory would make that happen. Probably memory's got better things to do with their time. Okay. So we want to push. Yeah, we want to be able to target in these lands. In fact, actually, if we reclaim with green, we've actually got a very safe defend options in here. So we'll put the bringer presence in here because then we could potentially target in this land. No great advantage to being in with this lone Dahan, I don't think. Simple Jack. Okay, so we'll grab some free fear. Thanks. Thanks, game. And so Blight's prevented here. 8 damage Ravage should be defended. That should be safe. This Ravage we're preventing. So I'm going to put the defend. Can I put it in here? Actually, I want to put it in here. But I'm going to put the extra in here in case we get a fear card that wants to push more things in here. Or the event card or something. Local Diaspora. And beasts are going to generate a little bit of energy. It's a weird case where I'd rather they move for this card that we're just never using. And Forsake the Barren Land is going to push around as well. Local Diaspora. See, this I don't care about Local Diaspora from my fear farming ambitions because it doesn't push cities. This face is not bothered. And actually this push here is also, this is a great push because we are jungle hungering in here. No, we were jungle hungering in here. Well, it's not like we have much of a choice about this. Okay, we got our fear card. And we've got 2 Dahan from a land with blight to a land without blight. Okay, so we've already had cultural assimilation, so we don't need to worry about pushing this in here to prevent that. It's a big decision. Huge. We can't push it to counter anywhere that makes any difference. They are going to be building a city here next turn. What the hell am I doing about this land? This land's actually more important to deal with than this land, I just realised. Because this at least has the sacred site. This has nothing and it already has a blight. Maybe that's where I'm jungle hungering. Oh well. We'll just push it in there. See what we get. Each player may gather and explore a town into a coastal land. Defend 2 in all coastal lands. How wonderful. We can't prevent a lot, can we, here? We could, I mean, we could empty this out from here. We could pile things into here. I mean, this is, I guess, more potential for jungle hunger clearancing, so that's something. Push in with green for events. I'm thinking this is the new jungle hunger's target. Well, one of these. But which one? This one's a better jungle hunger's target. I don't know what I'm on about. Let's grab one of these. And we'll grab one of these as well. Why not? This is going to prevent a city build. Okay, so Blight isn't going here. Here we get a nice counterattack. Here we just prevent the Ravage. Here there's nobody. Okay, wetland builds. We lose our prize disease card. Mountain and jungle explore. Yeah, so this is now very defendable, actually. This is only a 6 damage ravage. We do have resilience and sap sat in the bin. Don't know why I've started calling it the bin lately. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, do you keep things you value in the bin? I don't. Okay, so we could push for a counter here if we defend. If we push the whole 3 to harm, we've cleared this land. We don't have an immediate wetland build, but it's still useful. Also, multiple to harm in a land with blight, they might just clean it up. Or we can push for the immediate destruction in here with fields choked. And we've actually got Creeper's Tear. No slow bringer damage to cheese with this, so this is just a city being destroyed somewhere. That's almost certainly the right thing to do with it. My dream of destroying 2 cities with bringer continues to live on. Do you throw junk or trash into the bin? Junk is different to trash. You don't throw junk away. Junk you keep forever. It's just your way of saying thank you to your relatives, because when you die, then you've got all this junk that they've got to go through. Trash, on the end, is just, you know, that's rubbish. You just get rid of that. So we could push for the immediate town destroy. We could push for the land clear counter with defend. I guess this defend, that we're making a commitment to doing that. Depends on the bin. Call it bin 2, maybe it comes from other gaming. On the floor rather than in the bin. Laundry used to be in the future, but not right now. Junk is how you gain kipple. Oh my god, that's a PKD term, isn't it? Kipple. God, I've not heard that in a while. Okay, yeah, so we can clear this. The value of clearing this land, is that particularly valuable? It doesn't gain us more fear, it just delays the fear. We need to do something about this land anyway. It's a 6 damage ravage, which is a pretty safe defend with resilience in a land with only... Okay, semi-safe. So we are delaying gaining of fear. That won't make any difference with the point of view of imminent fear cards. There's no world where we just let this go. And it's also not a big enough situation that we vitality it. So I think we push these in here. And we push all 3 so that... Yeah. What's kipple? I can't remember what the definition of it. I remember Philip K. Dick had a... Kipple was like things like old bus tickets. And... you know, those kinds of things. I assure you it's a thing. Okay, we'll clear this. Jungle Hunger's to the rescue. So this is a 5 damage ravage next turn. This is a 6 damage ravage next turn, but we have those defend cards in hand. We are nowhere near... Hey, thanks for the follow. Wow, we've got to a follower goal. Incroyable. Things which once had explicit use but no longer do. Oh, God damn it. It's a Philip K. Dick thing. Peasant, that doesn't help us. You've literally told us nothing. And now after all this talk of trying to have multiple cities in the same land, I'm thinking, oh, I could destroy this city. When will you learn, eh? If we destroy this city, they build the town, and then we're looking at a 10 damage ravage. Ugh, gross. We are at Terror 3. This run has taken a long time. That's what happens when I don't kind of play a planned run. We could set this up for another Jungle Hungers next turn. Because this build, we're going to get rid of this disease. God damn it. This is definitely a ravage that we want to be safe with. so we just prevent it, right? Man who reads Philip K. Dick plays Spirit Island had to. Yeah. Not read any PKD for a while. I think the last thing I read of theirs, I think I've got Martian Time Slip in like the side pocket of my van front door. just look, every so often it pokes up its paperback cover. I think what's everyone's favourite Philip K. Dick novel? People can be like, what the hell are you talking about, peasant? My favourite will not be. I'd be highly surprised if your favourite is Now Wait for Last Year. That's how quirky I am. Peasant's only gone and made a 4 out of 5 Philip K. Dick book their favourite one. Does Total Recall with Arnold count? Well, it's not really a book. It's really stretching the definition of book. The short story is a banger, though. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, I think, is the short story. And it's very, very good. It's one of the few short stories I've read multiple times. I read it at least 3 times. Okay, so I think we did have the idea of the full reclaim this turn. Even though we are on the edge of 3 flipping plays. Our pent-up calamity dream is sitting in ruins. In ruins. Yeah, Now Wait for Last Year is it's an odd one. I don't know whether I'd love it as much now as when I first read it. It's about this kind of president character that instead, I think he just takes on illnesses instead of other people suffering. I just found it really interesting. Valis, yeah, Valis. Yeah, Valis is interesting. It's only I didn't read the other 2 in that trilogy. I actually had the exegesis at some point. They published it. I remember hearing about the exegesis at one point, and yeah, that's some. Yeah, I've known mad people, and yeah, that's the that's a mad person book. It's interesting, but completely unreadable, unless you actually really knew about the stuff that PKD was talking about. Gonna lose Neandra's follow there. How dare you say that exegesis was unreadable? How dare you? Tried, okay. I was really surprised that they even tried to publish it. Well, they published it. It's like, why would you publish this? So, for those of you who don't know what the hell, I've already alienated half of you. So, Philip K. Dick was a sci-fi writer who started writing in like the 50s or something, was writing until he died He died shortly before the Blade Runner film came out, which is based on one of his most famous books, Do Android Dream of Electric Sheep? However, at some point, he had this experience where he encountered an intelligent beam of pink light, which inspired the Valis trilogy, which is semi-autobiographical. And I'm just going to sound like a mad person if I try and describe it any more than that. However, he also wrote this 1,000,000-page long document called the Exegesis, where he kind of goes into some pretty weird stuff. And yeah, so everyone says PKD is a big drug writer. He didn't take that many drugs, apart from all the speed he took. Very interesting. All right, that's a bit of a side alley. I suppose, Bringer may be a PKD reader. I don't think Green would be into that. Green's more like sagas, family sagas. That they just take a while, nothing happens. It was his PhD thesis misbinned. Ubik may be my favorite. Used to read him a lot when I was commuting. Not done much of that recently. God, I think I've read Ubik. I can't remember anything about it. There's a few of his that I just read, I think, at times when I escaped into the books, and that part of me never returned. But in a good way. So yeah, there's a really good. The 3 Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch is one like that. I really enjoyed it. I couldn't tell you anything about it. It's also quite a long time ago. What the hell am I doing in this move, huh? Okay, so we've got our planned counterattack here. To defend here with a 6 defend, we actually need a sacred site over here for green. This is a 5 damage ravage. We've already got the presence, so we can use sap in there. So sacred site, sap, 2 other plays, which could well be getting threshold for jungle hungers. So I think, yeah, I think the reclaim is just... Got to be careful not to just burn out my brain on this. Especially playing 2 spirits. There's quite a lot of thinking dark alleys you can fall down. Wait a second, we probably want to be constancying on Bringer to some degree. The other thing to crunch out is, can we have a good turn and get to 3 plays without... So the way we do that is by not going reclaim and using one of these options. Now, of course, we could gain a card, which is interdasting, or we could just reclaim a card. What actually needs to be done? This needs to be done, dealt with. Green's got this covered. Green's got this covered. This is empty. We're being a bit too passive. Green, if Green's playing resilience... Oh, another thing. We're actually going to have to pay an energy for this presence. Because the island is blighted. So we actually have 3 energy to play with. We don't... So jungle hungers... We can only afford jungle hungers if we don't defend in here. Bringer can't defend in here very well. Unless we use like Dread Apparitions and generate fear, but that won't be enough to deal with that. We have no air for green, so we can't go with a slightly risky defend at range. Oh, Jiminy. I just briefly was thinking about using Pen Up to strife things, but that's horrible. Let's not do that. Yeah, my plans of a strife finish have just not really come together. So we had initially planned to reclaim. The reclaim deals with... We've got a 10 damage ravage here that we can defend with Quicken very easily. Could we just let this go? It would be 2 blight, but maybe we don't care. Fear Major for Bringer could resolve D1 with Dread. True. True, but if I mean, I wouldn't want to use a Fear Major in here, though. Unless it was like Paralyzing Fright. But even then, I'd probably rather... I don't know. If I'm trying to milk the fear, I'd probably be doing it in a city. In a dual city area. We do have Dread Apparitions just there, right? The reason I'm trying to figure this out is because this would be potentially a very useful turn. I guess it's a shame that the cards we have in hand are kind of our worst possible cards. like why have I even kept these cards, almost? A couple fear cards could resolve D1. That's true. That's true. Bit risky on the pull. You can get the rare 3-card play if you gain a power and a presence. Yeah, I've got 2 ways of doing it. I could reclaim a known good card, and I could do it like this way as well. The trouble is... I mean, I guess if I reclaim, I've got the guaranteed defend here, but then it's like my turn is useless, right? Well, it's not useless, but it's not... I think I'd be better off just reclaiming, and playing Pent with Quicken and getting Pent Threshold, and maybe setting up for a horribly big Pent next turn somewhere. The vast amounts of fear. This is kind of what I'm trying to figure out here. Yeah, this is like a 3-card turn that's horrible, because we'd be working really hard to get a third play. What would our third card that we play be? Oh, Call to Ferocity, which, you know, I've got nothing against Call to Ferocity. I'm sure it's got its place, but I don't think it's worth having a bad turn now to get an extra cool play of Call to Ferocity. I mean, what can we even do with it? I guess we could bring these guys over for a counter. This is so jungle hungerable. Okay, we could just not spend the energy. We could just rearrange presence on the island. We've got 7 cards. Constancy is one of them. This is such a good jungle hungers, though. If the disease does what it should, we can just clear this land. 4 fear, big ravage out of the way. But this is arguably kind of even better, right? Because it's a blighted land. I think your 2 card combos are pretty good too, and you have so many turns, yeah. But with Sweden, no, it's not Great Rush. Couldn't get Dread up to 4 defend. It doesn't... unless we're doing fast damage from somewhere else, Quicken is not going to generate any fear for us. Yeah, I think we reclaim here. The 3-card turn is worthless compared to actually using Pen or Predatory just for fear. But then it makes you think, well, if we're reclaiming now, we really want to make sure we constancy with green to reclaim one of our good cards. So, if we were going to... yeah, right, what we could be doing is something along the lines of Pent-Up Calamity somewhere with 2 cities that isn't about to build. Does that such a place exist? Like this Sands, for example. We could Pent-Up Calamity with Threshold to add 4 tokens. Then next turn we could do 12 pretend damage in here, which would generate 14 fast fear. Which actually doesn't seem like that much. Quicken gets you to max innate. Oh, okay, from that point of view, right, I see. Yeah, I think we want safe defense. Okay, so let's do green things. So... oh, we've got our power card to gain. That's also a decision we need to make. Maybe just a nice 0-cost card. We're already kind of up... unless we start spamming this effect, going for a minor power now makes this more viable. A little bit more viable. And most of our cards are still valuable to us. Ish. And Jungle Hungers is about as good as it gets. Yeah, let's grab a miner this turn. In case it's a good one to slip in there. Gift of Living Energy might be okay. We plan to make a Sacred Site here anyway, so it would be worth extra energy. Not that Bringer's poor. Weird game. Didn't see A5. Yeah, that should be dealt with. We've got our sap for that. That's the dream there. I think we just take that. It's probably forget fodder. Okay, so 4 energy on the turn means that we've got... I think we don't add a presence from the destroyed. We just rearrange on the island. We need a Sacred Site here for the defend. This is a worthwhile defend. Do we have any presence that just doesn't matter? This presence is doing something because this is giving us the range, or it's giving us something, okay? Let's take this Sacred Site that's not doing anything. Let's move this over. So it's because our energy is so tight this turn and I want to squeeze out. Oh, okay, so we're probably going to be giving green the moon this turn, so that green can get threshold on jungle hungers. Hey, Alcon. Quarters to be behind stream, exciting. Yeah, I hope so. I'm excited. Chat made me play this combo. Every so often I think, I know what, I'll just trust chat. And what does it get me? It gets me unfamiliar combos. This is a shame not to be proliferating. The nice thing is, though, that we are constant seeing, which means that that will empower us to get our third play next turn, have a good turn next turn with Bringer. What's this? One thin defense. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay, yeah. So I think we're claiming all this turn. Yeah, okay, yeah, so I like this. With constancy on Bringer, we might be keeping hungers, we might be keeping constancy. Giving green the moon, a butt spot is silent. They know, right? You think you know someone, they just let you down. Bringer wants to gain a power. Okay, we're about to go to 3 plays. Let's gain a useful minor power. How about that? Rain of Blood, Gift of Power. Well, these are useful minor powers. Probably Rain of Blood's the pick, but let's just quickly check. We are strangely wealthy. It's almost certainly Rain of Blood. Gift of Power is a lovely card, though. But essentially, we've got all the best minor powers now. Well, maybe not all the best ones. It's late for Gift of Power, yeah, that's also true. Also just true. Okay, so Green's turn is already done. Defend 6, defend 5. Jungle Hunger's somewhere, probably in here. Bringer's got to defend in here, though. Here's the thing, I'm not sure if that's actually the best move. We might be better off going on the offensive and just letting 2 blight go. Our good old friend Rob, we love old Robbie. Robbie? Oh yeah, Robbie, Rain of Blood, right, okay, I got there in the end. Okay. Okay, so if we defend, what else do we do? Well, we can threshold pen effortlessly. We can threshold it either by just pipping the 3rd fire from our any, or by giving ourselves the fire with Spirits May Yet Dream. Do we want to give... Oh, we wanted to give green their 2nd moon for Jungle Hungers. We've got plants on our track, but not the moon. Okay, so we would be using our own any from our tracks to give us the 3rd fire we need. And again, this is, I'm still just planning this out. So here is a land that is not building this turn. So if we use Pen Up Calamity, we will be placing 4 tokens in here. And we could then smash it for the fear next turn. Are you defending till a fear one? Is that the goal? Give moon green, fire with any. Rain of Blood, 3 place 3 monsters. Can dream. I can dream. And I will dream. So we could set up for a very big pen on a double city land. I guess the issue there is that it's not actually a relevant land because nothing's happening there. Do we have a better pen? Probably not. I think if one of these mountains or jungles had double city in already, this actually has double city in already. And we do have ranging there because of my cunning presence placement there earlier. So we could strife does. So this time we could go strife, disease, strife. And then we could remove three of the strife to generate 10 fast fear and then put them back. Bud is going to drop down. You can just skip fertilizing the crops. Exactly. You'd be doing the explorers a favor. Yeah, just, you know, I try and just help everybody, you know. Sonny with an episode of Camberwick Green. Oh god, these cultural references. Who's this Camberwick? What's going on? How many mages are left? Sea monsters is like 87%. Let's see, quite a lot. We've not really came through the major deck. We've just not done it, Jim. Okay. Or do we favour... There's nowhere to splat. So if we were penting this turn, we would be penting with the idea of future splats. So here the future splat is worth 14 fear. Here it's worth 10 fear, but it also means this ravage is fine. But it is a jungle ravage, so it's kind of fine anyway. Except we're kind of low on energy, except if we're going with this growth option. Oh, we'll actually be on 0 energy when we get to do this. We won't be able to afford to do this anyway next turn. Somewhat less desirable. So we could have 14 fear, or we could have 10 fear, but actually solve a problem we have. The disease will prevent a town build. We don't care about that. And I kind of feel with, especially with these dual spirit games, with unfamiliar spirit partners, I feel like there's almost certainly going to be better ways of doing what I'm trying to do here. But, you know, so you've just got to be brave sometimes. So we're giving green a moon, so they've now got their jungle hungers threshold. And we've got a few good options for jungle hungers next turn. Okay, and we've got quicken in here to defend. And then we've got a whole load of other defending. 6 defend in there with counter, 5 defend in there. And these defends are kind of a bit... It's all a bit ropey. Do we gift of constancy on ourselves? No, never. Never constancy yourself, no matter how much energy Bringer's got. Never. Okay, all enveloping green just slides into my DMs. I suppose we could make this a slightly safer defend. There are 4 invaders in here, so that could get buffed by 2 damage, I think. So we'll do that. Get some terrors on the go. And we're trying to see, they're building a second city here this turn. Yeah, I think this might be the better pick. We add those things, and we add. I don't think it matters, but I guess there's a chance that we'll change our mind. You guys getting mathematical in the chat? Awful. Add a blight to a land with cities. Well, that's a bit rude, isn't it? I'm not so worried about the blight, it's more the destroying presence. So we could destroy 2 presence, or we could just lose a presence in with a city. Okay, do we need our sacred sites in the slow phase? We do not. Next lot of ravages are mountain and jungle. We're getting very low on green sacred sites now. Just how math works. Sounds awful. So I think I'd rather have a blight plonked on top of a presence than just lose a presence. This land can afford to not be a sacred site if we clear this with jungle hungers this turn. So I think that's what happens. We add a single blight in here. I'm kind of relieved I got rid of Stem the Flow of Fresh Water, because it needing a sacred site is so easy to mess it up. Okay, and then we've got a similar conundrum over here. So this time it's a cascade. And we lose 2 blight anyway. Okay, maybe this on this board it's time for Bringer to lose some presence. Wait a second, Bringer doesn't need all this presence in here. Why was I getting rid of my useful presence for the sake of when I could be getting rid of Bringer presence? This sand presence here is doing nothing. Oh, Flap Redeem, thank you. Thanks for keeping my hands not just in regular good condition, but in esports condition. I appreciate your sacrifice, spending 7 hard-earned peasos. Takes about 3 hours to earn every peaso. Yeah, let's just lose some Bringer presence. Now, if we lose this this presence, then we might end up being sad because Years of Little Rain might show up. But this here is in a blighted land that we might want to defend next turn. This is the only place where Quicken is actually going to be useful next turn. We don't want to lose this. Oh, what about these ones? We've already quickened in here. Oh, this is even better. Let's lose these. 300 APM is something like that. Very, very fast. And I'm thinking, do I get rid of Bringer presence in here as well? I think I get rid of Bringer presence as well. Yeah, I think so. Okay, we didn't get any free to hard. Let's put it on as an esport. Oh yeah. The highest possible level. Okay, good news Ravage in here. Lovely stuff. So our defends all work. Crikey, this has been a long one. It's been a long one. There's all kinds of building noises going on. I can't take in all these builds. How am I going to work in these conditions, Royce? Jungle into jungle. Sands are looking pretty okay. We've got defend cards and we've got counterattacks in there. Okay, so we've got jungle hungers. This has a sacred site and no blight in it. This feels like a terrible waste of a jungle hungers. This has blight. I guess this is maximizing the fear we get right now. This, we've got plans for this. Creeper's Tear business. 2 extra damage for Creeper's Tear is another town somewhere. Do we have a useful town to destroy? Not especially. These are getting pretty out of hand, these Ravages. I guess we can take this down to 10. Jungle hungry. So hungry. I feel like maybe I'm being a bit short-sighted with some of these things, like trying to deal with worrying about Ravages I shouldn't necessarily be worrying about. Possible. Since you can't win right away, probably use jungle to solve a problem than min-maxing fear. Yeah, the thing is, it is Sweden, right? It can, I mean, we don't have that much time. Where are all our cities? We've got so many cities on the board. My careful efforts at fear farming are finally paying off. This is a prevent. So yeah, let's just maximize fear, I think. We're just preventing this one. And this one, if we overgrow. Trouble is, if we overgrow, Unless we constantly hungers and go with this option, that's probably what we're doing. Yeah, because it doesn't solve this land, because there'll still be a city in there. And we spent both of our useful defend cards, except I suppose a 5. Only 1 water. Mutter, mutter, mutter. How many fear do we need? Loads. Loads of fear. 5 fear cards. We've almost got one of them. D6 is a good jungle hungers, says Glimmer. It's definitely a candidate. I mean, this has already got a sacred site in it, right? And we can get our second city in there. So this is already kind of covered. I mean, from the point of view of keeping the island okay, the thing is that our blight is fine. It's just looking great. 9 blight to work with and not that many turns left. Yeah, that's the trouble. Don't we need 18? No, we need quite a lot. So 5 cards would be 40, but we've already got 6, so yeah, 34, as the good doctor says. So yeah, I guess we've already got the sacred site here. Let's just do this way. So that's 4 more fear. And remember, stage 3 cards do a hell of a lot sometimes. Sometimes they're just beautiful. Do we prevent second city build in here? D2 is a lot of destruction. Well, it's only 1 more town and maybe 1 more explorer. I think my best thing to do next turn is actually to do this and constancy for the hungers and prevent this. And prevent both of these horrible ravages next turn. Though actually we are penting in here. If we pent with damage, oh god, what's going on there? If we do the 9 damage, we'll actually push all of these explorers out, and then both of these will be strifed. But then they'll remove their strife when they actually ravage. We could prevent the ravage and just repeatedly pent this. Counting, what's that? I don't know. Just don't know, Jim. Oh, I've also just realised something. Overgrow doesn't really work because we don't have any presence on our track. Good thing you noticed that now, Peas and Ants. We can still use it for this, and that's still quite good. But it doesn't really. We can't really use it to add presence anymore, unless we rearrange it off the island. But it's kind of horrible. This is... yeah, I think we try and just make something actually in the realms of defendability. So I guess that means maybe in here. Well, I might just have to switch hands for all this esport. Dig for sky stretches. Oh, chat just loves their YOLO solutions. I'm here crunching, working with what I got. Chat's there. Do this ridiculous thing. I'm like, no, I've got to play this right. Chat doesn't care about strats. Okay, so now that I've realized I can't actually use this to add a presence to deal with both of these ravages, I think we have to accept that we are going to be not able to hang on to this as a fear farm because we won't be able to prevent this ravage. But that's still okay. We can't airdrop any Dahan in there, unfortunately. So we don't want to do this next turn. It's a very expensive way of getting 3 fear. Proliferation at this point does very little. But I think we still want the energy, so we don't keep the constancy. I think we take the jungle hungry. Bringer also is in a position where their presence placement doesn't matter so much. We don't have a Blighted Island card that is eating our presence constantly, though the event deck will do that to some extent. We've got 35 minor powers, so we've not gone halfway through. Actually, I guess maybe we have gone roughly halfway through. Okay, so mountain and jungle. Oh god, there's all these other ravages. That's not fair. There's all these other ravages. Fellas. So, we can reclaim our one remaining card. And get our third play. And we could really, really crank some fear this turn. And when I say really, I mean really. Always considering finding different specific minors and multi-spirit elemental boons, sky stretches, etc. I always work with the things I have to the greatest possible degree. But I don't know if that's the optimal way of playing. So we've still got our jungle hungers. Acceleration on Bringer now is essentially pointless. I guess that any could mean we could get some esoteric threshold that would otherwise prove difficult. So this is potential Predatory Nightmares. We could potentially cheese it for more kind of relatively cheap fear, or we could just take the easy 3 fear. We could spend lots of energy to get potentially more. We could also afford to slip in a vitality now. That's a pretty big deal. We could even use it with Threshold to tidy up Blight now. If we really thought that was a good idea. I think letting some cascades happen is better. Like this cascade into here, probably better. Okay, so I think green wants to jungle hungers in one or some of these lands. This is the Ravage to prevent. And I think we look at a major power. Wow, we've got really good cards just sitting in the bin there, but... And look at these, we've just got all these other little Ravages here. These are only one Blight Ravages, but still. These mountain ones are not immediately followed by more mountains. We need to crack so much fear. The nice thing is, though, that if we do jungle hungers in here, for example, then we don't have to worry about it next turn. The thing is to get this threshold, unless we get the element sport from Bringer, who probably wants to use it on them. Oh no, we could just use this. The trouble then is that if we are using, say, this to get us our moon, we are then only have 2 energy to spend. Not a lot of energy. Though, that said, little fangs in a box would be good. You have Forget Fodder and you have 6 energy. Yeah. It's true. I guess we're not obliged to play Jungle Hungers. Yeah, and we do have definite Forget Fodder here. I concur. It's Sea Meowsters and Tsunami. We don't have Tsunami Threshold. Do we have good monsters? No, we've got pitifully small numbers of beasts. We don't have good thresholds on that. Pyroclastic Flow is airy. We're not very airy. The only thing we've got is a single water. Remember, we can get an element from Bringer pretty regularly. So then we just need a water beast card. Or a Yeah, well, we need some more elements than we have for sea monsters. The board's not... To get Threshold, we don't need Threshold for it to be a good card to play. And we have somewhere we could play it for 4 fear and clear a land. So a total of 7 fear for 5 energy. It's still maybe not quite as good for us right now as Jungle Hungers. 4 more Forget Fodder. Yeah, maybe. Sea Monsters is a... I initially underestimated Sea Monsters, but it's so good sometimes. We don't have a great board for Tsunami. Yeah, it's okay, but... You have sap in the bin. Oh god, I do have sap in the bin. Oh my god. I've got sap in the bin. Well, okay. That was a hard decision to make. So with sap in the bin, we just need to make sure we don't forget Fields Choked with Growth. So we can't grab our sap just yet. So we will wait till we've got Threshold on that. What do we forget? Probably we forget Overgrown at Night. In solo, I tend to hang on to this because that 3 fear can make all the difference. But in 2 spirit, it's a lot. It's, you know, it's not really as much. And we've got better ways of generating fear now. Sap, Sea Monster, and a Bring Element. You're there, yeah. Thank you for pointing out Sap was in there. It's weird. It's like one of the reasons I particularly grabbed Sap and just forgot about it. Okay. So if we reclaim next turn, so we need to be frugal this turn. So to see monsters with sap, with our other water element, so a way of getting Threshold. It's still... This could be an okay place for it. It's still not a perfect sea monsters, honestly. The event quite might help us by moving our sea monster, moving our beasts around, but 29 fear to go, yeah. So I'm not sure whether this energy is the right to spend, because if we do Jungle Hungers this turn, then we cannot reclaim and afford sea monsters. Wait a second. If we make a second Sacred Site, we could basically get the energy back if we target ourselves. So we could use this to gain 2 energy if we make a second Sacred Site, which we plan to. So, I mean, it does pay for itself if we play this. So there's no point not doing this. If I'm playing this. If we play Jungle Hungers, we'll just be too broke to reclaim and... So we're probably not Jungle Hungering if we choose to see monsters. And the board doesn't look good for sea monsters. I mean, it'll still do some stuff. I guess it would clear this land, gain 4 fear, clear this land mostly, gain another 3 fear. So, Can bring a move buildings, not a 2. Oh, move bringers to A2. No, I've set up to be pretending to destroy cities. I mean, we could move with predatory nightmares. If we go all in on sea monsters, I mean, there's a high likely. I mean, this is guaranteed to be wetland, right? We've seen 2 stage 3 cards, neither of which have water. So all 3 of these have got water on. Is that correct? I think it's correct. Weirdly. You have enough energy next turn if you do everything, if I mathed right. Oh god. So yeah, this is... Placing from here is net neutral if we use Gift of Living Energy. So we'd have 6, we'd spend 4, we'd gain 1. So we'd have a total of 5, which would be enough for sea monsters, plus sap, plus Fields choked plus maybe something else. Yeah, I think it does work. Mountain sand possible. Yeah, right. Of course, there are three different of each terrain type in these. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. There's because of course there's like a phantom fourth one that's removed. High odds though, 75% of wetlands. What that'll mean is just potentially more things to destroy in here and here. Okay, let's prevent that. And do these things. So yeah, so we'll have... So we're going to be gaining 2 energy off Gift of Living Energy, putting us on the 5 we need for sea monsters. So that would mean we'd have a very sea monstery turn next turn, but we would also get this free defend in there. Fields Choked moves a town into A3, so you can use both sea monsters there for fear. No, I wouldn't, because it would clear the town, and then I wouldn't be able to use it in there again, because it requires the invaders for the fear. Should have 6 for next turn. Yeah, you are correct. Okay, so what's our third bringer card, huh? What is it? What do we actually have to do this time? We're preventing this ravage. We are using Pen in here to deal with that. We can also push some explorers in here, by the way. Okay, green has their own jungle hungers elements. We've got mountain ravages. This we can prevent. This we prevent. This is fine. Okay, what about the mountains? Problems. That's a 3 blight ravage. That's defendable with quicken. These... Okay, we might be best getting a water from bringer to give a 4 defend in here. Let this one go for hopefully 1 blight. Vitality for D8, says Glimmer. We've got loads of blight though. I wonder if vitality is too passive. That's the thing. It's like we'd be protecting. They'd also build a town. That's true. They could put it in this wetland and we wouldn't care that much. So we could spend... The energy cost is irrelevant. It's all about how much fear we can generate. How many creepers tear have we got? 2 creepers tear. So this, for example, for Approaching Nightmares, could be as much as 5 fear. Rain of Blood is probably 3 fear. If we vitality in here, all we're really doing is protecting a resource that we actually have quite a lot of. Oh, you're talking about this land. Sorry. Okay, I get you now. Sorry, I was getting mixed up with this land. Okay. If we go with Predatory Nightmares for a potential 5 fear, if we combo it with Creeper's Tear, I kind of value that. Literally at the edge of my seat. Oh god, I better get on the edge of mine. Hunch over the computer. So yeah, this is 5 fear. That feels valuable to me. I think we can just let this go. Then what does the turn after that look like? It looks horrible, peasant. But can we get enough fast fear together next turn? The other thing to think about is if we see monsters this turn, we could set up for Pent the following turn. We could also use Predatory Nightmares to rearrange a town if we wanted to, but I think we we combine it with this, just anywhere. We've also got some jungle hunger. I think this is good. So we've already got the fear we have. So we could just give ourselves a bit more, sorry, the fire. Spirits may yet dream, we're going to get, I guess. So we've got full night terrors, we've got full this, we've got full this. I'm letting this go for the sake of 5 extra fear. Because I think the turn after that is really horrible. Possible miscalculations here. Yeah, I think so. And then we'll... Spirits may yet dream to give green another water for this defend here. We do have a sacred site there. Water defend A6, you had said. Yes. Yeah. Is this going to influence what we do, maybe? Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. Invaders skip all normal actions in lands with beasts. Crikey. So here's the water. Ooh, we could do this for potentially more fear, but I think we... Would we just let that blight go as well? 3 blight, 4 blight. It's quite a lot of blight to let go. Or we could get 2 more fear by pipping something else so that we could destroy a city and a town with predatory nightmares by giving the moon instead. Stonk's coming in hot, yeah. I mean, this is a lot of strife as well. This could potentially give us the ability to do another good pent next turn. It's 2 strife, which is potentially two pretend city kills, which is 10 fear. Pretty serious business. This defend, though, is a guaranteed 1 fear, as long as the ravage actually happens. So I'm gonna take that defend, I think. Okay. Oh yeah, Glimmer also seeing the defense also worth a fear. So we gift of living energy on ourselves so that we can afford our monsters. We all enveloping green in here for a fear in the ravage phase, and that should be safe. We have got this ravage here that's relatively easy to defend. And we've got pen in here for hopefully a boatload of fear. So we remove all the tokens. So that will gain us 3 fear for the tokens, and then it will do 9 damage, which is everything is pseudo killed. So that's another 10 fear. The cities don't get pushed, which is a rules mistake I made when I first played this. So I'm going to push them in here, because beasts might kill them anyway. But also it will mean we could see monsters there if we wanted to. And then we can return 2 of these to the cities. As long as you don't send a bug report about not being able to push the city. Try not to. I try not to send bug reports about anything. I mean, I just don't ever see bugs, you know. Okay, so gift of proliferation. Yeah, extreme close-up. Where do we care about bringers presence? We must be... Okay, we're getting there. We need 13 fear. This fear card here is huge. In a land with or adjacent to beasts. So we could add strife into one of these double city lands. Or even this stuff. Oh no, these strife are going to go. But we could replace them here. Yeah, and that's another 10 fear. Okay, so where do we gift of proliferation to? Jungle and sand for next turn, potentially. We didn't constancy, so we probably are just reclaiming next turn. So not worth thinking about it from a quicken point of view. I guess it might be worth thinking about from a Dread Apparitions point of view. And water point of view, we're actually adjacent to all the deserts. Let's not burn too much more brain energy on this. Let's just put it in with some Dahan. That could give us a bonus. Power fades. Okay, each spirit independently chooses to destroy 2 of their presence, forget 2 of their powers. Take a blight from the blight card, remove it from the game. Fear pie this turn. Yeah, we'll be generating a bit of fear. Some of these event cards, they always feel like I've never seen them before. I'm like, oh, what do I do here? Okay, so Bring It is just swimming in presence, though we need to remember our planned pseudo destroy with Predatory Nightmares in conjunction with Creeper's Tear. Will Pentanate just end the game? I think so. I think we might be there. I'm trying to keep a little bit of tension in the playthrough, so if you don't mind, I think we might be there, but I'm not sure, not 100%. Oh, Flap Redeem. Feed me like, oh God. God, I can't believe this has been nearly 4 hours. I've done quite a lot of meaningless blathering, you know. It does take time. And this is another opportunity to add things to this land. I guess it'll immediately be removed in the build. You look tense. Some flapping to loosen up a bit. Not as tense as I was earlier on my, like, trying to record an openings video. If you need 13 fear, sorry for the spoiler. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did reveal how little fear I needed. I sometimes miscalculate and think that I've got the win when I haven't. So, in this Ravage, we defend in here. There's no extra damage on the Ravage. This blights and cascades for 3 fear. Sorry, 3 blight. This is defended. That's another blight. So we lose 4 blight off this. We've got 5 left to play with. We've got cards we don't care about. Let's forget some cards we don't care about. Let's forget some of those cards. And then green has to do stuff as well. We'll remove a blight from the card. Let's hope I haven't rushed that decision. And then, you know, regret it bitterly. Recording videos is nightmarish. It absolutely is. Okay, so we're adding strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts, and we skip all normal actions in lands with beasts. Should have been factoring that in with what I was doing. So, if we are just going to reclaim and use Pent for fast fear, it doesn't actually matter, I don't think, where we put it. I guess they're going to add... They're going to add an extra town in here, which is more things to destroy. But yeah, so if we fast destroy this, it's 10 fear plus... plus the 2 fear, except we'll only have 2 things in there. Can we add it in with with a beast? This is only a 1 city land, so not as good. This is gonna be a 2 city land. Actually, I think I'm doing irrelevant things here. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Do I get out of I mode? It doesn't matter which ones I add it to either. Skip the next normal build. Great. And final fear card. Each player chooses a different land, removes up to 2 health worth invaders per presence there. So I guess that could help with these somewhat threatening upcoming ravages. So this was my planned fear farming opportunity with predatory nightmares. So, oh no, this is a bad opportunity. This is a better place to do it. So we could just remove some stuff from here. This ravage is fine though. This is irrelevant. This I'd like to do something about, but I can't. We could just empty this land. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's just do that. And we could also just get rid of stuff here. Yeah, I don't think it makes much odds, so stop thinking about it, peasnads. Penalo's 13 fear, I think. If that's 2 cities and 3 strife, yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, so this is our planned 3 blight special that we cascade into here. And then we've got a ravage that we prevent. This is covered in strife, so this we allow. I mean, not that we can prevent it, but that happens. This is defended with a counterattack. This is blighting for 1 blight. And they add a town somewhere. Let's add it on this coastline. Thought you have a slow phase, yeah. Yeah. I've been stung before by thinking I've got the win and then just being sad. So we'll prevent this ravage as well. I mean, there's no point in not preventing the ravage when you've got this situation. You're losing that presence anyway. Mountain and wetland. Okay, so 12 fear to go. So yeah, in the fast ways we can make 10 just by playing pen. And we don't care about threshold, of course, because there's no future. So, and we've also got a bit more to do this turn. So we've got a jungle hungers to do, and we've got a little bit of milking. Let's milk first. So we've got another bit of creepers tearing to do. Don't think it matters. So we'll finish off the city for 5 fear. One fear per token aren't the 3 strife. There are only 2. There is no future. Exactly. That's exactly it. No future for Sweden. They sent all 6 available Swedens to my island. I am amazed that this has taken me 4 hours. Amazed and unrepentant. Okay, we need 1 more fear. We've got night terrors. So we'll do that. We'll do that. Let's put some more presents out. We'll go with the style points, which is where you just finish with night terrors. No cards. Cards are gross. Fully unleashed. It's important to just finish off with just like the gentlest little tap. Play no cards. See, Baker knows what's going on. It's about sending a message, yeah. You scurry on back to your meatballs, Sweden. Crikey, that took 4 hours. I am surprised. It's the first time I've done Sweden on stream for ages. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. All right. Okay, so I am streaming Spirit Island tomorrow. Is tomorrow a 4-hour stream? I need to check that out with the Spirit Island guys. Go back and eat your fermented fish. Yeah, you weirdos. Second wave? Second what? I think I'm up for doing this team again against Prussia 6. Does that sound like something you want to see? If it is, I'll do it. If not, I won't. 1 more sleepless night and we're turning this colony around. Prussia 6 should be either over far more quickly. Hey, Trent. This is 1 hour past when we start. Because when I was planning this, so So the 3-hour stream thing is still correct. Time zones. Have a board game session to go to? Hey, enjoy yourself, Spacewalk. Thanks for stopping by. Sweden's tricky, changing maths, making threats that are usually just problems. Yeah. Code's 3 Eastern and we start 2 Eastern. Okay, good to know. All right, I'm just going to take that. So tomorrow's Spirit Island stream is a 3-hour stream. So that's the aim anyway. 3 hours or a nudge over 3 hours. So I can arrive fashionably late and handle Arbor stream. So yeah, let's do a Prussia 6. Same team. What have we learned with this team? So nominally Prussia 6 is 2 difficulty levels higher. But I'm far more familiar with what Prussia 6 do. We had D board in the last one. I can't remember what the other board was. Oh, it was A. Let's have the other 2 boards then. And the reason I go sideways like this is just because so we can have a slightly bigger view of what's on screen. So we can zoom in a little bit more. No, let's hope for 4-handed then. Maybe one day I'll do 4-handed. It's quite a lot. They win. It's a winning team. Oh, great. Well, that's decided then. So no need to go into all this. So those of you who might be less familiar with the game, Prussia's very different adversary. The beauty of Prussia is the lack of rules that you have to really implement. They've got an escalation and they add a town somewhere without towns. But then it's all about messing with the invader deck, so they're pretty fast. But they are difficult. I've played a lot of Prussia 6 because honestly, I struggle to remember all the rules of some of the other spirits a lot of the time. Okay. So we've got sands and wetlands. Oh, Bringer and Green have switched sides. I'm sure that won't be a problem. Okay, we've got a nice starting place for a predatory nightmares. So we could destroy the town they build here and push these to Han somewhere that is useful for us. So I don't always favour going predatory nightmares turn 1. I quite like going dreams into call turn 1 as well. But as we've got a very good use for it, clearing this build from this area is particularly valuable for us. So probably we'll be doing that. Maybe we'll look at a major immediately, like we did the last game. Actually, I think that was a slight error. I'm probably better off using Dreams of the Dahan, actually. So going Dreams, Nightmares. Yeah. So I only get to look at one major before we're at the point where we might want to convert, but I might be okay. We especially care about the quality of our major because we do not have much time in this. Who is the best unique card? Is it Bodan? It's so cool. Yeah, Bodan's got some good looking art. Look at this, so moody. Love the colours. And like this one, like what the hell? So cool. It's so butt. It is so butt. Okay, but green, what's green's board look like? Of course, sand, wetland. That's a city build. That's awkward. Awkward. And possibly we can try to do something about that. Really against Prussia 6 though, if you can survive the first turn, this early stage, well, this turn 1 stage 3 card, sets you in reasonable stead for later on. This is probably one to let go. This is probably a Ravage to just prevent. Though again, the defend there could be good. This might also be one to just let go. This beast might help us. You're clutching at straws, peasant. Really am. And also, yeah, so these are different island boards as well. I just need to think a little bit about my geography. A little bit. Like, where am I thinking about putting my presence? Hey. Yeah, so the nightmares in here is good. That's just good. I really favour getting the extra energy. Trouble is, if we go with this turn 1 dreams nightmares, we're kind of forced to go dread call next turn. Tricky. Why not go call? We could just place in here and call in here. But that doesn't really add a lot of targeting possibilities. I'd rather place over here, actually. Left 10 minutes and worried for half a second. All the presence was gone. It's a new game. Yeah. I thought 4 hours isn't long enough. It's just you accidentally communicating there. The other thing to think about is maybe going in on the other board. Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to go with the similar setup to last time. The weird thing about going with this setup is that I might end up forgetting dreams. And this is a good card. But I think it's worth it for the chart, for making sure that you get a major power that you actually want. Especially in this matchup. So the main differences between Sweden and Prussia is that our clock is really ticking. We have nowhere near as much time, so we can't dawdle with stuff like infinite vitality. Minor for Bringer, bear in mind I've barely played Bringer. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have this energy. That's just my experience of this spirit being broke. And I want 2 stabs at the major pot. There's a chance if we get a good major that we go straight in and use this. It's unlikely though. Okay, so on green's board, and we'll push these to hand probably into one of these lands, probably this land. And here we'll defend next turn with Dread Apparitions. We'll probably reclaim Call and use that again. So over here in Greentown, this is becoming a city. Is there anything we can do about that? Not a great deal. We're kind of forced as green to do a certain opening. Always need to take this energy, otherwise you have a rough time. And I'm thinking I just let this sand go. Remember, this is Prussia. If we let a land go, it's a single blight. A single blight, that's nothing. I've got more blight just lying around in the kitchen. It's a shame though, because we've actually got a counterattack here. As in, there are 2 to hand just sat there. We could go in there and stem trick. We need to make a sacred site here to target the stem. The stem would happen after the city's built. And then we'd have, the trouble is we'd then have a 4 damage ravage with only the likelihood of a 2 damage defend. So I think it's actually doomed for that reason. So I don't think that's the right call. I think we're actually better off, weirdly, going in, doing it in here. No, even then that's bad. This is unusual to use this presence place to go in here, but I'm doing it. Doing it, Jim. Early miner can be very helpful, says Bacon. Played a game with Lightning Bringer versus Prussia 6. Bringer never reclaimed and had energy play unrelenting on Lightning. And Glimmerfest Incarnation twice. Interesting. I mean, I guess, yeah, it really could change up what you're doing in quite a big way. So yeah, we will still be stemming in here. We prevent this next turn. All right. So hopefully, given that I've already played around with this team, some things, some aspects of what they do will be a little bit easier to administrate. For example, knowing that the gift wants to give me better targeting next turn might seem obvious to all you big brainers. So yeah, United Terrors first before you call. Let's look at the call first because we might choose to use it. And this is why I like to have multiple stabs at the major. Entwined power is interesting. Picked up 2 to 3 minors throughout the game. Support minors have extra value multiplayer. Not saying it's better multiplayer than solo. So these powers are... I mean, Trees and Stones is actually potentially quite good. Do we have a use for it? If we could get our presence over here, it could be quite enjoyable. We are going to be Gift of Proliferating, so if we proliferate, say, to one of these lands, and then place another presence, bearing in mind that I would want to reclaim Midnight Streams next turn. Maybe I'm being too rigid on that. I don't fancy the other ones. Entwined Power is kind of good. Don't like it, especially against Prussia. We've got to hurry up. This is just too expensive. So we can do illusory damage, push the town, and then defend and counter to kill a city. None of these are good, though, honestly, for what we're doing. So... oh. So I think we take this, but we may never use it. We might even forget it. And we get rid of Dreams of the Dahan. Horrible. Okay, so this actually is it's just a better place to put presence than here. Because the ranging is just better. So we'll put the presence up here. And this is also not jeopardized. Given that we're going to want to defend this sacred site next turn, we'll put the presence up here. Entwined is great for green. Yeah. I mean, I guess with Bringer, it's like, it's not... you're not missing out on anything, but I feel like the illusory damage is the strength of green. Oh god, this is the worst Prussia start. Luckily, we only have 2 sands of wetlands on the coast. Green loves it. So good at thresholds. 2 cards, 6 energy trade, shared targeting. Shared targeting gets all your innates. Yeah, pretty good. Okay. So, coastal lands has shown up. Does that change what I'm doing? We still need to pay attention to this. We still need to defend and counter in here. This is pretty horrible. The stem the flow in here just is still... this makes stem the flow even better than it was before. It was already incredible. So that hopefully is going to save us a build on the coast when we defend it next turn. And I think we still like the Predatory Nightmares in here. And we're setting up to counter in here and also... and so there are more Dahan in here for Midnight's Dream. Though, things have changed around here, Jim. The fact we've got coastal lands, the fact we've picked this up. No, we don't. I was thinking about pushing the Dahan in here instead, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Coastal, schmostal, exactly. Let's push this guy in with the beast so that our stonks might pay out. Push these Dahan in here so that we can get an extra couple of energy from call next turn. Sounds like a deal, because it is. So, sand and wetland ravage. Oh, we could get unlucky here. We could get unlucky. Let's assume we won't. Let's just assume we're not getting unlucky. Sand and wetland ravage. We prevent this ravage. We defend this ravage. We gain a minor power card and a chunk of energy. What do we get? I don't let myself pick this, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not considering it. And the mean devs won't give me an option to take it out. Mean devs. You need to growth 4 bringer to get to the west side. Or it's just slowly proliferate over time. Mini Major, yeah. It's a fun card, but it's... yeah, I don't let myself use it anymore. Right. This is not an obvious decision. So I'm gonna have to flip and think about it, aren't I? Here There Be Monsters is a wonderful fear card. Prussia 6 is fast, but look at this tiny little fear deck. Tiny. It's barely even a deck. The thing is, we probably want to play our start cards this turn anyway to get this 2 defend in here. It's a very valuable defend, given that if it succeeds, we are preventing a build on the coast. So we're not playing it this turn. The Overgrow is also acceleration we don't want to ignore. Yeah, it's acceleration we can't ignore, and also the absence of plant on the cards I'm allowing myself to use. I've added a feature to your brain to resist clicking it. It's true, you actually have. Saw someone say they just removed the presence from track instead of placing to help balance. Interesting. If only there was a card with your elements, I know, right? Like if it had, I don't know, what, moon, water, plant, that'd be great, wouldn't it? But it's just not there. Can't even see it. So the card we're picking is not the card we're playing this turn. This is a 0-cost fear card on a land where we have an inland beast. 2 inland beasts. It's also moon and 0 cost, but yeah, we take it. We take it, but we don't use it just yet. Okay, we get our second play. We put this in here to prevent this ravage. We play these 2. This gives us... It doesn't give us our defend just yet, but once we reveal this plant with the Overgrow, we'll get it. Simple. So we are going to lose a blight in here and here. You could use it to remove blight only. No way. No way, Jim. If that's your real name. I don't see you don't claim to be called Jim, but... Okay, so we also have a plan here, which is to make a sacred site here for targeting and go with hopefully getting a slightly more useful card than this. So this honestly could be pretty useful. We need to reclaim... We especially need the extra because these elements give us good fear. So yeah, we go with this original plan. So we reclaim our call and we get ourselves a moon and we play these 2. Actually, I'm not... This could be really good. Adding 2 to the coast, make it slow would be... 2 to the cost and make it slow would be balanced. Peaso also correct went in there. Adding 2 to the cost, making it slow. Interesting. I mean, my fix for... Let's just have a little tangent. My fix for this is something more along the lines of making it so that you lose presence on the board, so you destroy 2 of your presence, and it's slight retheming to more like concentrated power or something. Because losing 2 of your presence is a big deal. Losing 1 is not. Losing 1 is often just great. Now, Serpent is like, oh wow, great, I get to get rid of 2 of my presence. But most other spirits are a bit more sad about that. Okay. It's a shame about this land, but not a lot I can do about it. Where do we want to overgrow to? This we're just letting go as well. Probably this mountain. The thing is, we'd need to overgrow in there again in order to prevent this ravage. We really need to prevent this ravage so that this cascade can go in here. So we're going to be probably forced to go overgrow next turn. Maybe with gift. Then we won't have our defend there, but we actually won't need it. Yeah, I think this is right. And I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker on this game. I mean, it'll be a quicker game regardless of what I try to do or not do, but still. So we dread apparitions in here, and we want to night terrors before we call. think it should be a 0-cost major, losing card to draft it, card to threshold it maybe. I think it's really cool. I loved it when I first was playing. My first like 10 or 20 games of Spirit Island, whenever it showed up, I was super excited. So by no means copy my idiocy with regard to that card. Yeah, we can give ourselves an extra moon. We've already got full Night Terrors. So, and we do this... Yeah, we do this before... What's this? Defend one in all lands. Wow. So we're giving green another moon so they get a little bit more creeping done. And then we call from here with the 3 Dahan. We're not necessarily gaining this. Let's see what we get. Oh, it's Grant Hatred, finally. Savage Transformation should be a 2-cost major. We'll gain some damage. A 2-cost minor. Yeah, you can't put 2-cost cards on the minor palette. You just can't do it. People have tried sneaking them in. You sneak them in, Royce sneaks them out. That's how it works. And don't ask me how I know. Just know, okay? We rejected Vigor last time, but we already have a Sun element this time. And we already have Dahan Synergy. Okay, interesting. It's going to be a pain, because these are so off-brand, it's going to be a real pain to actually get that threshold, but it's so good if we do get it. This almost makes me want to go fishing for Elemental Boon. So there's me in that last game when Gillen was saying about looking for specific cards. And I'm like, yeah, we want Elemental Boon now. Grant Hatred of 4-cost minor. Poor old Grant Hatred. Savage would be well worth it if it gained being fast as part of the threshold. You can. They did it with Absorb Corruption. Oh, they did, didn't they? Cheeky. Cheeky. Okay, so remember, this is Bringer, so it's illusory damage, but by God, is it good damage. Where can we target with it this turn? Anywhere interesting? We can target it here, preventing a coastal city build. Which is useful because that's, you know, that's a ravage we don't worry about. Incidentally, it would be 2 fear as well. No point using it here. So it doesn't do a lot this turn. But knowing that this is a possibility makes me not want to forget Trees and Stones. We could forget Predatory Nightmares. Even though that has been our little secret combo. Made it work for 17 damage with Trickster exactly once. Only decent use of Grant I've ever had. I was happy to see Grant Hatred once. What, when you were moving your copy of Spirit Island around and it just flipped out and landed in your shredder and auto-destroyed itself. You're like, oh, damn. It's going to be another Bringer Sweep into the Sea carry. What do you mean? What do you mean? Not even been considering Sweep into the Sea. I always look at the cheaper ones. I like the fact that Bringer and Trees and Stones, all we need is Elemental Boon, and we are off to the races. Well, we're not really. We're still missing other elements, but we, you know, we're doing stuff. Sweep into the Sea, though, is also potentially vast amounts of damage, of fear, and push. And I think we can destroy things multiple times with the repeats. So we can destroy some, push to an adjacent, and destroy them again. In addition to whatever's in there. An Accelerate Shadow is like some Moonfire Major. Okay, so if we play this turn, they're going to build here, and we could sweep those guys out. This has no potential for milking cities. This is grant hatred. Let's take bigger. Let's forget predatory nightmares. You were great last game. Add a town to a land with explorer or town. That's interesting. We could add it here because we're... Oh, god damn it. Wait. Oh no, I've seen the card. I can't forget this now. Peasant, what are you doing? You're misclicking. Vigor of the breaking game. Something like that. Damn it, Peaslance. What have you done? Okay, we can salvage this next turn by playing this instead. That was actually a misclick. But it will mean we get to use Call Up Midnight Stream again, right? I don't think we want to add another town in here. We don't want to add a town here before the Ravage, so I guess we're probably in with the Stonk. And this we're preventing anyway, and it's not coastal. So yeah, we'll go in there. And we add some disease to there, and let's not add in with our Dahan. Damn it. Mistakes. Defend one in all lands. Crikey. Okay, so we've got some bad news, we've got some good news. This is, we're preventing that Ravage. This is typically what it looks like against Prussia 6. This is also gross, though. Coastal lands. We can play Vigor and Trees next turn. Yeah, it should be alright. It's still annoying to misclick. But it's one of my things I do. You're doing great. Okay, so we've got escalation town ads now. So probably in with Dahan would be an obvious place. So maybe here, because we can just splat this for loads of fear. And then over here, in jungles is also probably a good idea, but we're in near Bringer territory too, so we'll put that in here. Goal is to not blind the first rapid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I always feel, I mean, it's not generally, I mean, it's not ideal, of course, to blight on the first Ravage, but it's not necessarily a loss. Okay, can we do anything to improve the situation? This is only a 5 damage Ravage now. And we do have all these Dahan powers. And we've got Fields Choke with growth. Can we make use of that? We have a whole host of coastal Ravages. Sheesh. This is, yeah, that misclick is painful. Right. This town push away from the coast doesn't seem to make much difference. So yeah, I think preventing this Ravage, having this Cascade go into here is probably what's happening. This is horrible. Humph. Yeah, because playing these two just to sort one of these lands is gross, but it would be kind of good. If we played both of these in here, we could kind of fear scare these away. No, maybe we'd Trees and Stones first, push them away, and then splat the remainders with illusory damage for maximizing fear. But actually, If we just choke out... Oh, we can't. We don't have ranging over there, peasant. That's miles away. That is miles away. And then Creeper's Tear. Also somewhat irrelevant. In fact, there's only one place we can do anything with Creeper's Tear. Unless we push somewhere specifically for Creeper's Tearing purposes. This already has disease, so that city build's not happening anyway. I suppose this push does mean that's one less ravage to worry about soon. God damn it. And their escalation effect is just going to spam towns anyway. My feeling is that I want to use the Dahan push in conjunction with Bringer things. But I can't see a good way of doing that. Of course, we lost our 2 Dahan down here, meaning we've only got these Dahan available. This town push is largely irrelevant. Though, maybe it's not. If I scrunch my face up hard enough, a solution will present itself. No. No peaso. If we push... No, we can't reach there. God damn it. These Dahan aren't doing anything, so we could bring them down here where they might do something. Also, incidentally, we're playing around... Yeah, I'm not sure about this decision here. Suspect. We're playing around assimilation a little bit. Okay, so we have got a bad turn ahead of us. I think we have to, yeah, we have to reclaim. But we will at least be accelerating green. We can play a load of good stuff. Might even take 2 energy here. Possible. Unusual. Yeah. We're going more towards a minor thing. Oops. Okay, so let's gain a minor power for green. Importance is good. Encompassing ward is probably irrelevant. Almost certainly importance is the pick. Do we have a sacred site? Yes, we do. We can always put it in with the stonk if we're not sure of what damages are being done. That's almost certainly the pick. Okay. Not that we're going to play it for a while. Right, Bringer. So yeah, I think we are preventing this ravage. This one's happening and cascading. We're going to have a Blighted Island. Will we instantly lose? Potentially. Okay, over here we can use trees and stones, push out this town, gain some fear, hope have a risky defend. We could also push out this town for another risky defend, but probably worth. What a scramble. But then this blights and cascades into here. Or here. Doesn't feel good. And it'll be a shame because we won't clear this land on the counter. But that's still it's still a decent turn. Okay, well, what else are we wanting to do? Do we want to reclaim something so that we can maybe use it next turn, or do we want to push over here? so that we can target stuff over here. Though really, all our stuff is Dahan, and we can already target most of the Dahan on this board. We've got very expensive turns, so maybe we just go with the energy place. And we still got Call of Midnight's Dream. Oh, good lord. Maybe reclaim Call of Midnight's Dream and use it next turn. But this turn, because in case we get one of the very low amounts of blight on the blight cards, so we need to be really careful. So I think we do use both of these this turn. But we set up so that we can do this next turn and maybe reclaim one of these next turn. Except we're going to be spending 5 of our energy. We're going to go up an energy. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. It doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel like the best Prussia run I've ever had. Oh, other option? No, it's not actually an option. Would be to reclaim and have presence there, but that's just not possible, peasant. Okay, we grab our call. And we do this, which it could also just horribly backfire if the event isn't friendly to us. So this turn is slightly lame, but also overpowered in the way that green is, because all we're doing is just rapidly playing all of our stuff. I think I'm going to grab the energy. Weird that this is ahead of this, just because of how it's panned out with having to load this in this turn. Is that ridiculous? We've only got 2 plays. We are overgrowing in a night, so we can remove this in mid-turn, and then we can reveal that. Yeah, we do take this one. Okay. So where do we want another sacred site? Do we want to be thinking about being able to target this map? We might want to put a presence in one of these blighted wetlands. Yeah, let's put a presence in one of these blighted wetlands. Just for a future ravage prevent. Okay, and we're playing both of these. So we've got a little bit of creeping. This feels really ropey. A little bit of creeping. We'll overgrow in a night here to get this, which means we'll have 3 plays next time. We can start playing some of these really nice zero-cost fear cards. And we Treason Stone Speak of War in here, which gives us 4 defend, and we get to push this town out. We don't. Oh my god, I've not even calculated for this. Oh yes, I did, but ages so long ago I've forgotten. This is cascading into here. Crikey. And we hit this one as well. Given that we've got good Dahan stuff, we push with our big clump of Dahan. Proliferation. Very limited benefit to being on this side of the board right now. I guess we might pick something up with Call next turn. That's maybe, yeah, we should think with that in mind. But we're also potentially going to be down a lot of presence next turn. So I don't think we want to just throw one in here, even though it's tempting. So where do we want a presence? We don't have any jungle presence. And we probably value jungle presence. Let's put one in here in case we get jungle hungers. There's an any. Huh. So I did miss out on a fear there. I'm gonna yoink it. I had not calculated that far in advance. Vigor has 2 range. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we grab the moon, which gives us an extra fear on night towers. There you go. And then we vigor in here. Push this town out, in with these. Okay, so we squeezed out 1 more fear from that by doing it in a better order. Okay. Replace and explore with a town inland. So here is a really... Okay, this is lovely for trees and stones. We replace the town, they build a city. We pretend to destroy it with trees and stones. We do 3 pretend damage, gain 5 fear, gain 6 defend. In the Ravage, you'd actually destroy everything. Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. Thanks, event card. Oh yeah, I should look at the rest of the card as well. And we've got some drive off the interlopers as well. You don't need a lot of targeting help for it. True. Yeah, and the reason I'm moving over here was for whatever I draw with call. Okay, so what are we replacing in here? Not immediate. Doesn't immediately matter. This is a land we're just leaving as a big lump of misery. So I guess we could just replace a town in there because it's a blighted wetland, so we can prevent ravages in there. And okay, this is a great push. What this push allows is for us to clear this land, preventing this build. Do we just make this horrible? I mean, I don't. What do we even do about this? Put it in here with the beast. The beast might kill an explorer. No point in pushing that. This guy's dead. Can prevent a city build here. Wow, putting down roots. So I did have a plan for this that I liked. This is a... this is going to be a pain to prevent next turn unless we reclaim. Now, green isn't massively penalised for reclaiming, so that might be the play anyway. But we'll lose both presence here, because after this cascade, this will go into here. We don't really want a cascade from here to further in. Not really. Bringer can defend this. No, they can't. Yes, they can. Does feel silly to just deliberately allow city build. So let's not deliberately allow city build. We'll push this into some miserable wetland that's already blighted, like this one here. Each player may gather a town into a coastal land. It is a may, so I don't have to do it. Struggling to see a benefit of dragging any over there. Thanks for your card. This is just horrible. So we prevent this ravage. This blights. Let's see what our card is. Promising farmlands. Okay, so that's quite a big blight pool. Yeah, okay, we didn't get to skip it. Sometimes if you've played very well, then you have no inlands that don't have buildings. What I'm thinking about is, given that this is going to... Do I want to cascade into here? A land that should be relatively easy to defend, given that I have a blight pool of 8. And then how that relates to where I put this town and city. If I put the town and city in here, they'll then immediately build another town. Which means that if I do my original plan for this land by hitting it with trees and stones, we will potentially do okay, but it also might horribly backfire. But then we get around the problem of having this horrible, horrible thing ravaging onto an already blighted land. So maybe we add the... We could even combo tree... Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we add in here. B3 was potentially defendable if you moved a town to B2. Still could be if you get a good defend card. Well, yeah. Yeah. If I get a good defend card. Interestingly, we can use this to boost our defense because if we are using Dread Apparitions, though I'd hope to not full reclaim next turn. So if we cascade it to here, we then lose this presence, which means we can't prevent the Ravage onto here next turn, and they are going to build another town, so it'll be a 7 damage Ravage. We don't have that kind of defend. If we go here, we lose another presence, but this is an easy to replace presence. So I think we blight in this direction, and then we blight into here, where the Dahan might clean it up. And also, if people do go in here, it's easier to defend. Okay. Okay, so we get good news Ravage in here. Very bad news Ravage in here. God, what terrible news. Good news Ravage in here. This cascades, and I think... we go in here, because it's a jungle and it's inland. Though we've had coastal land, so the inlandness of it doesn't matter so much. You don't have to justify the cascade to me. I love a good cascade. Blight away, baby. This doesn't have Dahan. This has a single Dahan. I think it goes in here. We've only got 4 blight left. This is bad. It's bad. Okay, so we've got our escalation town. Let's not add it in here. We could add it in here. Those are our options, so we'll not add it where it's about to ravage, thanks. And in here, we've got 2 options. We could add it where it's about to ravage. Let's not do that, so we'll add it in here. Land Thrashes is waiting, always. Buzzspot, you complete me. Yeah, Buzzspot does... Buzzspot's just great. Best bot ever made. Okay, this looks really bad. Town destruction time. I guess we destroy the more awkward town because it's in a mountain. Coastal lands is gone, mountains also gone, but now we're in stage 3. Good God, I am not gonna win this. You do well. Okay, I think I say that probably and then win a fair amount. God, Hatred not looking so bad now. I think it's just me that's looking bad now. This is the coastal lands is this is horrible. I don't feel bad about losing when that happens. The trouble is it does mean I have to jump in the tank if I want to win. Okay, 5 damage Ravage here, but we're preventing it. 3 damage Ravage here, Bringer can deal with it. By simply using their start cards. So finally we've got our reprieve and now stage 3 is beginning. Thought it was a slow phase. I lost the thread of the game. Yeah, easily done. So, in order to prevent this Ravage... Do we want to prevent the Ravage? Do we just let it go? We've got 4 cards, of which 2 of them are nice Fear Minor powers. We could get to 4 plays just by going presence placement. We could get to 5 plays, but we won't have that many cards. Or we could grab an early well, it's not even that early, but we could grab a major. If we play both of our water cards, we could get a defend 4 in there. how many cards have we actually got? 6. Where is Bringer on their tracks? Bringer's kind of at the point where their tracks don't matter that much anymore. We've still got Call of Midnight Stream sitting there. We've got a good land for it. This is going to be a lovely Fear of Farming opportunity next turn, but not this turn. Yeah, I think we reclaim Dread Apparitions. And we make a... Do we make a Sacred Site? We're a bit at risk of getting wrecked by Sacred Sites under threat. But that's only one of many risks. I'm still tempted to go Super Sacred, though. And what sensible Spirit Island player isn't tempted to go Super Sacred? That said, we might want this sacred site here that can reach here. So maybe we don't go Super Sacred. When I say Super Sacred, I mean having more than 2 presence in a land. Which I think as green is actually a good strategy, especially if you're constantly plagued by destroying your own sacred sites, Peasant said, autobiographically. Going for the 4 plays is quite intriguing. Because we wouldn't actually get the 4 defend though, because we don't have the 4th plant that we need. Bringer could give the 4th plant. So we would be able to get the 4 defend for in here. God damn it, Botsy. Bye-bye, little one. I feel that that is probably wrong, though. But we're getting very low on Blight. Stage 3 is about to begin. But there's no world where we don't want to play Here There Be Monsters. We need to play that. And Bringer's getting accelerated, it doesn't matter that much. It might do, though. Want to become famous by Peaso's butts and grain on viewers' spoons. Exactly. Am I going in circles? Yes. Yes, you are going in circles. Yeah, we definitely want the extra plays. I think we do this. Which incidentally does give me the Sacred Site in there if I want it. If the defense somehow fails, which it might. We are playing events. Is there anywhere else we would rather have a Sacred Site? Oh, we need the presence play. We need a presence to be in with a beast for the sake of Here There Be Monsters to get that extra fear. We've got 2 options. This one and this one. If we reclaim next turn, we'll have a decent amount of energy, actually. So this might be a better place, but then we're risking a blight falling here, which would be pretty sad. I nearly saw your comment there, Jobo, and just like, oh, another bot. Oopsie. Yeah, so we're definitely reclaiming next turn, I think, especially once we're up to 4 plays. And this is going to be a 7 damage ravage, and we have no defend cards just yet. We can take it down to 5 by using Here There Be Monsters. But we are taking a risk over here. Let's bring a presence to here. Again, we're in with beasts. And now we can just play all of our cards. Look at that. How lovely. We are short a plant, but Bringer can help with that. Okay, Bringer wants to add a presence somewhere at 0 range. If we get Sacred Sites under threat, it is so sad. It's kind of sad regardless. Let's imagine we drew Paralyzing Fright. Where would we actually want to Paralyzing Fright? Here. Yeah, I think we deliberately don't make any more Sacred Sites. let's put one in here in case this blights. So it might be risky. Yeah, you're looking for that risky chat hit. We've all been there. Okay, so... yeah, so remember, we are going to potentially be forgetting this, so we want to do these things first. We give green... ooh, actually see a fair card as well. Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to a beast. Strife with or adjacent to a beast. Interesting. Does green have a sacred site? Needs it for portents. And for stem. Oh my god. And we've just revealed the card. That's quite bad. We need it for everything. Oh my god. That's a classic green error. Hey, it's all right. We'll just we'll find a solution. Yeah, this is bad. That's really bad. That's really bad, peasant. Did we check to see if Sacred Sites Under Threat was the discarded event? No, it's urbanization. That's a horrible error, by the way. For those of you that aren't quite so on there, is that we can't target three of our 6 abilities, which is horrible. I don't think there's actually any way of getting around it, because I don't think we can fast place one of green's presence. We might be able to slow place a presence. Terrible. We can fix it with flow. So we can target spirit may push one of their presence to an adjacent land, bringing stuff with it. Who wants grow through sacrifice now? Flow like water does it. Yeah, it really does. But these are way better. What else does flow like water do? It allows us to prevent this ravage. Very interesting if we want to. It's an interesting card. What else can we do with it? We can even prevent this city build with it and make a sacred site in here. It's a bit of a brain bender though. The extra range is also very interesting. Oh god. Oh god. Real nice with Creeper's Tear. Just real nice. But then look at what else we're forgetting. Paralyzing Fright. Now, we've already forgotten our starting Earth card. We do have another Earth card. Of course, the air is on our track. But it doesn't... Paralyzing Fright's weird because it doesn't have a moon on, which makes it more awkward than you might expect. Flow... What does Flow do for us immediately? It gives us the ability to correct the mistake I made. It means we can prevent this city build here. Which is of value. Do we have any watery things going on? We can, I mean, we can even use it in conjunction with our Dahan stuff. I think it probably is just a good pick. Is it as good as those others? Well, I'll let you, the viewer, decide. Flow does a lot right now, says Glimmer from the internet. So I think preventing the city build's pretty good. It's about as good as it's going to get on this board. We can't make sacred sites on this board. It's also pretty cool because it works around green's problems in sands and wetlands. Sorry, sands and mountains. Makes the current turn useful, yeah. It's the major power deck said, oh god, peasants making mistakes. Let's help them. Another thing we can do, we've got 2 Creeper's Tears and we've got Stem. The thing is, we actually, if we make a sacred site, we don't want to use it to prevent the ravage because then we won't have it for Stem. So that's a thing. So let's give that to green. Get water and move a blade, but I don't really know what that does for you. Oh, move cities. Yeah, if we could get... Moving cities and blight is really good. Oh, blight. Right, yeah, sorry about that. The fence should cover that mountain. It should, yeah, it should. I know this. So I think preventing the city build is reasonable. And then we've got Creeper's Tear for 2. We could destroy this city as well, potentially. So we go from here to here. So we've got the adjacency. We could go in here as well, but this is a horrible land where we really value being able to prevent things from happening. And it's quite amazing the amount of stuff we get to bring with us. It's incredible, really. Why did we not get our pawns? What's going on here? Oh no, I just... Weird. Okay, so... where is actually likely to have the extra death that we seek? Have we got no ravages with counterattacks? What's the world coming to? Okay, we're definitely going to destroy stuff in here, unless we get unlucky with the ravage. In which case we will be just sad about that. I guess we just have to hope. We just have to hope. Let's see what we get. Missionaries arrive. Cities doing extra. So we can't, if we want to keep this presence in here, we can't go with this option. Doesn't mean we're not doing it. So this is pretty significant. We'll get a chance for this to come back round though. So we can potentially push, we're gambling. If we get Sun, we push Explorer from a land with Dahan. Otherwise, we get one flirted. We lose the Dahan to town. But then it comes back. Do we have any Dahan on this board we care to lose? This would be a bit sad. But not a big deal on this board. On this board, where Bringer is doing Dahan things, we would be pretty sad. But we could cope. We would be okay. The downside of picking this turn is that we would lose this blight. Not only would, this presence, and it would blight. So we'd lose our Creeper's Tear, City Destroy in here. However, we would gain 4 fear. How easy is it for us to get the yellows together? Not actually that easy, though Bringer is somehow very wealthy. Bringer hasn't any. Oh, Jesus, did I forget to give myself another moon? Oh, no, I used to have a moon. It's fine. Okay, yeah. We could give ourselves another sun. And Bringer does have a very cheap suite of powers this time round. Bringer has their any now. Oh, wow. That opens up all sorts of vigorous possibilities. All sorts. And they are vigorous. And I have +2 range on creepers there. Oh, God. That's true. I don't lose. Okay, so yeah, I lose the presence, but I can still do this. Okay, good point. The range bonus, the improving range thing is still a bit of a mental block for me. And I hear there'd be monsters can go in there as well if I wanted to. So actually, that 4 fear is pretty significant. And we could give the sun. And maybe... Yeah, and green is also wealthier than they usually are too. Thanks to this clutch of cheap cards I've picked up. So yeah, let's curse those tongues. Curse them. We are going to have to lose something. Don't want to lose pawns. But this is a very handy defend card to have. And we've not stemmed just yet, and our stem is going to get us a city kill. Glimmer's saying forget pawns. Bringer has so much energy, look at it. And we're up to 5 energy income. If we were to spend just energy, we'd still have 7 energy next turn. And given the cards we're playing, that's fine. I think Bringer just pays for it out of their big Bringer pockets. Unusual. But that's the benefit of having a very cheap major powers, right? Okay, so we're adding a disease to a land with a city. You know, I've got a suite of options available. This is a more problematic land. Oh, did we see... So we are adding a strife adjacent to a beast. I don't know if... We don't... Okay. We could still get lucky in here. If somehow a beast ended up over here. Let's see if we can remember to do that. Oh no, except this is what grants the beast. Yeah, whatever, peasant. Bringer of smiles and sunshine. Yeah, exactly. So this disease, I think we just put it in our most built up land. We could actually double them up, which is interesting. God, this land's horrible, isn't it? Feels sketchy. I've got to remind myself it always feels sketchy with Bringer in the game. Okay, so we're adding a strife. We can't add it here, unfortunately. We can add it here. All of a sudden, this comes down to 5 ravage next turn. So, no, it doesn't actually. It will be a 7 ravage next turn. But I think it might probably still the right place to do it. So now it comes a 7. We could take it down to a 5 ravage. My God, this is such a mind bender of a card. We've got all sorts of weird possibilities if we get the second water. Let's hope we never get the second water. I know we can grant ourselves a second water. Could be down to 3 explorers. It's different lands. Yeah. Oh yeah, the disease will prevent the build. And that's very defendable for Bringer. Even if they don't do these things. Thing is, we are reclaiming next turn. What are we even doing about this land? Oh yeah, this makes it so green can defend it from a sacred site. If we reclaim and grab and yeah, play these, then we're kind of good. Except we're probably going to want to do overgrowing. Bringer's got this one covered. We don't talk about that one. Rugby. So yeah, if we do get blight here, we lose a couple of disease. This is good news over here though. You could have had the threshold this turn, by the way. That's true. We did choose sunshine, didn't we? Very interesting. Yeah, we could have just brought all this stuff out. Crikey. Right, Bringer's doing nothing slow. We've still got our proposed city destruction in here. With stem and creeper's tear. I think that's, I don't think there's any reason. I mean, it's a 3 fear because of the bonus importance. And we've got this. Now we do have buffed range as well. We've got mountain jungle build. We could make this slightly less gross, but I think we just put a presence in here. Do we? And then prevent the ravage. I think we just have to maximize our fear game. Yeah, I think that's just that's what we're doing. So that's our only chance. 5 hours of Spirit Hunt does get a little fatiguing. It does. It does. And I assure you, talking on the internet at the same time makes it even more fatiguing. But it is fun. It's fun. Really fun. So we could take this down to a 6 damage ravage. Are we going to flow like water shenanigans this? We could do that. Oh god, it's complicated though. Can I handle the complications? Probably not. Okay, and we've got some Dahan movement stuff. Okay, so my plan next turn with Bringer is to use trees and stones in here to... It was to pseudo-destroy the city for 5 fast fear and grant me 6 defend in this sand. This needs some defend somehow. Green's going to provide that with a sacred site here. We're going to need that for this ravage prevention down the line. We are at 4 plays now. We're good for energy. So yeah, we should be able to play our 2 water cards, get this defend. So yeah, maybe we are gonna overgrow in a night into here and then maybe yoink out with flow. Is that ridiculous? We're definitely reclaiming with Bringer, so we could grab trees and play trees and flow. And then we just need... Oh yeah, we wouldn't get the elements we wanted. It just wouldn't be very moony. Though actually we can just get it off the any. And we could just grab all these lot, bring them into this jungle. So maybe we fields choked to bring these Dahan over here to just slap all this lot around. For just absolutely horrific fear farming. Who's with me? I'm with me. What a great idea, peasant. What a wonderful idea. So we are preventing this ravage, so we don't care if they build a city here, we don't care what they do. So can we... We definitely want the extra fear from the beast, though. There are only 2 beasts on the board. I think we leave these where they are. So we just do this here. For the 3 fear. I love horrific fear farming. Yeah, me too. So yeah, we're gonna do some serious nonsense now. We're gonna do some real shenanigans. Even if we don't win, we'll know that we've done some ridiculous nonsense. So yeah, this is we definitely want a minor power in this situation. Ooh, we both do we both want minor powers? Bringer definitely wants a minor power. Let's see what they're offered. Ooh. This is a pretty good power for us. Why? I hear you cry into your lattes. Well, let me tell you why, because it gets us this threshold very easily. This threshold is absolutely ridiculous because it means we can trigger up to 3 kind of impromptu ravages from the Dahan. For example, if we were to use it in here, and we could smash this lot and then push into here and smash them. And given that we've got the green support, we might be able to just squeak it in as well. And that on top of the fact, it's just a very good card. We could prevent the city build here if we wanted to. Threshold and control. Yeah, ridiculous. But these other cards are also very good. The air is also useful for us. Though actually we're pretty good. We're pretty airy already. The animal element is also useful. It's got a lot going on. What about the resilience, though? Yeah, I think resilience is just more of what we're already kind of doing. The interesting thing is, though, because we do have the potential to rearrange our Dahan, we also value defend as well. Call to isolation here prevents a city build. Prevents a build here, which is also pretty nice. And it's cheap. Okay, let's sit on that decision for a moment. I sometimes wonder if Rottflies and Fleshrot Fever are related. Yeah, probably. Maybe one, like maybe the flies carry it around or something. Okay, so we've also got a power gain with green. Now we're at 4 plays. How many? God, still a lot of fear to gain. We're at 4 plays. We have 6 cards. I think we gain a minor power. Yeah, I think we gain a minor power for green. Might be a mistake. That's Elemental Boon. That's a big pickup. Huge. I think they're real. King Jobo got them both against England 6 with Lightning. Hilarious game, but they just couldn't build up. Oh, Bacon got both of them in the same game. Or the boils of the lava. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, why do we care about this? Because this is an even easier way of getting this these thresholds. And in the meantime, giving us thresholds that we might want. This is a good card in solo spirit, but in multi-spirit, truly ridiculous. Do we care about this threshold, potentially? Especially stage 3. Rottflies of Vengeance and Many Minds team up in 1 minor power. Dark Entangled is also, incidentally, good on elements and fast fear. Just straight up fast fear. So, are we doing this ridiculous yoinking? I guess we are. Yeah, we could just slip this in. We can just slip in Elemental Boon. That's going to allow us to hit this, to get threshold on this and this. Yoink this lot out. Prevent this disaster. This is a insta-loss kind of Ravage here. It's such a bad Ravage that we actually might want to... No, we can't afford to not defend over here. Bringer is very hungry for all kinds of elements. Yeah, they love it. They can't get enough. Back to old Bringer. Old Bringy Wingy Woo-wah. I've got a friend that says that about things. They say their thing and then they change it to that. It's pretty good. I like it. Okay, we've got a presence placement. We need this sacred site over here to defend here. That was something we planned years ago. Elemental Boon creates a lot of possibilities. Yeah, too many possibilities. Could we just chill out with all these possibilities, please? Trying to not have my brain overheat. You notice the lack of a warm hat? Trying to keep things together. So the plan is overgrow in here and then yoink all this stuff into here. Rather than having a game-ending 3 blight placement Ravage. There will still be a single Explorer in there. In order to do that, Bringer here needs to play this and it needs Threshold, but all we need to do is pip this blue. But given that we're Elemental Booning, we might have a better use for our Any. Or we might be able to use it in conjunction with our Any to get even more elements that we might be lacking. For example, if we go Vigor here, we could get the third sun that we need from our any and go, and this could be sun, beast, water, and then we've got both of these thresholds. And that's not necessarily what I'm doing. This was a good turn initially. Is it actually enough though? The 5 fast sphere is great, but then it only gives us 6 defend against more 8 attack. Not enough. P-Thulu for maximum brain burn. Yeah, I wish that hat was a little bit more comfortable. That's all. That's what I've got to say about that. Is there a better solution for this? This is an 8 damage ravage. There isn't a better solution for that. The only solution we have for this, we can't fast blight yoink. I don't think we've got the right things for that. Though we do have elemental boon now. Oh god, that's on the menu as well. God. So we could fast blight yoink this and have a 2 blight ravage instead. What that would entail is we'd be forced to play these 2, and then we'd basically need our boon to be giving us the extra element, the extra water, which Bringer also wants, by the way, but then that's supposed to solve the same problem. Oh god, it's a combinatorial nightmare. My poor little brain strings. The trouble with the current idea of overgrown flow, is that this one explorer could still kill us. Now, we do have a fear card at Terra 2, and we might probably have another one. We will have another one, I think. So that might help us with the lone explorer. But it also might not. It'll be a sad way to lose. Over here, so we had this idea to do this defend. We could just move these instead. But then we can't do this defense here. Yeah, I think the only solution we have right now. Do we have faster hand movement? Wait a second. Wait a second. We have others. We've got plenty of solutions. We've got solutions for everyone. So, in this case, if we boon, we can give all the elements that we need for both of these effects. We actually don't care about trees and stones as effect, do we? Whoa, okay. If we get both thresholds, we could trees and stones in here to pretend to destroy the city, then push 2 Dahan, pretend to destroy this town. Oh, but we need trees and stones in here. That's the trouble with that. We can fast Dahan, push 2 Dahan in there. Trees and stones push, but then that's a bad defend. Okay, fine. Nearly. Flow is fast Dahan move. That's also true. Damn it, Royce. What is it with all these possibilities? We could use this to push a presence in here. We could use this to push a presence in here and then overgrow and just prevent the ravage. How about that? They're building a second city in here as well, which is perfect for just multiple slappings with vigor. Ooh, flap redeem. Good call, Blues. Good call. Let's have this picture of Blues on the sidelines. I'm like on the gridiron. Gridiron, is that what you call it? With the Americans and the footballs? You're there with your visor and your thing, and you've got your bit of paper and you're covering your face like this, so that people don't see your strats. You're like going, flap! Trying to shout it from the sidelines, even though I've got like a headset. You're there, you know, because you know, you just want me to flap my hands around, keep myself in tip-top condition. Yes, 5.5 hours of Spirit Island has rotted my brain. The combinatrix. Yes. So the preventing the ravage is the safest possible way of dealing with this land. Bearing in mind the previous solutions did allow for the event card to just end the game. Apart from the very unsatisfying solution of removing this blight, so this was only a 2 blight cascade, we actually have a way, by moving this into here, of having an absolutely safe solution for in here. It's very defensive, though. Glimmer, can you work this out for us? I can bear the crunch. Trying to play Scotland 6 with Travel River. I've still not played Travel River. I'm still playing my way through the base game, you know? Just on my feet in the stands, pantomiming, exaggerated flapping. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, I prefer the guaranteed not losing here solution. And it's also much simpler than this. So let's go with a variant on that. That involves flowing and then overgrowing. In fact, we don't even need threshold to do it. We might grab it anyway for the best fear farm the world's ever seen, except we're moving away from our Dahan. Okay, so yeah, that is a solution. So that's what we're committed to playing this turn. We've also got this Ravage, which unfortunately the Trees and Stones doesn't do enough to solve, much to my horror. Unless I deliberately push a town and an explorer out, which would take it down to a 6 defend versus a 5 attack, which is okay. We've already seen one of the events that really boosts city damage. At least there's no copy option on the table. Yeah, true. God, yeah. Power Storm, not on the menu. It's my first Travel River, says Bacon of Midnight. But I think you'll love Travel River. I think it's like a base river, but a small upgrade, solo, big upgrade, and larger games. Just thinking here. Okay. So yeah, we can defend with Trees and Stones. We actually don't care about this threshold, because we actually want the defend to stay here. In this case, if we put so that is a solution. We don't care about that threshold. We actually probably don't care about the flow threshold either. We want to let this build their second city, because 3 Dahan and 2 cities is ridiculous business with this. Though we might want to bring a single Dahan, so that if we get threshold with vigor, we could... Oh no, but then we would only have 3 in here. Oh, there's a Dahan up here just chilling out. Should get them involved. Like, we'd really benefit from being able to squeak in another action. So I think we do want to use our gift. My god, this is a cruncher. My god, it's Prussia 6. It's not meant to be this crunchy, all right? Who added all these crunches? So yeah, no good use for Boon this turn, I don't think. So we hang on to it. We could do with playing another Moon card, so I was kind of expecting that to give me... There's our defend 2. Ah, okay. No, we can't. We don't have a sacred site over here, except we will have extra range from flow. We could defend from like this sacred site in here, so we can milk the fear, especially if we play our other water card. The trouble with this is that that is a city kill as well. That's 2 fear. The field stroke could bring this Dahan down into here so that we could do even more illusory damage next turn with threshold. Yes. So yeah, extra range for the defend 4 in here, but kill the city. Have defend 10 in here versus 3, 5, 7, 8, which should be good. Creepers tear somewhere to destroy a city. Bearing in mind we have the extra range. Proliferation to not do that much, but I guess we could bring her a little bit closer in. A presence here could be useful because then we can target Dahan stuff all the way over here. It's a shame not to be playing these, but I'm also not that sad about it because we don't have much game left, but because we are only dealing in Terror level 2 cards. Trees and Stones both care about where the Dahan start and end up and interact directly with each other. Nightmare crunch. Yeah, it is a bit of a nightmare crunch. Okay, so we do the stuff. So we bring you in here. We don't. Oh, okay. We've also got our any element to spend. I'm going to leave these cities in here, but I can. If I bring the explorers, I don't see any benefit to bringing these with me. So I'm going to leave all those there. But bringing the 2 Dahan here means... No, I think I leave all of that there. And I'm not going to try and crunch out because I don't have that. I don't think I've got it in me to do that today. That's more plants. Oh, does that... No, it doesn't get us more creepers. Okay, so we put a presence in this mountain so that we can potentially target here with trees and stones. So trees and stones only has a range of 1, so it is relevant. So this is somewhat... So yeah, not going to get our 3rd play anytime soon. And then we can... Oh yeah, we do have our any. Let's give ourselves... Ooh, yeah, we're very off-brand today. I still like having this extra defend. So yeah, getting the extra range from flow. We've got some slightly pathetic night terrors. We actually can't buff it, I don't think, because we don't have any animal element. So we could look at a fear card. That's probably a good idea. Am I going to be able to really rearrange this turn? I could have done that at the start. Okay, as this turn is actually... The way that I'm planning to do this turn is quite straightforward. I'm just going to undo to the start. Green's defend is going into C2, right? Let's undo all the way back to wherever that is. That's a long way away. Good God. Oh, Jesus. That's further than I thought it would be. C2 is a good thought. Oh, God, yeah. C2. Oh, Jesus. How are we all the way back here? Oh, God. The humanity. Right, okay. Yeah, C2 matters, doesn't it? It really does matter quite a lot. Extreme undos have taken place. So we needed... Yeah, we planned this. This is the trouble with getting really into the weeds, is that... Yeah, it's easy to just forget the plans you've made. So... Yeah, we need that. We definitely need that defend for this. This is a 3 damage ravage. A 3 ramage damage. with only one adjacent to Han. So that does change... Oh, that's the wrong card. That does change this quite a lot. Because we no longer can bolster this defense. So we do have to push the town and the explorer. And then we're left with 5 attack versus 6 defense. Fear card could take care of it, or we could lose. Well, it'll be a 2 Blight Ravage, and then we could get Festering Pits of Blight or something. And just lose. Festering Pits of... What the hell, Roy C? Festering Pits of... Oh, were you having fun playing the game? Peasant said bitterly. Toony Pants, it's really tough. Yeah, glad you can feel my pain. Yeah, so we don't generate as much fast fear. But yeah, I think... Yeah, and again, it's one of those situations where there might well be a better solution. And I suspect if you were going to puzzle it out, it would require sitting there for quite a while. So YouTube viewers, now's your time to shine. If you're still here after 5.5 hours, well done. Well done, YouTube. I think I prefer Festering Pits to the Destroy 3 Presence one. Yeah, that's a pretty horrible one too. Okay, so we've got Defend 4. So yeah, we do need to do something. We could hope that our 1 fear card is enough. It would be 2 fear cards if we did to pseudo destroy the city. That is a fact. Oh, the whole point of all this undoing, Peasant, was to look at the flipping fear card. Let's look at the flipping fear card. Before we commit to this defend, at least. In case the flipping fear card deals with this. So, that's... yeah. Let's look at our flipping fear card. Each player chooses a different land. In chosen lands, gather up to 2 Dahan, then 1 damage if Dahan are present. Very interesting. We could set up some real nonsense with that. You've lost to it many times. Yeah, the reason it's a bummer is that you've got those really close, really exciting games. You're like, oh, and it's just like, oh. Whereas Tipping Point, I'm like, you know that you play around Tipping Point, you know, but you very rarely are going to go, oh yeah, let's just be on like 1 blight left on my card. You don't deliberately do that. Not even I do that. So we've got some gathering up 2 Dahan, then a damage. Now the damage probably doesn't matter, but it might. But the gathering of Dahan is very interdasting. I don't know if it changes anything. What it doesn't change is this situation here. So we know that we know that this card is not solving this land, and we know that we're not going to Terror 3. So we know that we need to do this. Unless we gamble on the other fear card we'd get if we pseudo destroy this city. I don't think that's a good risk. We're 1 fear away though. The event might kill something, except our beasts are... This beast might change, that might do it for us. So this is not going to add more defend if we move more Dahan into here. But that fear card might interact with the event if the Dahan... No, it won't. If we get granted extra defend by the event, I think this might interact with it. Well, it will interact with it. Okay. So we Night Terrors. We do this with heavy heart. We go for a safe defend and we push into this big cluster of towns. that's not adjacent to a jungle, which doesn't feel good. But it does already have a green presence in, so that means it can be forgotten. We might just not be doing enough here. Okay, and then we want presence for the sake of getting in here. Oh god, wait a second. We do also have to think potentially about flow like water. And then we also can potentially be thinking about moving Dahan around. Next turn, we can get Vigor with Threshold. This is going to have... Can we bring a load more Dahan into this area here? There are 3 Dahan here. We could gather 2 in here, gather 2 in here. The adjacent cities are over here. We can't drag them far enough. But maybe we've got a similar opportunity over here. No, we don't. No, we don't. What are you on about, peasant? So, this presence we could put somewhere thinking about moving Dahan. For example, if we put it in here, and we push some Dahan to here and push some Dahan to here, with that event that's just about to show up, we could actually use flow to bring the Dahan that are in here after all those fear results and bringing them into here for big shenanigans. I'm just gonna... I mean, that's where I was putting it anyway. Well done, peasant. Okay, add a blight to a land with cities. Boo! Or destroy 2. So I guess we're destroying 2. This... We could just destroy these and assume that this is a messy counter. But then we are in slack alley when it comes to targeting. Unless we use Vigor for this, which would be a waste. Over here, we maybe don't care about this presence. Green presence is kind of precious because it actually does something. And this sacred site, peasant, don't destroy that. Okay, prey on the unwary. He's going to destroy an explorer over here. Wow. And then we gain an extra Dahan in jungle or wetland with Dahan. So that means we could have more Dahan in here, which is pretty great. So we keep this presence. Maybe we lose this presence. And we lose one of these green wetland presences. Deal. So we'll lose this surplus bringer one, and we'll lose this one here because this is a less worrying land. And then on this board, we lose more bringer presence. We don't actually use sacred sites for targeting anything. Though we do like having our presence in with invaders for night terrors, and we still have dread apparitions. So I think I'm going to lose 2 presence from this one here. Okay. So we get a freebie Dahan in here. That's just wonderful news. If this was a city build, I'd be tempted to leave the Dahan up here, but we're not getting a city build here this turn. And we get one somewhere else. Down here on the coast. Also, that's kind of good news. Okay, so now we've got the planned Dahan push that we could tie in with flow. Potentially. Is that the right approach? Except we don't want to move these because these guys are counterattacking this turn. We just don't want to move them. We could happily move this one down. So we'd be able to do 10 damage in here to pseudo-destroy all the buildings that will be in that land for 14 fear, which is a good amount of fear. But oh god, we're just not generating enough fear. Damn it, Jim. So yeah, we don't want to move these ones. This one, we could just prevent this build. That's kind of tempting. But it also feels like it's not doing enough. There are 2 preventable mountain builds. True. I mean, I guess we could prevent this build as part of this idea of moving lots of Dahan over here for the splat, but this is a bit, I don't know. I don't want to move from here because this is our win condition. If there is a win here, that's how we get it. If winning is possible. Ah, okay. Actually, this is good. This is just good. Let's just move here, prevent this build, and then move in here so we've got a counterattack. I actually just like that. That's just a free city. So we're going to counterattack with 4 damage. So we'll pip one of these buildings. Yeah, that's just fine. That's really good. Why was I not doing that before? Don't know. Okay, and here we get to do more. That is one of the things that's nice about playing multi-spirit, is that you do get to stack your fear cards, and it's surprisingly powerful. We have to prevent this ravage. No one in there. Mountain and jungle builds. They build their second city in here. Thanks, everybody, for building that second city. We allow this build. There's no world where we're clearing all the cities. We just have to accept that. And we have mountain, wetland, explore. Interesting. This city build gives us potential with Dahan stuff. Okay, mountain and jungle ravages, though, is horrible. And we might just be lost here. Bringer's done everything they're doing. We do have the ability to destroy a city somewhere. With a combo of stem and Creeper's Tear. We do have fields choked with growth, though. Can we set something good up? We could bring Dahan over here for a counter in this jungle. That doesn't feel that useful. There's a lot of problem areas on this board. This we can prevent. This we should be able to prevent. Extreme difficult with winning any other way than Terra Forward's one reason I don't play Bringer much. Yeah. I mean, you can get, if you're, I mean, I've got really good Dahan powers, and it's not and some, I mean, if you get good defense, you can win in a more standard route with Bringer, but it is pretty rough. So, our best option is probably destroying a mountain city somewhere. Is there a mountain that we can actually make not a problem that we have to address next turn? No, they're all going to be problems forever. That's just how it is now. Problems. But I suppose we are making these lands more likely to be solved by fear, which is valuable. And remember, because we've got the boosted range because of flow like making my life more complicated, it's alternate title, we can go in, we can basically target almost anywhere. In fact, we can target anywhere. Okay. Yeah, these explorers here now don't matter at all. These Dahan here are doing absolutely nothing. So maybe we like pushing these Dahan up here for a potential vigor, fear, fun time. That's why I love him. Yeah, Bringer is great, but it's quite it very rarely feels neat and tidy with Bringer. Sometimes with paratroopers, the what's it called, rapid wings, it can sometimes feel comfortable with Bringer with paratroopers and defend powers, but outside of that rare instance, always feels stressy as hell. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm just gonna have to make some decisions. I can't see a better route for any of this. These 3 Dahan are doing Jack Diddley. So I think I'm going to push these in with this city. The town push, I feel, is less likely to produce a big result than this Dahan push. I think Threshold Vigor's 16 Fear in B4 pushed into B3. It's a lot. It really is a lot. It's I think it's more than that. It's 19 Fear. I mean, this is kind of what I've been dreaming of, because oh no, it's not. It's yeah, 2 cities and a town. Which is an amount. 12. Yeah, so it is 17 Fear, I think, because we could push 2 Dahan into here to kill the city, though we could also choose to push in here to pseudo destroy the town and push 1 up here. Right, okay. My god, the brain, not the brain. It's kind of, I don't know, I feel like this was a good counter here. We did get some stuff destroyed, but I wonder if it was a mistake not to just be crowding my Dahan over here. 17. Okay, so we've got so many problems. We need so much fear to win as well. We need 6 complete cards plus 1 extra, so we need... That's incalculable. 49 fear. Is that right? Can I count? I don't know. 6 times 8 is 48. Yeah, 49 fear. But Terror level 3 fear cards can do a lot for us. We need 17 fear, which is actually what we've got. We can get to Terror level 3. And more. Because that's just from what Bringer's doing with one of their abilities. And we might be able to do even more damage. Do we have any... We don't have any fast damage for green either. 49. Skip the next normal ravage. That's a good idea. If we just don't have a ravage, it'll be fine. So we might be just leaning very heavily into the YOLO. I think that's what we have to do. This is a preventable ravage. This is a 1 blighter. This is a 1 blighter. But then we have a lot of... This is hopefully good news. This is a double blighter. This is a double blighter, but relatively low amounts of defend. I wonder if... Can green do anything much about those? Okay, green could defend for 4 in there, but we need 6. Only 7 of the ravages need attention. It's true. Only 7. It's nothing. But I think, yeah, cranking the fear here is essential. Another thing we can do, we could actually just try and defend in here by regrabbing trees and stones. Is that reasonable? 8 defend versus 13 attack. So we'd need to find another 5 defend, which we could do. The trouble is we've got all these other ravages, but it would be a decent counterattack where we'd gain another like 5 fear. But we need 49 fear. That's the trouble we've got here. That's the trouble we got here. Yeah, okay. So So what do we accompany Vigor with? We actually don't need to accompany it with anything, given that we have Elemental Boon over here. Green can also contribute some fear with Overgrown at Night if we choose to reclaim. We're gonna be at full power. I think though that we look at a major. The Overgrow could save us in an Awkward Ravage, but actually can it? Most of our Awkward Ravages are in mountains that we can't do anything about. We need to probably prevent this ravage anyway. So I feel like probably green needs to look at a major. Part of the problem with this setup is that if we ignore these cards, we're losing our innate defend because of the water plant thing. Though, wait a second, Jim. There's this. We could aim for this, and in these situations here, where we've got a blight and a defend, that could mean we kind of come out okay, because it will be kind of net saving us a blight and defending and adding one to our pool. So we might stay alive for another round, which we don't have many rounds left. Which then gives us another chance to crank this wheel. We even potentially get the chance to make this fear farm even more ridiculous. But it's still, yeah, it's a lot of ravages. And it's just that thing of doing little things that are kind of good, like a trees and stones in here, pushing this town, defending 4, counterattacking, so we destroy a city for 2 fear, push this with bring a damage for another 2 fear. 4 fear just doesn't feel like a lot when you need 49. But it might still be the right thing to do. So, okay, so to get this, I need 3 water, an earth, and a plant. That would entail playing both of these and Elemental Boon. So we would need to reclaim to do that, or gain a card and hope to get Impossible Elements. So we'd need to reclaim, but we could reclaim and look at a major. We're actually doing okay for energy. You could push that Lone Dahan into B4 before Vigor at the threshold. Though I was thinking that if you Vigor with threshold, I could push the Dahan back and pseudo kill the city that's going to be built there this turn. Because the best thing with this is if you can push this into 2 separate lands that already have Dahan in. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for. That's the dream. Okay, so if we were to say defend in this land with green, yoink the blight, that buys us quite a lot of blight budget. So I think that's what we look for. So the other thing to bear in mind is that this Overgrown Night is useless except as a fear generator. Have I already added my presence over here? I might have done. So I think our turn looks like stem, fields choked, elemental boon. To get this, we need a sacred site over here. No, I can't have placed my presence already. Stem is also ridiculous potential if we are doing bringer damage in a sand or mountain with lots of buildings. Oh, flat redeem from Trout there. You could push that lone Dahan with isolation, then push it back next turn. Yeah, because I'm Brigger and I've got the luxury for these little luxury pushes. Thanks for the flat redeem. Trats, winner of the Hovel Tourney Champion / Genius, our Seven Wonders Duel Tournament, beating Blues, but more importantly, beating Flappy. So well done. Crikey, another bot. Getting lots of bots today. Goodbye, little one. So, okay, so our planned turn, we've got 4 plays, of which 3 of them are allocated. The 3 that are allocated cost me 1 energy in total. We have other good things to do. So but a major could do a hell of a lot for us, could it? Are the 3 damage mages that... 3 energy mages that would do a lot for us? Power Storm, if I want my brain to explode. God, Power Storm. We could actually afford to slip a Power Storm in. We might even be able to make Threshold on Power Storm. And they're... big worms. No. I think we look at a major power. If it's Power Storm, I might have to take a short break. I just cry in a corner. Though, I mean, womboing this is probably the correct call. There's a high chance we'll just get nothing of use. A minor defend, though. We haven't missed too many good minor defend. We have. I think we look at a major. I'm scouring Neuter for a black hole spell so I can move around. Oh yeah, they don't always show up. They're more likely to be in mines in the early levels, or in the very late, or in kind of Temple of the Art. I think we look at a major. Very interesting. So I was hoping... Oh, wait a second. Haven't we already discarded... No, that was in the last game, I think. Already discarded Power Storm. No, we haven't. Okay, Jungle Hungers. Is actually not really what I'm looking for. Rap could be very good, though. Could, as then the operative word there is could. Because what we could do with it is bring a large number of Dahan over. Though the targeting is awkward. Potentially awkward. Yeah, because we need a sacred site adjacent to this land here in order to defend and remove that blight, which was my current plan. And there's no Dahan in any of those adjacent lands, apart from in this one. And this is my best land for fear generation. You could probably threshold wins with Here There Be Monsters. Oh, yeah. Especially as I'm also using Elemental Boon, potentially. Though, actually, the boon is currently completely dedicated to getting these elements. Though, with Wrap in the game, we could just bring over and Wrap, but then we're not yoinking the Blight, which is quite important. The Threshold would mean I could bring some Dahan from somewhere where they're really not doing anything. And I could plonk them, let's say, in this land and defend this horrible Ravage here. Could I get the gather? Bearing in mind my original plan was to go fields choked, stem, elemental boon. With the elemental boon being water. Yeah, water, plant, earth. And this has none of those things on. Not even a single one. Of course, Jungle Hungers is... The thing is, we actually don't necessarily have Threshold on Jungle Hungers with the current idea. Glimmer's thinking jungle. We do still have one chance to use it in the game. Rap will get 2 chances to use. So we could just keep this in our pocket for next turn, if there is a next turn. We're not obliged to play it this turn. Just quickly sanity check the green isn't sitting with a load of Dahan that aren't these ones. Got me another Noita win in the bag. In the run, I shifted blood to poison. Nice. Good lad. That's what you like to see. Boon could be at moon, water, earth to get Threshold and jungle because it has a leaf. Oh, that's true. Yeah, the leaf does free up a bit of space on this. Also, we cannot afford Strangling Firevine and our planned Blight Yoinking. Jungle Hungers, we could easily Threshold. All we need is, the moon, as Glimmer says. And we could do a lot of damage with that. You know, we're looking at 5 fear for this. It's nowhere near the kind of fear that Bringer's going to make, and we're not in a position to clear all the cities. That's the trouble. Oh, something else to think about is we could boost our range so that Rap actually could go anywhere. If we were to boost Green's range, we could use moving things around shenanigans. So, as in flow shenanigans is what I'm talking about. Bringer is yet to pick what they're doing. You rake in those Spirit Island wins. Not exactly. Raking, I believe, is relatively quick. Has the feeling of relatively quick, you know. I'm kind of slowly extracting them like blood from a stone. I've never seen why people try and do that. Pointless. Who keeps their blood in stones? I don't. So if we were to yoink, say, these guys and put them in here, they would defend that, probably. Which is only worth a fear, but if we were to plonk them here, then potentially that would be worth quite a lot of fear. Though actually that's only one building. So yeah, not exactly raking them in. Okay, let's figure out. Yes, I think trying to survive another turn so that we can hit our fear thing again. So we're definitely going to go Vigor. We can hit our own threshold if we go Isolation. But we can only go to 2 plays this turn. If Green squeaks out a presence for us, we can get to 3 next turn. We also have the option of reclaiming from the bin. We've got loads of energy. If we grab this, we can relatively easily just harvest some more fear. Green's kind of obliged to put a presence in here and prevent this ravage. Though it's 13 damage. Yeah, it's too much. Though we could defend it if we combined trees and stones with Well, actually, we've got a few ways we could do it. If we try combine trees and stones with our innate, this land we could defend with dread and this. Something else that's in... No. Is if we were to paratroopers in, so if we were to wrap in a load of Dahan, we could wrap in 3 Dahan from one of these lands, and we might be in a position where we don't need to prevent this ravage, because we could then use vigor or trees and stones to just empty the land apart from the cities, while also generating loads of fear. But this is only one land of 7 that matter this turn. So I think Bringer actually does need to be thinking defense with heavy heart. I mean, this is a 2 fear and this is potentially a 4 fear defense. Relatively effortless. We'd have to reclaim trees and stones, though, to do it. And we'd need a little bit of element support to get this threshold for the all-important fear farming. We don't need to use Wrap this turn. Jungle Hungers is a maximum in the region of 4 or 5 fear, whereas Paratroopers potentially is way more than that. I think we lose Overgrown a Night now. And we need a Sacred Site in here to address this ravage. And then I'm thinking something like, a little something like this. And we do have another play. We could proliferate. We could just make fear. So water, honestly, I so rarely use this ability. Okay. So if we use Squeak in another plant, that means we can give an element to Bringer. That's the thing, we're actually a plant or a water. Or an earth. This is the only option out of all these cards that helps us with that. It also gives us a Creeper's Tear, which is a town destruction in combination with Stem. This will give us the spare element to give Bringer the threshold for Vigor. Bringer to 3 plays is good. Yeah, it is. Especially with this hand, with the cards we have. It also means that with Bringer can reclaim next turn if we place a presence this turn. But yeah, green's kind of... So yeah, we're currently short the water and the earth. Intriguingly, Flow will have threshold if we use... Oh god, the headache. Flow will have threshold if we use it. Because we're giving a water to Bringer so that green has the water. So if we were to reclaim Flow... That would be a thing that we could do. Which is kind of we could make the ultimate fear farm in here. With 3 cities. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Can you imagine the wonder? I mean, probably more to the point would be preventing one of these ravages that's going to mean we lose, right? That's an idea. I've heard it's good not to lose. Like this here, for example. But actually, this is beyond the scope of flow like water. See, because we've got gift of proliferation, we can place the presence and with gift, and then we can use flow like water. But this is not solvable by flow like water. But we are living in a world where we have fear cards, right? We should have at least a couple of fear cards. And then what about if Bringer gains a major? Bringer could gain Power Storm. If Bringer was to gain Power Storm, what does that mean for us? Move Mountain 7 to make a monstrosity jungle. Yeah, we do have a monstrosity jungle situation. This was where I was planning on all-enveloping green to defend the 4 and yoink the blight. This land's kind of more of a problem. But this is, yeah, it does work in this land. So yeah, that's a point. If we were able to Power Storm Vigor of the Breaking Dawn, then we could do something along the lines of hit here, push a Dahan into here, to push this lot back into here, push Dahan into here, damage the town and push it into here, hit here again, but there'd only be 2 Dahan, so we'd pseudo-destroy a city, but then we'd be able to push into here and pseudo-destroy this city as well. Ugh. Or even do similar things over here. And we can afford another major, and we've got cards that are probably not doing anything for us. And we do want to place a presence so that we can get to 3 for next turn. And we are in a somewhat desperate situation. I mean, Power Storm is available, isn't it? Yeah. And it does have sunshine on it. And we might even be able to repeat multiple powers with it, which would be hilarious if we play it again next turn. Which we would be able to do if we place a presence this turn. If we do this, we are foregoing grabbing this from the bin, or this. Do we stay alive in a world where we forego that? Bearing in mind that we can rearrange these things. So we could Elemental Boon to probably give whatever elements Bringer needed. If we were doing that. I think this is the right pick. Well, is it the right pick? My gut tells me that our solution here is to gain all the fear cards. And the fact is that these are okay solutions, but they are nothing compared to what we could get from the major powers, which looked at the wrong bit. Got to go. I'm still getting used to the new UI. Okay, so we'll look at a major power. Let's see what we get. Power Storm. Oh, God. It happened, didn't it? I got the card that I didn't really want to see. Because now this means double Vigor shenanigans are on the menu. Double Vigor shenanigans can actually kind of potentially save this land as well. If we pushed 1 Dahan the first time into here, we could boot the town out. And then if we pushed a second Dahan in here, we could boot the remaining 4 explorers out for a completely safe ravage in here. I mean, winds is also good, but I think it's Power Storm. I'm just going to click the button. I'm just going to click it. Branching vigor to harm calculations. I know, right? I'm just going to go have a lie down for an hour and think about it. Okay. So the threshold on Power Storm is irrelevant this turn. That's a nice thing to not have to think about. Next turn, however, it might be relevant. So our turn this turn is Power Storm Vigor. We might not have the energy to... Oh no, Power Storm will pay for Vigor this turn. Yeah, we might be a bit... Oh god, we might not be able to afford this next turn. That'd be a bit sad. No, we will be able to afford it next turn. Speaker of Sunshine and Thunder, yeah. Okay, so we've got a presence placement. And given that Trees and Stones is still potentially on the menu as a thing we want to do, we probably want a presence in here. Okay, so I'm going to just plonk these cards out. Anything I can do now to save mental load, I'll do. So the plan is Power Storm, Vigor of Breaking Dawn with Threshold. We get the Threshold, we've got an any element. And we just need an animal, well, whichever one we don't grab. We could also give ourselves the element by giving ourselves a moon, which would give us more fear. We'd get the 3-2-1 we need on fear to get this. So that's an extra fear we'd get for nothing. So probably our any should be a moon. Is that correct, or am I just... The moon would also give green another Creeper's Tear damage, which would mean we can destroy a city with the stem combo. If we've got a Sacred Site next turn, we probably won't have a Sacred Site next turn, but so this is still good. We just might not have a Sacred Site. We just need to accept that. We've still got a spare on Elemental Boon. Wow. Well. Okay. I mean, this just must be the right thing to do here. I mean, there are a few bad ravages. I think preventing this complete disaster ravage is probably the right thing to do with a couple of these pushes from Vigor. If we repeat Vigor here, we can destroy this city, destroy this pair of cities twice if we only push a single Dahan the first time. Which is probably the right thing to do. It's so much fear. Okay, actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to puzzle out anything better than this. So I'm going to click the finish playing cards button. So it's just how I roll, okay? So we want the third moon. Green just needs an earth and a water. Oh, wait a second. Maybe we don't have the... Do we not have... Oh, God. Do we not have... Oh, no, we've already... The P-Brain is crumbling rapidly. Yeah, I don't think we've got the luxury of wasting elements on this. So... We need water, earth... and animal or sun. Okay. Water, earth, and it doesn't matter which one of these we pick. Yeah, and we don't have the luxury of farming this extra, which is a bit unfortunate. Moon, earth, water on Boon. But then we're short of the animal. And the sun. I'm gonna... It works. Okay, I'm gonna double check that then. So I've not allocated my any just yet. Green just needs... Oh, green's already got 3 plants. Sorry, 3 water somehow. Where's this other water come from? Oh, because I've not undone properly. That's why. Okay, elemental boon. So we need the earth and the water. You're right. Wasn't figuring both the sun and animal. Okay. Cool. I do tend to trust the glimmer calculations. Okay, so water, earth, and then whichever one of these, and that's our any. It's a bit unfortunate because that's 2 fear we don't get, but you know, whatever. We do have this wonderful business here. So I think we all enveloping green in here. So now this is defended, and we've yoinked a blight. We can't get, we can't, we've got no other way of gaining any other elements. And we've got Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. Twice with Threshold. And we've got a somewhat pathetic Night Terrors. Okay, I'm going to have to count these, aren't I? We're preventing this Ravage here. Preventing this Ravage here. That leaves 2 other jungles, and they're both blighting. That's 2 of our 4 blight. This should be okay. That's 3 of our 4 blight. This should be okay. Yeah, so if we, as long as we deal with this, we're laughing. So we need to deal with this. Now, we do have fear cards, but the premise of this whole strategy is that we get to do this again next turn, and if we're dead, we can't do it next turn. The proliferation, I don't think that matters. Well, we will do it, but I don't think that impacts this decision much. Yeah, and the fact that this over here deals with this land as well. So we pseudo destroy the cities first. Then we pseudo destroy a town as well. So that's 12 fear. Okay. So we can push the town somewhere. Let's push it in with the stonk in case the beast stonk wants to give us a fear. Now we can push. We could actually push 2. If we only push 1, though, we get to kill both cities again and gain 10 fear, which upgrades 3 of our cards to Terror 3, which is massive. We need to push 1 into here to make sure we don't lose here. Now, I guess our fear cards could cover us, and it is a lot of fear cards, but I've been burnt before. And this, unless the event card is horrible, should mean we've got a solution. So I'm not going to push in here because I want to get, instead of gaining the 2 fear here and denying myself a future push in with a city and a Dahan. Ah, but wait a second, peasant. You've got repeat on Vigor. I could actually target here with Vigor and then push back into here and here. And so I could pseudo kill the cities on the push in rather than on the push out. This is better. Except, no, it's not better. No, it is better. There are 2 Dahan in here. We can target an empty land and then push back in here, clear this land, and then push the other Dahan in here to basically do the 3 damage in here. Push it now, have to push town and stops build. Yeah, I don't mind stopping the build. I'm just trying to eke out as much fear from the situation as possible. I hadn't quite realised that there are more options than just repeating in the same spot. And if I push up here, I am preventing a city build. But my original plan was to not push up here at all, in order to get the double city kill here. But actually this way, I get the double city kill again, and I get the extra 2 fear here, and I prevent this city build, and I get to push into here to fulfill this objective, and I get to push into here to pseudo kill these cities. So I think that's right. Again, I am not sure I've got the brain power to feel definitive about it. So we get to do damage, and we are maximizing our fear here, and we push this back into here. Because this is our big pile of misery where we're preventing stuff. Okay, we're at terror level 3 with 4 cards, and now we push this into here as well. So that push is non-optional. Then we Power Storm on ourselves. And then we do it again. Now it's a bit... If we had a fast push into here, that would be nice, but we don't. We push here to do this essential bit of clearance. Wait, no. Oh god, what are you saying, Glimmer? What's all this wait no about? You can't just say wait no and then not follow up. Push from mountain 2 to B1. Okay, well that's a relatively easy thing to undo. So Power Storm myself. Oh no, I accidentally Power Storm my Power Storm there. Let's not do that. So you're saying push from mountain 2 to B1. What? Oh, wait, okay. You can destroy that town again on the way out. Ah, yes, thank you, Glimmer. Yes, yeah, that felt like a long time ago. God. Oh, God. Yes, it did feel like a long time ago, because it was. Yeah, I'd pushed in here hoping for a stonk gain, but this is guaranteed fear, because this is a different plan now. Yeah, good call. Well done, Glimmer. Yeah, well deserved. Possible winner of the week candidacy. Very good. Yeah, because that's that's just a lot more fear. Yeah, I like it. And it means, yeah, it's just better. What's going on here? What's happened? Wait. Do the damage here. Do the damage here. We push you in here. Push this Dahan into here. Push this Dahan into here. It just gave me 2 fear because I can't destroy the same Dahan twice, but I can destroy it next turn. So it's a little bit funky, but that is how it works. I assure you. But we can destroy it with the repeat in a moment. Okay, there we go. So now we Power Storm, and Glimmer has got us extra fear. Thanks, Glimmer. So we push this. So we can't destroy it twice, so we don't want to push it in here to of course we want to clear this land anyway. But we can destroy these cities again. So we push this lot into here. You forgot to move up north. I pretty sure I didn't forget to move it up north. So I just destroyed it again, didn't I? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it's here. From B2. Oh god. Okay, I didn't even realize you were telling me to do that. Okay, fine, that's true. Yeah, okay, yeah, so there's a triangle there as well. Yeah, this is exactly where the pea brain falls apart. Because this is a push up here as well. Good lord. But this is a lot of it. That's 4 extra fear that we're squeaking out there. Okay. Vigor is crazy. It is crazy. So we push up here. We can't afford to push in here, of course. This is because this one's fairly precise. We push you in here. We push you in here. We push this town up here. We then push some of these from here. Yeah, right. So it's only in 2D moves. Some of this stuff is a bit confusing, but it's a price worth paying for the joy of being in 2D. Now we have to push back in here this time. I push this in here this time. So, but now when we repeat, we've actually got 2 towns to destroy. Thank you, Glimmer. Thanks for seeing that. This is exactly the circular bit where my brain just goes, what? So we can't afford to push in here this time because we need to fully clear this land to make sure we don't get wrecked by the events, because it's very close on fear, on blight. So we don't push the town in this time, especially as we can't destroy it and push it. But now we push in here. There we go. Are we at Terra 4 yet? No. Soon, TM. It's another 10 fear for the fear pot there. We've got 5 Terra level 3 fear cards. And we should have another one when we... In the slow phase, we'll have another one. Okay, gift of proliferation time. My poor adult little brain. So we are still going to have a lot of blight falling. We could just lose something miserable like festering pits of blight. Just be prepared, chat. Just be mentally and physically prepared for the game to break your heart into tiny little pieces. Which I don't know if this decision matters. We are somewhat fiery. Do we have fiery cards in the bin? What events have we had? Thinking about, do we make another sacred site? Do we plonk somewhere else? Can we target all the Dahan we want to target? We do want to think about flow like water, though. That is something to think about. Maybe being in with this city could be worthwhile. We could bring this city into here, slap it about a bit, and then, I don't know. It was 30 fear, stop to ravage, and 2 builds. It was a lot, wasn't it? This is still the only place where we have 2 cities next to each other, and we won't have any 2 cities next to each other either next turn. So this is the place where we're doing shenanigans. So I think we proliferation into one of these lands, either the Dahan push land or, bear in mind we've got 3 plays next turn and 7 energy, so we won't be able to afford Power Storm, Vigor, Flow. We're an energy short, but events. So we're probably playing these cards again. We can't afford trees and stones either. Oh god. We're an energy short. We've also got to think, we do have fields choked possibilities too. I think I'm just gonna trust my instincts and put that in there. I think Vigor alone can win next fast phase. Bacon there just can't resist ruining the tension. Bacon, people think of bacon as a greasy substance, but actually detergent all the way down. Beasts are going to get us some little stonks. Actually, no, they're not. Though our beast might get us a stonk. Local diaspora could be a plan ruiner. The key thing about this event is that it has not placed additional blight. And we've even got some Dahan movement potential, though that might just troll us. Yeah, I think that Dahan movement is just trolling us. But it really is just trolling us. Hey, you're fine, Bacon. I am just teasing you. But the main thing about this event is it isn't an event that's adding more blight. That's a huge thing. Okay, so the diaspora is non-optional, but the nice thing is it doesn't move. It doesn't move the cities. We can actually deliberately court. Oh no. We don't push into this town. So we have to push an explorer into here to prevent the horrible cascade. Yeah, the game is still not won. It's making something of an assumption that we'll make it to the... that we'll make it to the fast phase. I can still drop the ball. I mean, I don't want to. How many Creeper's Tear have we got? Just the one Creeper's Tear. So, town push to the sands is somewhat irrelevant. But yeah, I mean, if we survive, all we need now is 18 fear, which seems like a lot of fear. Apparently not, though. So we have no choice but to push something in with this beast. It's a shame we can't push a town in here. I think we push a town up here. We've only got 3 Dahan in here now. But the interesting thing is that with Threshold, if we just push a single Dahan in here, it will, all 3 of these plus the ones moved in will also do their attacking. You think 4 explorers? What are the other implications of this? We've also... Okay, the other things to consider is we do have Dahan pushing here in the slow phase. We could push these Dahan into here or into here. Or in fact, we could even push 1 in here and 1 down here so that if we target this again, we could do the 3 damage to the 2 cities and then push into here, destroy the city that's built here in the build phase, and push 1 into here, destroying this city here for an additional 10 fear. So it would be a total of 20 fear, which is enough. Given that we've only got the 3 Dahan in there. Oh, we're getting Forsake the Barren Land. Push 2 Dahan from land with Blight to land without Blight. Okay, we can push these. Oh, these Dahan are getting pushed anyway into here. Yeah, I think we definitely want to have a city build in here. The rest I don't think matters. The main thing is we didn't push a town into here. Do we have additional Dahan being built now? Being built? What are your Dahan built from? A single vehicle can get 18 fear, they're easy next turn. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think this extra Dahan push means that it's a good situation. And we've got a little bit of stonks as well. Okay, so we don't push from here because this suits us a lot. We push from here into here where they're building a city. And we've got a local diaspora over here as well. Local diaspora, oh no, we've got Forsake the Barren Land. Oh god, did we get a horrible diaspora that means we get loads of blight over here that we weren't prepared for? Oh, okay, no, we're okay. We can push to these 3 lands instead of to this land. Did we not get local diaspora over here? The single land. Okay, not each board. Okay, this is showing how rarely I play multi-spirit now. Or how rarely I read the card. It's probably more accurate. So this push doesn't matter that much, I don't think. But we'll push in with the cities. Just in case. Okay, each player choose a different land with buildings, gather a Dahan into that land, then 2 damage per Dahan there. Okay, that's quite a lot of damage. What? We can just clear all this lot out. Okay, Terror level 3 fear cards, don't mess about. So we gather 1, so we need... So we gather in here, we clear this. We gather in here, we clear this. Seems reasonable. There's something very special about Terror level 3 fear cards. We preserve our fear farm, of course. We're not savages. Am I being too cavalier about these other areas? Each player moves up to 4 health from beast, disease, or at least 2 Dahan. I mean, at this rate, we might even not have to lose presence here, but that doesn't actually matter. I'm just keen not to accidentally throw here, if you're wondering why I'm taking my time, because I have accidentally thrown before, and it was a bit grim. So we'll move a couple of towns from there. We keep our beast explorer. There's remove a city here as well. Okay, each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders, and each invader with strife deals damage to other invaders in its land. Well, okay then. So we still preserve our fear for. Okay, I think it is okay now. This one here also means that this ravage doesn't place blight. Same here. So, Jungle 8 solved. And Mountain 7 solved. Okay, I think we can relax now. Whew. Explore doesn't affect coastal lands. It'd be quite amusing if I'd messed this up. Each player adds a strife in a land with Dahan. In every land with strife, 1 damage per Dahan. Well, crikey. Yeah, I'm going to preserve the farm that I worked so hard to build. Bad fear card. Fear card's okay. I've got 2 more fear cards. They might help us. Just what you want in a Terror 3 fear card, lack of explorers on the coast. Each player may push any number of explorers or towns from 1 land. Okay, so all of our mountains are now fine. We can now solve this jungle. So we'll do that. To maximize our score, right? Wrong. We're still fearful. We're still farming. Always we farm. I'm just gonna save my brain energy for my evening. Each player chooses a different land with Dahan. Invaders take 2 damage per Dahan there. Okay, that's our last fear card. Can we win it with this? So we could gain 4 fear from killing these 2 cities. We could gain a fear from killing this town. But yeah. So yeah, we can't quite get there. But we might even win in the slow phase with a town destruction or something like that. No. But yeah, we'll preserve the cities. But that's just because if we could win right now, I'd do that. Okay, so we've got this Ravage, which does nothing. This is defended. The Strife protects us. This is only a single Explorer. This is a Strife City. This one we just prevent. And then we've got some builds we cannot. So we've done it. Glimmer's extra fear has made a huge difference to this, because the way I was going to do it, I'd be missing out on at least 4 fear. So yeah, it gets very tricky with stuff like this. 7 Ravages, simple. The thing that I liked about that plan is that even if those Ravages had happened, we should have still been in it, just. You know, just about hanging on in there. So, you know, that's something. But yeah, we actually don't need to do any of this stuff now. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure that we would have survived it unless we'd had catastrophic, like, for example, this 1 damage Ravage becoming a Blight. You know, unless we'd had that. But we had so many fear cards that I think you can hope that they will at least account for a bad event when you've got that many. Okay, so we just get our farming going. It wants me to look at a card. Let's just look at a card. Sky stretches to shore. There you go. Wonderful. We don't even need to power storm it. We only need 4 fear. Crikey. Crikey. Let's make our sacred site again. We're actually not going to do any of this. We're just going to play these. Because we literally just need the 4 fear. I'm just sanity checking. God, this was a grueling one. Way more grueling than I expected. This one nearly taking 3 hours. Crikey. So we pseudo-destroy these cities for the final 4 fear we need, and then another 6 more, because why not? Oof. We did it, chat. Thank you so much for the mental, physical support, everybody. That was way more grueling than I thought it would be. I thought that having got a game of this in already, it would be a little bit less grueling, but it turns out, no, I was wrong. It was grueling. So yeah, thanks everybody for today. Awesome stream. Hey, thanks. Glad you liked it. Hey, thanks for the well done, Jobo. Right, let's raid someone. Crikey, 7-hour stream. I'm trying not to do so many long streams. I'm back with more Spirit Island tomorrow, by the way, before you pack up your things. So same time, but a 3-hour stream. Now, I can't guarantee it's going to be exactly 3 hours. The intention is to basically do a near as damn it 3-hour stream, then raid into Handelabra. The lovely devs of this lovely digital version of the game. Let's just see who's around. Thanks so much, Bard, for the raid. I had no idea. I mean, I doubt you're still here, but I had no idea you were a Spirit Island fan. That's exciting for me. That's exciting for me. That Noita Spirit Island crossover continues to excite and delight. I think England might have been less grueling, similar length, but less fires early. Yeah, so let's just... Can I undo at this point? I don't care about my stats. My stats are horrible because I'm always doing things like making videos where I have to restart 4 times. So the thing that's particularly horrible about this Coastal Lands as your first explore is absolutely horrible. You normally get this, your first stage 2, if it's one of these ones, it just feels like you get a little breather, but you just don't get that with Coastal Lands early. I think this is, as we did have 3 lands covered by the first dual card, which is kind of, I guess, average. But yeah, this is horrible. Okay. Let's see who's around. So yeah, thanks Bard so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks everyone for being here. All the follows and flap redeems. I'm now going to just demonstrate how terrible I am with a computer. Let's see who's about. Okay. We have got... Who've we got? We're raiding Candelabra tomorrow. There, Seamus is playing Sentinels of the Multiverse, by the way. Lovely Seamus the Hug Monster. Dad is streaming some Hymno. Do we have anything? I did look in the board game category. Didn't see anything that was super relevant. Let's raid Dad. I enjoy hanging out in the Dad pad. Dad's playing Hymno. It's super cool, quite spooky, roguey, where you hop around. And I like Dad. He's super chill. Super chill. Yeah, back tomorrow, more Spirit Island. Sunday, Songs of Six. If you look it up, you will be amazed at quite the scope on that game. It's just like, how can a single developer possibly deliver on this? Well, they are delivering on it. It's taking a while, but they are getting there. So we'll be looking at that on Sunday. Possibly we'll keep on looking at it on Monday. That's possible. So yeah, everyone, yeah, thanks for joining. And yeah, thanks for the subs today. I got Doc subbing, which was very, very nice of them. But yeah, so much shorter stream tomorrow. If this was too grueling for you, well, there'll be a much less grueling one tomorrow, followed by another whole stream on Spirit Island by someone else. All right, that's enough blather. Bye for now. Let's see the Dad.